Welcome to Paul Ricard and a brand new season of GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS. 10 events to come, this the first that will make up the Endurance Cup. Paul Ricard is a circuit that always produces drama. It's a race that starts in the sunshine and goes into the darkness. It's a real challenge for the drivers and for the teams. 10 manufacturers are represented across GT World Challenge. It's a mega entry, not just in terms of the numbers, but also in terms of the quality of the drivers and the quality of the teams. And we've got some impressive newcomers and some familiar names returning to the championship. It might be the opening round in Europe, but we've already been busy this year because America and Australia have been in action. The Australian races took place at Phillip Island and honours were split between Ferrari and Audi. Jackson Evans and Elliott Schutt won the first for Ferrari, Brad Schumacher, Brock Feeney won race 2. Ferrari and Audi then putting points on the board in the global manufacturers competition. It was Mercedes and BMW, though, in America that took honours at Sonoma in the opening races within GT World Challenge America. Mikael Grenier and Michael Stevens were victorious in race 1 for Mercedes AMG. Kenton Koch and Conor De Filippi for BMW victorious in race 2. And the Asian Championship kicks off this weekend. Race 1 took place earlier today at Sepang, and that was a win for Porsche. Bob Yuan and Leo Yi coming through victorious. So GT World Challenge is up and running across the globe. Manufacturers are scoring points, drivers are busy scoring points as well in those regional competitions. And you're going to add to that this weekend at the end of 6 hours of drama at Paul Ricard. So let's focus on Europe. In the pro category, where any classification of driver is eligible, you'll expect the overall race winner to come. Let's hear the thoughts of the reigning overall champion, Maro Engel.
Obviously, it's exciting to come back. Everything starts from zero. We are the defending champions and we'd love to defend that championship, but we know it's going to be a tough, long season and we're looking forward to it. The Manfilter Mamba is obviously one of the most popular and probably iconic cars on the grid, so big fan base, and celebrating 10 years of that livery this year is special, and hopefully we can do it justice by taking many more wins and putting the Mamba to the front again.
The Boots and VDS squad will be a team to watch, also running Mercedes AMG this season. Maxime Martin returning to the VDS ranks, having driven for them many, many moons ago in the days of BMW Z4s. Talking of BMW, there's a rather surprising lineup at WRT. There's no Vanthoor in the entry list this year, but back comes Kelvin van der Linde.
I wouldn't say it brings any extra pressure being defending champions for the team. I think every year comes with a certain expectation. I think we're all pro drivers in the Pro Cup here, and we try to do our best every year, and I think we have a lot of experience mixed with some fresh blood, so I think we have all the ingredients.
Another strong BMW is going to be the number 98 Rover Racing entry. Augusto Farfus has a good track record in GT racing, so does the returning Jesse Krohn. And Raffaele Marciello has won pretty much everything there is to win in endurance GT3 racing. And what about Aston Martin? Having won the Spa 24 Hours last year, Mattia Druni, Marco Sorensen and Nicky Tim for ComTu Racing are in for the whole season. McLarens abound in the entry as well, including the CSA Racing entry of Simon Gachet, Arthur Rougier and the British driver James Kell, and that's going to be another car to watch. And so too the Ford Mustangs that we got all excited about here last year, partly the sight, mainly the sound. Hubert Haupt's HRT squad operates the cars this year. Jan Mardenborough is one of the drivers.
What drove the return to HRT? Well, it's winning championships in top-level racing. I've been talking to HRT and Full Performance for a long time now, and I understood the package they wanted to put together. They want to compete in Europe, again with the Mustang, and to challenge for all the major European manufacturers. It's something for myself as well. Selfishly, can I cut it with the top guys? I believe I can, and there's no better place to come here and prove that.
On the back of Porsche's success this weekend in GT World Challenge Asia, there could be more to come in Europe. The pure racing entry of Alex Malikin, Thomas Preining and Richard Lietz is a very competitive Porsche indeed. And so too is the Schumacher CLRT entry of Laurin Heinrich, Heinrich Guven and Klaus Bachler that led here last year but had bad luck and eventually fell down the order. Both of those cars you can expect to be scrapping for a race win over the course of 6 hours. But so too should Ferrari. And bear in mind that the Air Corsa squad came into the championship last year and won endurance. Number 50 Ferrari is Arthur Leclerc, Alessio Dono and Antonio Fuoco. And last year's endurance champion, Alessandro Pierguidi, is back to try to defend his crown. He's going to be another man to watch this weekend, partnered by Alessio Rivera and Vincent Abril.
Last year we had an amazing season for F-Course. I think it will be tough to repeat. We will try, we are here for that. The challenge of this championship is very high level, so we will try to push as much as we can to have a wonderful season like last year. And anyway, championship is long. Main target here is to score some points, and let's see.
The Gold Cup is a hugely competitive category. 2 gold-graded drivers plus a silver make up the driving force, and a man to watch is going to be Al-Faisal Al-Zubair in the Al-Manar Racing by WRT BMW, runner-up in the Gold Cup last year.
What makes the Gold Cup so interesting is, I think, the combination of drivers, having 1 silver and 2 gold. When you have a strong combination, you don't only fight for your class positions, but also for overall. So far, it's been great, and I think this year is a step forward in terms of competition in the class. So yeah, it'll be a challenge, but we're ready.
The Garage 59 operated McLaren number 58 will also be pitching for honours within the Gold Cup. Adam Smalley, Dean McDonald, 2 very quick Brits, along with the experienced Louis Pratt.
Honestly, the McLaren has always felt very good around here. Over the past 2 years, we have always been very, very competitive. There is a lot more McLaren than the previous years. Obviously, Garage 59 is a reference. It's going to be tough to keep ahead, but these guys know what they're doing.
Verstappen.com comes to GT World Challenge Europe. Max Verstappen's team has an Aston Martin Vantage at its disposal. The driver lineup headed by Thierry Vermeulen.
Super excited, of course, to have Ziggo Sport broadcast the GT World Challenge races now, and also for our project it's of course great to get the Dutch fans excited about GT racing. So far it's been a real pleasure to work here with the Aston Martin GT3. I think it's been going well. We had a great testing program. It was a lot of work for all of us, but we're here at the first race, and yeah, excited to get it all started.
Last year's silver champions, Colin Carasani and Tanat Satran-Tiracourt, are back to defend their crown. They are joined this year by Aaron Walker, a class winner within silver at Spa last year, and Tanat Satran-Tiracourt is confident.
Last year I managed to be with like a really good team with Winwood and also with the 2 fast silver, and we managed to win the class champion in the endurance. And this year I joined with Guest Speed. I'm very privileged to join the team. We were looking really strong in the prologue, and hopefully we can continue the momentum into this weekend.
Ezequiel Perez Companc is back, no longer operating his Mad Panda Racing squad. Instead, he can now just concentrate on being a driver this year for Tresor Attempto Racing.
It was a really good, let's say, opportunity. I want to say thanks to Ferdinando, first of all. For sure, it's going to be an amazing season. The team has been doing really well throughout the years, and I think for this year the package is really strong. So really looking forward to another year, my 10th year in GT World Challenge. So really looking forward to this season as well.
British team Barwell Motorsport has an American-Canadian lineup. Christian Bogle heads the team, and he's done a lot of single-seater racing as well as sports car experience.
It's always great to bring a little bit of the US blood overseas. So being one of the few Americans representing in GT World, it's very, very fun, and getting my first real taste of GT racing, especially with Barwell, with their very, very good past and success. So definitely looking forward to seeing what we can do with the team ahead.
Another great sound this year is going to come from the Stella Motorsport Corvette. Lorcan Hannafin is joined by Mathis Lismont and Kian Jewis. The car in its infancy, but one to watch.
It's a massive honour to be behind the wheel of the Corvette. You know, being the chosen team that Corvette have done for the European programmes is really important for the team and for the drivers as well. It's a great honour. We've learned so much over our pre-season testing programme. We've done 15 days now, so yeah, we're ready for the first race of the season. Of course, it's the most competitive GT3 championship in the world, and we're ready to fight for the top spot.
There are really fascinating lineups within the Bronze Cup because you can have any combination of drivers as long as there is one bronze within that combination. Gilles Magnus, for example, won in gold last year. Now he's in bronze.
First of all, there's quite a few cars in the Bronze Cup. I think we're 16 cars, so for a category within a championship, that's really a lot. And yeah, just the driver level is so high. There are some bronze drivers that I am convinced that they are not bronze drivers. They are so quick. So also within the pros, there's some very big names for the pros. So expectations, it's going to be tough, but we're ready.
We've seen Qatar on GT grids in FIA Motorsport Games or the Gulf 12 Hours or the Asian Le Mans Series. Now GT World Challenge Europe. Welcome, Abdullah Al-Khelaifi.
I feel very proud and very happy to finally race with my fellow friends and colleagues from Qatar. We grew up racing together back home, and I feel very proud that now we are representing the country and racing together as one team. This is the first time in the Audi and with this team, so it's kind of a steep learning curve, but we will manage it throughout the season, and hopefully we'll score some points and some podiums as well.
And here's one to get your head around. Ziggo Sport Tempesta. Chris Froggatt, Marco Pulcini, Eddie Cheever the drivers, and Eddie Cheever looking for a race win this year, having been winless but a champion last year.
The mindset for 2025 is hopefully to repeat what we did in 2024. Last year we won the championship. It would be nice to win a race, because last year we got a lot of points but we didn't win any races. So this year we're aiming to have better results race after race, and hopefully then we'll be crowned champions again.
6 hours of drama is not that far away. Welcome everybody to Paul Ricard to the opening round of GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS. First endurance race, of course. Sprint Cup will kick off first weekend of May at Brands Hatch. Tickets on sale. Come and join us. Going to be good. But this endurance race is going to be an absolute corker. We have got 59 cars. It is another mega quality entry. And it's a proper endurance race, isn't it, as well? Because you've got pit stops, you've got a bit more to play with on strategy. Do you single stint, do you double stint drivers? You're going from, I was going to say sunshine, let's say daylight, into the darkness when we finish around midnight. There's a lot here that differentiates it from an ordinary, if you like, 3-hour mid-afternoon endurance race. David Addison and Joe Osborne are trackside. Alex Legui is down in the pit lane and on the grid. Joe, lot to look forward to. As I say, it's a proper endurance race, and this is one that the teams like because they can get the teeth into it.
Yeah, it really is. We talk about 6 hours. It's over 1,000 kilometres. So on Google Maps, check where you could be in 1,000 kilometres. This is what 59 GT3 cars need to achieve over the next 6 hours. It's grueling on car, on teams and the drivers. We've got a lot up to play as well. The weather hasn't been particularly fixed today, has it? We've had light rain showers out of nowhere. The wind's picked up and we're going into dark.
This is the circuit, 5.7 kilometres long and a real mix.
It really is. When you look at the Mistral Straight, 1.8 kilometres, 15 corners spread out over that, nearly 5.8. There's lots of overtaking spots, but there's also lots of parts where cars will get stuck behind slower cars. Dirty air will be at play. That's where the cars are so close, they're unable to get the aerodynamic grip they want, and they'll be using their tyres harder, and then the whole race changes flow once more.
We've also, as you've just been hearing in the top stories, got the class battles. It's not just overall. There's gold, silver and bronze, all of which are mega competitive as well. So, as 59 cars assemble, we are getting set for this first race of the season. Alex Legui has found Dean McDonald. He's tucked in the car. He's ready to go. Let's join Alex.
Dean McDonald, car number 58 of Garage 59. What goes through your mind when you're sitting here on the grid ahead of a 6-hour race at Paul Ricard?
I'm just excited to get going again. It's been a long time since we started a race from last round in Jeddah last year. So, yeah, excited, looking forward to it. It's been a good weekend up to now for us. Team's done a mega job. So, yeah, just can't wait to get going, really.
Thanks so much.
Dean McDonald then just puts the netting back in place. And you can see the front of the grid. Pole position is on the right as you look. And that's the yellow Mercedes then, which is going to be started, number 48, by Mauro Engel. The interest in some cases is going to be whether they single stint or do 3 doubles, or as we know from one team, you put your star driver in for stint 1 and stint 6. So you want your fastest driver in at the end in case of a safety car, and then you can gain a whole load of places. But as Joe made the point in qualifying, you also could do with a, how can we phrase this, safe pair of hands for the start when it's this busy.
Yeah, you put your mature banker driver in at the start, someone that's not going to damage the car for the next 6 hours of the race. And that's a difficult one because as a mindset as a racing driver, you're aggressive, you want to go forwards. But then if you're being told by the team to be conservative, it's a juxtaposition there. My mindset when I was always racing these busy races is, at least if I'm on the front foot, I can't get hit from behind. So if I do any damage, it's on my shoulders. Yeah. And that was always my kind of front foot forward. If there was a gap, I would try and fill that gap and go from there. The problem is if you've got 59 drivers of the same mentality, suddenly those gaps transform in their shape and size quite quickly.
10-minute board being shown. It's going to be a rolling start, of course. Quick word about manufacturer representation. 10 brands, really competitive. We've got Mustangs aplenty, we've got McLarens, we've got Mercedes AMG, there's BMW on the grid. There's an awful lot to look forward to in these battles. You've seen some of the brands represented in the opening titles, and we'll come to many of them during the course of the race. The front row then is going to be Mauro Engel lining up alongside Jules Gounon, Mirko Bortolotti, the second row, Marvin Kirchhofer. So it's an all Mercedes AMG row 1. It's Lamborghini McLaren row 2. It's all Porsche row 3, Heinz Guven, Sven Müller. Of course, we're talking here about pro cars. So you've got 3 quick drivers in each of them. There's nobody that you would say is, if you like, the slow one to go first.
No, but the teams have all the data, so not all 3 will be the same. That's the awkward position as a pro racing driver. You're paid to go around in a circle as fast as you can, but it might be that you're the slowest of the 3, and you need to take that on the chin. One, you need to improve. You'll be looking at that data to improve yourself, but you then need to move to a team player and not try and make up for any inadequacies that you may have this weekend. So, yeah, it's hard putting 3 racing drivers in the same car, all trying to be the best, and that's where the better teams put the right drivers together. Might not always be pace, but actually personality makes a big deal over a championship for sure.
You can see Mirko Bortolotti there standing alongside number 63, the Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini, last year's DTM champion, but the 2017 Blancpain Endurance Series champion as it then was. Now, very happy Stefan Rattel must look at this grid and think, wow, just like the rest of us. Let's hear from him.
Down here with Stefan Rattel on the grid, the first grid of the season here at Paul Ricard, and what a turnout. Incredible drivers, incredible teams, we've got all the manufacturers. How are you feeling?
First grid of the European season, because we started 2 weeks ago in America, last week in Australia, and this weekend we are at the same time in Sepang in Asia and here in Europe. So GT World Challenge is really conquering the world, and of course the biggest grid, the strongest one, the most professional one is here in Europe, and it's a renewed success. I mean, 60 cars is amazing.
And a massive variety of cars as well, right?
10 different manufacturers represented, and a very good balance this year between the various classes, which is really great, because it's almost equal, you know, between the pro class, the gold, the silver, the bronze. I mean, it's really going to be very competitive for every podium.
Brilliant. Thank you, Stefan. What a way to start the season.
Thank you.
Sonoma was where GT World Challenge America kicked off. Mercedes BMW did the winning. It was Phillip Island in Australia. Audi and Ferrari won. We had the opening Asia race earlier today with the time difference at Sepang. That was a Porsche win. You'll have noticed, therefore, we've had 5 races in the different world challenges and 5 different manufacturers taking honours. Can we get a 6th? Don't bet against it.
Yeah, well, we've got 10 to choose from, haven't we, here? Yeah. So it couldn't be better as we look at Heinz Guven. Had a great motorsport games in the Porsche, and he's really lifted his stock, I would say, within the Porsche motorsport family now, and that's why we see him in what I would say is the strongest pro Porsche lineup on the grid. We saw Loic Heinrich being super fast all weekend, so I think he will be saved for stint 6, maybe 5 as well. I think with the cooler temperatures we've got here, we're only at 16 degrees ambient. I think most drivers are going to be doing doubles, so they will be in the car for 2 hours roughly.
Now, there are going to be some drivers, of course, that say, I'd rather not do the end of the race, if you're an AM, a bronze, because I don't like driving in the dark. But there's another school of thought that says, well, toughen up, Princess, because there's a lot of that at Spa. You might need to do this. And because some of this, yeah, it's a race in itself, but it's also a bit of a learning curve for the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa. We'll talk more about that in a moment, after we've heard from the man that's second on the grid, that's Jules Gounon.
I'm down here with Jules Gounon, Mercedes AMG team Get Speed. Have you been practicing your starts? Are they better than Maro's?
Let's see. We are both fierce competitor. We have a lot of respect between each other, but of course we will try to do a good start. It's a 6-hour race, quite a long race. So it's not the most important, but of course you want to do a good start. So the team has worked very hard over winter. We are happy to be back to the front. Fabi and Luca did a great job in a difficult quali, so I'm looking forward. Let's see what we can do.
Tell me what you anticipate from the first hour here at Paul Ricard.
We're going to see a lot of cars on track with a lot of fight. I mean, this is the toughest endurance championship in GT3 by far, with 59 cars, or I don't know how many cars there is on the grid. It's quite crazy. I like to take the start because you don't get too much bench marker, which is great. But yeah, let's see. We have a more defensive setup towards the race pace, so I hope it's going to work well for us.
Good. Go for it, Jules.
Thank you.
We've got one car that stopped at the end of the pit lane. It's the number 5 Optimum McLaren. So it's clearly got a problem. Michelle Gatting there, Jules Gounon's partner, very good racer herself, of course. Takes the drink bottle away, Jules gets ready to go, and Michelle thinks, wish Iron Dames had a car in this race and I could go racing myself. But she becomes an enthusiastic supporter for the next 6 hours. Charles Wirtz, Kelvin van der Linde, Hugo de Wilde for number 32. Yep, no Vanthor in that lineup anymore. Not often we have a GT World Challenge Europe race without a Vanthor on the grid, but this bucks a trend, that's for sure. Yeah, number 5 McLaren stuck at the end of the pit lane. Now the team want the car back at the box so they can do something to it.
Yes, it's obviously broken down from leaving the box to the end of the pit lane, and now they're trying to work out how to recover it. So I can't think what that could be in all honesty. Cars obviously haven't run since qualifying 5 hours ago, so it obviously left okay, and we are just getting on the timing screen. Car 5 is at pit entry, so yeah, something has gone askew there, and I can't work it out. But as we look at another McLaren, Simon Gachet of CSA Racing, new to McLaren as a team, obviously moving over from Audi, probably one of the GT3 cars of existence, that Audi, and going to this McLaren. Be interesting to see how they go along with that.
Another good quick, and Miguel Ramos, he's with Alex.
Miguel, you've got your backing dancers behind you. Just wait. Right, how tricky is it to have qualifying and a 6-hour race in one day?
Oh, I think it's perfect. Really.
Why?
Because you don't lose a lot of time and you are always motivated. So it's I prefer like this.
All right, off you go. Get in the car. Good luck.
You've got permission now, Miguel. You can get on board. Alex says so. Right, so Miguel Ramos, who's won pretty much everything there is to win, both in Spain, in Portugal, touring cars, GT, but in World Challenge Europe, he's been a regular category winner, hasn't he? Whether it's been endurance or sprint, whether it's been Pro-Am or bronze, you know, he racks up, and he's a very, very quick am.
Yeah, and he really sums up an amateur driver, the bronze-rated driver. He's a hugely successful businessman, and then he comes racing for fun, and that fun's always a bit caveated because they're here and they're so competitive that it doesn't really look like these amateur drivers are having fun, but they are the backbone of GT racing. We never want to say amateur in a derogatory term. It's a positive term, and we shield them by creating these driver gradings so they can compete in the various classes that we offer, and they can win their class, and sometimes they get pretty close overall as well. And these bronzes now, the good guys are within a second of a factory racing driver who gets paid to drive around, and they have to bring the budget. That's the disconnect now.
One of the things that Stefan Rattel has always been really good at is building the grid from the back. Look after your AMs, because they'll keep coming back. Manufacturers, pros, they might go off and do another program, but if your AM is happy, so yeah, Miguel Ramos, as you say, is very much one of those. I mentioned the absence of a Vanthor. It is the first time since 2011 that we have been Vanthor free, and the grid just about cleared. Some of the teams were saying it's difficult to get to our grid slots because of the number of people that are there, but we're just about good, I think. Now the 3-minute board has been shown. Archie Leclerc, Charles' brother, is there, and aboard the A, of course, the Ferrari. Quick update on the number 5 McLaren.
Yeah, it's a fuel pressure issue. So all the cars have an FIA fuel valve, so that's going to be my guess in terms of the fuel pressure. The fuel valve drops in case of any loss of pressure to stop fuel being pumped into a potential fire on a split fuel line. So I think that's going to be a reset there. So they're going to have to start from pit lane, but a quick fix.
It is a quick fix. Okay, that was going to be my question. Another car that will start from the pit lane is number 80, the Lion Speed Porsche. That's going to be started by Gabriel Rindon. It's got to start from the pit lane really by way of a penalty, not by choice. I know the McLaren's not starting there by choice, but the Porsche had an engine change, had a pit lane fire, they changed the engine, and that contravenes a regulation. So the steward said, well, okay, you've changed it now, but you'll have to start from the pit lane. 6 hours of racing, puts you behind any dramas on the first lap. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, and it was a pretty dramatic fire. It was a wheel gun, and they're powered by air, but this one was, the bottle was full of pure oxygen, so ignited. Luckily, the mechanic was okay. Some burns, went to hospital, but came back to the track later that day. So the Lion Speed team are okay to start the race. But yeah, starting from pit lane, you're going to have 57 cars, 58, depending on where the optimum one slots in there as we go to the pole sitter, Marl Engel. Looking cool, but yeah, him and Gounon into turn 1 is going to be interesting. Gounon on the outside, but then turn 2 quickly comes to the inside in favour of Gounon. So is he going to try and hang it around the outside? My pet peeve here at Ricard, unfortunately, with all the runoff, we will see cars cut turn 2. Race director has been strict with that. Any time gain, any position gain, it will be a penalty. So expect cars to cut, but they won't be just cutting and gaining a load of time for free.
And if anybody goes off at turn 3, which is the next sharp right, don't rejoin there, keep going and go around the outside of 5 and rejoin at 6. So it's like a bypass to have a safer rejoin, if you like. Right, the grid is clearing. The engineers will fire up the engines at the 1 minute board. Just on the right-hand side as you look, the red and blue Aston Martin that Verstappen.com have entered for the season. And it's going to be Thierry Vermeulen to start, switching from Ferrari and Emile Frey Racing to Aston Martin and 2Cs Motorsport. We get used to talking about 2Cs as a Mercedes team, but they've been appointed to run this Aston. The 1 minute board is shown. Engines are all fired up. It's a rolling start, of course. So as soon as the grid is clear, the Maserati, newly appointed Maserati as the supplier of the cause cars to GT World Challenge Europe, that'll blast away, and then the rolling start will be underway. Slightly delayed because of red flags in earlier sessions, and also having to clear the pit lane after the Lamborghini Super Trofeo race, but we are just about ready to go. And 59 cars to take part in the opening round of the championship. The entry, just about every car within, the first half of the grid, you could argue is a potential front runner. And across the classes, there are so many names, and we will struggle to get to all of them over the course of the race. But, you've got British GT champion Darren Lung, for example, in bronze. You've got Antar Rizal, who we've seen at Spa, but that's because it's been an IGTC round. He's a GT class winner out of Asian Le Mans that in turn books him a Le Mans slot. So although he's a bit reluctant to race at night, it would be good practice for that for later on in the season. We've got people like Edoardo Liberati coming into a Mercedes in the championship, having sort of dropped off the radar a bit in Super Trofeo for a while. We've got Richard Lietz signing up to a full season. The list goes on and on and on. Maxime Martin for Boots and VDS, returning to the VDS team after his BMW days. Right, the formation lap is underway. The Maserati I was talking about leads them away, the lead car, ready for this rolling start. And let's chase the field under the bridge. Drivers trying to get some warmth in the Pirelli tyre. We'll talk about tyres more as the race goes on, but just to make another mental note, it is a new tyre on which the cars run this year, so teams adapting accordingly. Mauro Engel will start on pole position then. It's going to be Jules Gounon with him at the front of the grid. Lining up third, Mirko Bortolotti. Marvin Kirchhoff as McLaren is alongside. Einstein Guven will go from fifth. Sven Muller for Rutronic Racing, another Porsche peddler. He is sixth, ahead of Sandy Mitchell, finally in a pro class Lamborghini. He's got Dean McDonald alongside him, and then it's Charles Weir starting ninth. Simon Gachet's McLaren is 10th. Alex Buncombe for Bob Neville's team RJM returning to the championship. He is 11th, Thierry Vermeulen 12th, Augusto Farfus 13th, and Alessio Rivera will be 14th on the grid. Then it is Arthur Leclerc, brother of F1 race winner Charles. Miguel Ramos we heard from on the grid. David Pittard, that's the Martin factory driver, has Marzio Moretti for company. Then it's Spa 24 Hours winner of last year Marco Sorensen. Finlay Hutchison starts number 60 VSR Lamborghini ahead of Dustin Blattner, who's a very shiny bronze in the Kessel Racing Ferrari. Ezekiel Perez Compact comes next ahead of Dubai 24 Hours winner Al-Faisal Al-Zubar. Then it's James Allen having his first ever GT3 race, but he's a real gun in LMP2 machinery ahead of Nicolas Barr and Mathis Lismont in the Stella Motorsport Corvette, another car to drool over. Maxime Robin comes next. Arjun Maini in the Grunt & Go Mustang is ahead of Laurence Leclerc, and then the reigning Silver Cup champion is back, Tanat Satran-Tirokul. He in turn is ahead of Roberto Casaniga, and then Renat Salikov, class winner in 2018 in the Spa 24 Hours. He in turn is ahead of former Lamborghini racer Gilles Stadsbader. Rolf Inaiken makes a welcome return to the championship, going Porsche rather than his usual Lamborghini. Porsche stalwart Richard Lietz is next with Baptiste Moulin for company. Anthony Bartone is back for another season in Europe. Will Moore lines up alongside him ahead of James Kellett and Cesar Galzo. Then it is Romain Leroux and Paul Evrard ahead of Maxime Martin and David Schumacher, son of Ralph. Ralph Bone is next with Antares Al for company. Nicola Rossi lines up alongside Darren Lung ahead in turn of Matteo Larena. Then it's Christian Hook ahead of Andre Nukovoz. Adam Ali is ahead of Eduardo Liberati. Eddie Cheever goes from 54th ahead of Louis Machiels, and then Marcello Tomazzoni. Then it is Ahmed Al Khalifa ahead of Alexandre Leroy, and from the pit lane it will be Gabriel Rindone for Lion Speed. And as we also know, the optimum number 5 McLaren should be starting, if it can start at all, from the pits. Oh, that's the grid. Mauro Engel, this is the pole car, this is the view, and of course the The light is going to change. This perhaps the first two stints, not quite so bad, but stints 3 and 4, that's where the real change comes, isn't it?
Exactly. Sunset is in 2 hours 15 minutes from here on board with Marvin Kirchhoff. You can see on his dash those 4 blue boxes are tyre temperatures, so they're below 50 degrees in that McLaren, so he'll want to be working them harder. These tyres want to operate anything from 80 to 90 is perfect. And we go on board now with Eddie Cheever, who's in our GT2 race, qualifying earlier, pole position for him, so double duty. Interesting to see how these two Mercs attack each other into turn number 1.
So we are almost good to go. There is your Verstappen.com Aston Martin. Chris Lullen will be driving it after a season of radicals, but a real esports revelation. And Harry King is the third driver in that car, and if you follow Porsche racing, or indeed the Asian Le Mans Series in the winter, you'll know just how good, how exciting a talent Harry King is. So that's another car to watch. But under the "that's another car to watch" heading, there are probably 59 of them, aren't there? Such is the quality of the entry. On board here in number 991. That is the Paradigm Competition BMW of Patron, which is Darren Lung, British GT champion 2 seasons ago. And we understand that both number 5 McLaren has now joined 80 Porsche at the end of the pit lane. So the Optimum team have got the car good to go. So we are set for 6 hours here at Paul Ricard. What a way to start our Endurance Cup season in GT World Challenge, powered by AWS. It's an all-Mercedes AMG front row. Yellow is the colour of Maro Engel's Mercedes AMG. Alongside him will be Jules Gounon for Get Speed. Lights on the gantry are red. When the lights go green, like the blue touch paper, we are racing. And a good start is made by Engel. Gounon slots in behind him as they drop down towards turn 1. Others on their toes trying to dive up the inside as they come then 3, 4 wide in the mid-pack into the braking zone. Engel will lead Gounon. Bortolotti just gets up the inside in 3rd place then as the cars wriggle their way. 1 or 2 run wide, and now down they head towards turn 3 for the first time. Those that are off the road eventually get themselves back on, but Engel, a tidy start, he's going to lead.
Really went, didn't he? And Gounon had to tuck in early. No major contact through the first 2 corners. What have we got here? Rover BMW running wide. Big snap of oversteer for one of the Aston Martins there. I think that's the Falcon Horse one inside of turn 6. They're still all clean at the moment. Come to you car pushing the AF course, and look at them 4, 5 wide, streaming all the way back through to the final part of this 60 car field nearly.
So the cars charge on to the Mistral straight for the first time. Our 2 pit starters have joined in, but at the moment Maro Engel is getting away, is he not? Because he's building a gap over Bortolotti, who is up now into 2nd place as the cars accelerate their way into Scene. They don't use the chicane, of course, for this. It is that flat-out blast all the way now into the right-hander. So it is Engel leading. It's Bortolotti in 2nd place. It is Jules Gounon in 3rd. It's Marvin Kirchhoff as McLaren running in 4th. Then you've got Einstein Guvens Porsche in 5th. There it is. And he, in turn, is under attack, is he not? This is the view through Le Beausset. Engel building that gap, knowing exactly what he's got to do.
Bortolotti looks like he's just starting to gap Gounon a bit. Remember, this isn't going to be the story of an hour. Just because Engel started fastest doesn't mean the whole stint will go that way. Porsche getting up on the curb, running wide. All the teams can run different tyre pressures. As we see a McLaren getting down the inside of Gounon. Who was that? That's Dean McDonald. He's had a good start, hasn't he? He's got away from Sandy Mitchell, the 2 Scots starting alongside each other on the 4th row. It's been a really clean opening lap so far from everyone. Definitely in the top 20 as they stream across. Looks like Ramos just got turned around in the background last corner. That's going to cause carnage. He's rolling backwards, trying to get off the racing line. One of the Mercedes, was that Martin in the Boots and VDS car. It just looked like Ramos was at the apex and got turned around. Couldn't say who was at fault.
Yeah, it certainly was a Boots and VDS Mercedes. There were 2 of them, as you rightly say. So 1 badly delayed. We'll try and piece it together because I think Tom Fleming has been delayed in all of that, and Dustin Blattner, because they are late through, and also Nicola Rossi's Ferrari. So quite a few have been shuffled around out of all of that. Gazzo came through in 47th place in number 10, Boots and VDS Mercedes. And that was the lower place of the 2. So I think it might have been him rather than Maxime Martin's car. Anyway, at the end of lap 1, it was Engel leading by 11 tenths. So Maro Engel may not have been as quick as his co-drivers in terms of position in his session, as in Auer was quickest in Q1, Matteo Cairoli quickest in Q2, Maro Engel was not quickest in Q3, but he's building a gap and he's leaving Bortolotti, Gounon, McDonald, Kirchhofer and Gouven to argue it out amongst themselves. The Lamborghini then in 2nd spot of Mirko Bortolotti. starting to edge away just ever so slightly from Gounon.
Yeah, Bortolotti, though, is taken 2.5 tenths out of him at the opening part of this lap, and that Lamborghini is quick in a straight line. It's got 3 or 4 kilometres an hour over that Mercedes in front, so let's see how it flows for the next 2 laps. Maybe Bortolotti is going to be able to challenge Engel shortly.
Jerry Vermeulen in the Verstappen.com Aston, the 2-seat car, up into 11th place. Goes through, and there you've got Alex Buncombe now having, in fact, wriggled past him on this lap. So Buncombe's gone up, or back up 1 spot. Number 60 there is the Finlay Hutchison-driven Lamborghini. That was at the start of this lap in 19th place, but it's going to be shuffling all the way through now. There is 32, the WRT BMW. Charles Weerts, 9th at the start of the lap. Coming up now then towards the exit of turn 15 out of the Virage Dupont and over the line. So Engel leads the way, but quicker behind him is Bortolotti, and the gap from 11 tenths is down to 0.8 of a second, so it's game on here. Bortolotti is on a mission. In 3rd place is Gounon, 4th and 5th McLarens. It's then Dean McDonald ahead of Marvin Kirchhoff, and they've switched in turn. 6th is Gouven, Sandy Mitchell's Lamborghini is 7th, Simon Gachet's McLaren is 8th, Weerts is 9th. There's a big effort up the inside for the Mustang, number 64, that's Arjun Maini, to try to displace Ezekiel Perez compact, but he can't do it.
Yeah, it's a difficult move into turn 1 there. It's not the biggest brake zone, but he's got the switchback now, so the move will be done into 3. Is that going to leave the door open? And there are going to be more places lost for that Audi. A lot of cars running tight to each other. Look at that Aston Martin right at the back of the Rover. BMW, we saw a good job from Marciello in qualifying, but BMW not on the front foot pace-wise here at the moment. Will that change as temperatures lower? It changes the performance of the engine, but also the tyres. Look at the damage on the front of that Aston Martin. We saw how close that was to the Rover BMW. I would suggest it maybe got too close.
So that's going to have to pit, because the scrutineers will want it in, or that bodywork's going to rip off and be a hazard anyway. So come what may, it's going to have to bail for the pit lane. Is that Sorensen, number 7, 007, the Spa 24 winning car of last year, the same driver combination. You can see the damage, you can see it buckling up at the front, so visibility is going to be obscured. No, it's 21, isn't it? It's the other ComTU car, Nicholas Bart at the wheel of it, Kirby Pavels, Jamie Day, the other drivers. Nico Bart's the son, of course, of the owner of ComTU, so if anyone's going to damage it, better be him, I guess. But that's bound for the pit lane, isn't it? And I think, actually, there's more damage on the right front corner.
Yeah, there's no way the bonnet's just popped up without anything. No. The mechanics will have a quick look, and they'll see if they can just get through the race with some tank tape for now, just to pin it back down. They don't need to access the engine, so as long as they secure it good enough, that's okay. Strategy-wise, I can't see them being able to do anything. There's no point changing fuel, putting tyres on it just yet. So let's hope that there's a safety car later in the race for that.
Indeed so, as Engel leads Bortolotti with the gap going up again to 11 tenths of a second, although the fastest lap is the McLaren of Marvin Kirchhoff now, that runs in 5th place. Engel, Bortolotti, Gounon, McDonald, Kirchhoff and Gouven. In other words, Mercedes, AMG, Lamborghini, Mercedes, McLaren, Porsche is the order. And then another Lamborghini 7th, McLaren 8th. BMW, the best one, is 9th. Your best Aston Martin is currently 12th, and it's the Verstappen.com, not ComTU entry. The best Ferrari, Gulp, is only 15th, Arthur Leclerc. Your best Ford Mustang is 21st, Arjun Maini.
Yeah, the Ferrari's been struggling in straight line performance all weekend.
Beaucoup de courses d'endurance avant la
F1 et après aussi, pre-qualifying in the speed traps. And Paul Ricard, look at the tank tape already there, but it's more damage than they thought. The scrutineer to the right will make sure it's safe.
L'endurance a toujours été quelque chose.
They're going to have to look inside there, and maybe the bonnet pins have snapped, and they've got to replace them. That's not a quick job. That will be 2 to 3 minutes as a minimum.
Enough, so it's going to lose them a lap, and in this type of racing, I know it's endurance, but it is 6 hours of flat-out racing in real terms. You can't afford to drop off the lead lap. It's well nigh impossible to get that back unless you get a wave by. And in order to get a wave by, you need a safety car.
Yeah, and at the moment it's all been clean, hasn't it? We're starting also to get track limit warnings flooding through as well. So once you get through your first 4, you will start to attract penalties, and that really changes it. The teams will be on the radio to the drivers saying we cannot afford to be picking up track limit warnings within the first 10 minutes of a 6-hour race. But you tell that to a hot-blooded racing driver, it's not the easiest person to try and get to understand the gravity of the situation.
On the pits, James Allen is up to 56. Might not sound much, but he is making progress, so storming along quite well.
J'ai jamais piloté une voiture.
The frustration of the pit lane start is you lose your grid position, but the benefit, of course, is, as I say, you're behind all the dramas. And there is a troubled car heading over the timing line. That's a McLaren, isn't it?
It's a Kirchhoff.
It is. So Marvin Kirchhofer has got a problem, and that's struck coming off the last corner. Otherwise, he'd have gone for the pits, presumably.
So he's got an alarm on the dash. It's a false neutral. So basically, the car is stuck between gears. So Marvin's beyond the clutch now, trying to select a gear. And what happens there in the McLaren on a downshift or an upshift, as the gearbox is trying to ram through, it will just go dog to dog. So the two cogs smash against each other, and the car goes, I don't like this, and it puts you into a neutral. And that's what that alarm was. So that must have been an upshift. Second to third would be my guess over the start-finish straight. But my worry there is if that's happened already, that's going to be a legacy issue for the next part of this race, 5 hours, 51 minutes.
And he's already bailed, hasn't he, down at turn 5 to get out of harm's way. This is a limp home lap now for Marvin Kirchhofer. And so the frustrations continue. The Garage 59 McLaren now joining the Optimum McLaren with a problem. And you get the feeling that's not going to be a quick fix. So up through scene come the race leaders. Battle pack continues in mid-pack here. But right now, Kirchhofer is... I don't think he's even moving because he's not yet got to the end of the first sector. Now, is that the sort of thing you can cure with a stop and a sort of Control-Alt-Delete, or is it more serious?
It's more serious than that. Normally something would have gone out of sync there, so the car is just not happy. He's just, I think, gone through sector 1 now. Yeah. But the problem is, in this competitive nature, you're out the race. Yeah, exactly. And as a driver, it's the most defeatist attitude you can have. But look at Dean McDonald and the Cisco all over the back of Gounon. Fastest lap of the race on that last lap through. Is it going to be quicker? Let's listen to him.
You're doing great, Jude. Good job. Keep going. I'm scared. I have a lot of understeer on the right-hand corners. You don't need to be scared. You're very good. Keep going.
I've had more aggressive counselling lessons than that. So interesting feedback from Jules there. More understeer in right-handers. So why is that? Is there a tyre pressure deficit, left to right axle siding? Is there an odd one that? Is the car picked up some damage from a curb strike that's bent some of the geometry on that front end? But the problem is here at Paul Ricard, there's a lot more right-handers than left. Yeah. It could fix itself with tyre pressures. The team will have live telemetry, so they will see those tyre pressures. But realistically, that's the only change they can make to that car for the rest of this race. Is every pit stop when they change tyres, they can adjust the pressures to try and help out with that. But it's going to be difficult there for them.
Coming up then to the right-hander of Signe. And there you can see Jules Gounon. So if he's concerned about this understeer, he's going to have to live with it at least for now. He's doing his level best to stay with Bortolotti, but more importantly, keep Dean McDonald at bay. Dean leading the Gold Cup. There you can see the Gold Cup order. McDonald ahead with second in gold, Simon Gachet's McLaren, third in gold being Alex Buncombe. So Dean McDonald then in the now best place of the McLarens. Marvin Kirchhofer got it back to the pit lane, by the way, and another one in the pits is the Aston of Romain Larue. So we've got quite a few in their own kind of problems early on in the race.
Yeah, and it's a long race, but it's, like I said, it's impossible to recover with the competitive nature of the field. As soon as you've lost a second, that's it. It's never going to be found back, and that's why these endurance races in GT3 are now just single-hour sprints that add up to a 3-hour, 6-hour, 24-hour when we go to Spa for the Crowd Strike 24-hour race there. But look at these cars still running nose to tail, absolutely flat out, and there's battle packs forming all the way down, and you think, oh, everyone's sort of settling down, but then David Schumacher just does a purple sector, middle sector of the lap, all the way down in 27th position.
Bortolotti is getting away from Gounon now, and Dean McDonald rather cheekily flashing his lights at Jules to say, I'm quicker. Well, yeah, so what? You're fourth and I'm third, think Jules, and I'm going to defend as best I can, given that this is a car with which he's clearly not 100% comfortable. Whether they can do anything about that, whether the car starts to come to him as the track changes and the ambient changes, we'll have to wait and see. But right now, even if the car isn't 100% for him, third is a very, very good position to be in. Got another car there looking a little bit sluggish, trying to get out of the way. That's 35, which is Romain Larue, who has just joined in from a lengthy pit stop. So that's why he's trying to get out of the way of everybody as they come now to the Mistral once again. You can see there Gounon just dropping away slightly from Bortolotti. Behind him in fourth place, still Dean McDonald. Then the best of the Porsches, Einstein Guven. Now Guven has fallen away quite markedly, hasn't he, over the last couple of laps? Yeah, that car's really lost some pace as we see the overall top speeds, and the Fords really have been quick all weekend, and that's why probably the purple sector went for Schumacher there, 285k, over 175 miles an hour. But good to see the split of manufacturers in the top 5 there, all within 2 kilometers an hour. So the BOP working very, very well here. Yeah, that Ford Mustang, of course, with all of that grunt, 2 of them run by, as it now is, HRT Ford Performance. That would make an Australian race fan wins, but the HRT here is Haupt Racing Team rather than Holden Racing Team. Replay of the start, good getaway by Engel.
Yeah, Guven as well in the Porsche was actually up to 3rd position for a split second, I saw, and then Kirchhoffer managed to sweep back past Bortolotti, also hanging Guven out there. But look at the backpack, 5 wide, few cutting it, but I have to say the race director has put a bit of fear of God into the drivers, and not as bad as we have seen historically here at the start. A bit of side-to-side contact between that Volkenhurst Aston Martin and the 2nd AF course going into turn number 3. And then the concertina effect normally catches so many drivers out there, but it looked like, again, there was a tiny bit of contact just on the apex of 3. Car dive bombing down the inside. As we get on board here, you can see the snap of oversteer there. Cars having to cut the inside here. That drone shot is a great illustration of exactly what is going on everyone's dynamic, and you can see how contact happens so frequently at the start of a race.
So the cars accelerating there in the replay onto Mistral. This was the mid part of the lap, if you like, coming to the straight. 1 or 2 running out wide over the curb, and whoops, drama. That's why we lost one of the Ferraris to the bottom of the order.
Yeah, the Kessel Ferrari there, wasn't it? Just got sort of tapped into a very lazy spin from the Mercedes that scampered through that gravel trap there on the exit onto the Mistral straight.
Marvin Kirchhoffer, by the way, still in the pit lane. They've lost 2 laps now, so that's day done. Anything from here on in for Garage 59 just becomes a test session, which is a real shame, because that car had looked good this morning, particularly encouraging when Joseph Loke drove it in Q1, his first GT3 outing. Engel leading now, the gap creeping up, nearly 2 seconds over Bortolotti. And another incident that we had was coming through that last corner, remember, when we talked about a car getting turned around, and that was 74, that was the Dustin Blattner Ferrari at the Virage de la Tour. There was another one after that at Virage du Pont, in fact.
Yeah, no, that was Ramos, wasn't it, getting turned around at the start. He's actually climbed back up to 50th position. James Allen in that Optima McLaren up to 45th now. So there are cars on the move on the bottom part of this 59 car pack. Dean McDonald looking to try and get past Gounon. He caught up to the back of it quickly, and now he is stuck there. It seems like he hasn't particularly got an answer to get round the front. As you can see Nicholas Bart there with the taped up front, he's going to start to become a problem for these lead 4 cars in the next few laps. Gounon feeling like he's got to defend into turn number 1 there. Interesting that he's now starting to look in his mirrors rather than forwards.
So the race now is on to lap number 9 as the field turns through turn number 1, the Est de la Verrière. There you've got a little bit further back in the queue, number 112 McLaren. So the other CSA entry, Maxime Romain at the wheel, on a big push currently in 19th place. And a challenge perhaps a little bit further back, Arjun Maini looking for a way past him. The VSR Lamborghini there, number 60, Finlay Hutchison, back into GT World Challenge Europe this year, going nicely in 18th place. He's got cars to defend, admittedly, but he's keeping them at bay for now. The number 60 Lamborghini that he shares with Alessio De Leda and Michele Beretta, 2 regular Lamborghini and very quick pedalers. Finlay Hutchison getting used to a car that's new to him. Now let's see what the Mustang can do in a straight line here as the cars pound their way along the Mistral.
Looking pretty even at the moment. Now the slipstream will start to grow. It exponentially grows as speed goes. So we'll be into 275, 280k, pops to the inside. McLaren doesn't defend, then gives it a little jink just to try and outpsych him, but down to the inside and through they go. Good, clean racing. Slight bit of gamesmanship there from the McLaren, but now what can that Mustang do? Can it go forwards and start picking off a few more cars?
So he's ahead of the McLaren at 1 gain. And the Mustang last year, remember when we were here, they were being run by Proton Competition. Ford has taken a much more active part in this now. Hubert Haupt switching from Mercedes to Ford to be, if you like, a factory team. He clearly sees the potential. 2 cars on the grid. The Mustang is going to be quicker and quicker and quicker as the year goes on. Engel, meantime, 1.9 seconds to the good. Change imminent for 3rd place. To the outside line goes Dean McDonald. No respect for reputation, is he?
No, it really isn't. And interestingly, Gounon's deciding it is better to defend. Every time you make a move to the middle of the track, it compromises you 2-3 tenths of a second as they overtake the photographer on the scooter. That was a good visual. And Gounon's deciding that the car's going to come to him, because if you're willing to defend and lose that time, you must think the car's going to come back to you. Otherwise, you would swallow some pride and let that McLaren go, because overall, you would get to the end of this race faster than having to defend. He's probably thinking, you know what, I've got the measure of the car for 14 of the corners, but it's only turn 1 where the McLaren of Dean McDonald seems to get close enough. So I think Gounon's going to carry on that tack for now, and then that will force Dean McDonald into a slight plan B. Where can I attack next? As a driver trying to overtake, you find your strength, their weaknesses, and try and go from there. Let's listen into Jules. Let's see if he's got anything on an update-wise on
So
that
the
sort of
McLaren
handling.
behind pushing a lot, but Guven already dropping off quite a bit. You're doing great, Jules. Come on, keep going.
Yeah, just seeing if Gounon was going to reply there. The team really feeling like they're going to have to dig deep with Jules and give him some encouragement. I'm sure their game plan would have been to leading this race in front of that yellow Mercedes. So for that yellow Mercedes to be disappearing away from them and being hustled now for the battle for the final podium position, they're just trying to get him going and seeing where they are. They're telling that Gouven's dropping off. Maybe that's a slight sort of hint of going, don't need to fight this McLaren too hard. If you do get overtaken, we still have a very strong gap to the 5th place Porsche, which is 5 points to the inside. That
Big
is
dive,
a
isn't it?
move.
Dean McDonald has a big dive, leans a little bit on the Mercedes as they come side by side off the corner. Jules Gounon's going to have the inside line for turn 1, but who's got the drag in a straight line? Mercedes versus McLaren, absolutely level as they come across the line. It was McDonald ahead by 14 thousandths a second. Last of the late breakers, Jules Gounon on the inside for turn 1. Round the outside goes McDonald, gets the job done. Very, very nicely done indeed. Doesn't run too wide, secures the place. And to do that to Jules Gounon, that's quite a move.
Yeah, the move at the last corner, that's why I was out of breath just looking at it, because it's not really a move. It needs both cars to want to tango there for the move not to result in contact. And Dean McDonald just lobbed it down the inside and said to Jules, if you turn in, we're both crashing. And it's a move that pro on pro, it isn't a respectable move. It's a move that you are forcing someone, that you're forcing their hand, and if there's damage, it is normally the overtaker's fault in that instance. I thought Gounon was going to run him out of road on the exit of 1, but gave him a lot of respect, and I'd be interested to see now what's the pace of McLaren. So watch this McLaren, pops inside. Gounon does so well to see him at the last minute, gives him a car space. They stay side by side all the way down the pit straight, and then Gounon very fair through 1, leaving McDonald space on the outside. And at the moment, it does look like he's pulling away a bit.
There's Anchin Gouven. And there is the battle going on between number 32 Charles Wirtz, 96 Sven Muller. This is for 8th and 9th places. BMW is ahead at the moment, but not by very much. Remember, these are both in pro and are 6th and 7th in the class. But currently, as I say, 8th and 9th in the overall classification. Charles Wirtz in the best of the BMWs right now. But Sven Muller, plug-and-play Porsche driver, looking for a way up the inside. Up the curb he goes, tries to shorten the corner. Charles Wirtz still stays ahead. The BMW right now, you would say, does not have the pace, but do not rule it out at the end of 6 hours. We know how good WRT can be at playing the long game. We know how good they are in the pit lane, but this is, for the moment, the best of the BMWs, certainly in pro as well. Up towards the line comes Wirtz, with Sven Muller bearing down on him. Lead gap is 1.9 seconds, and Dean McDonald, now that he is released, is fractionally quicker than Bortolotti, so the gap to 2nd to 3rd will be another interesting one to monitor. Look at the amount of rubber that's now junked on the side of the racetrack at turn 1, and that's only going to build up as the race goes on.
Yeah, it's definitely a characteristic of this new DHG Pirelli tyre as well. It sheds the rubber, and those big lumps there, that's where the tyre is sort of self-cleaning. So as it turns into the corner, the tyre will clean up its own marble, but then it rolls into a ball and sits in the wheel arch or in the sill of these cars, and then gets ejected at the end of a brake zone. So if you have to overtake a car there and you pick that up on your tyre, it's going to feel terrible. It's going to feel like there's a jackhammer underneath your seat firing away. Look at those two Ferraris still running nose to tail. They really have got a lack of overall pace, and they will be saying that this is exactly what they've got, and they've got nothing more to give at the moment, purely based on their pace is so identical all the way down in 14th and 15th position. They are race-winning cars and championship-winning cars in this series in years gone by. And you can just start to see at the end of the Mistral, they're just starting to lose contact with that Aston Martin in front of them. And it's then difficult then to make that lap time. So look at senior corner, top speed powered by AWS, 259 kilometers an hour for Dustin Blackman there. He's 6 kilometers an hour quicker than anybody else at the moment. So really, really strong pace there from that Ferrari.
So we are now on to lap number 12, and just while we're watching a battle, let's hear from a first guest of the race. Jan Mardenborough joins us in the booth, and delighted to have him back on the grid. We get all excited about this Ford Mustang, and that's just watching it. What's it like in the car? Noisy?
It sounds great inside the car as well as outside, and yeah, it's quite a special car. The project performance and HRT, they're pushing hard, and it's the best livery, it's the best sounding car, it's the best looking car, and yeah, we're going to get the best driving car eventually as well. So.
Where are you in the development of it? I mean, okay, we saw the Mustang here last year, but now HRT has taken over. Clearly the car has moved on, but again, you would argue there's more to come.
Yeah, every single time I've driven the car, and it's only a few times, even very recently, it's changed a lot. So even for me, we have regular drivers like Arjun Mani, who's in the car now, where he's driving the car day in, day out. He's doing the development. He's more used to it, whereas me and my teammate, I can talk myself, but every single time I'm in the car, there's something new. So there is an adjustment period with that, but yeah, each time I'm in the car, it's getting stronger and stronger.
Just a quick look at this battle that's going on for 31st place. It doesn't sound all that sparkling, but such is the level of competition. It's a tough battle. Ricard Leeds versus Eddie Cheever, and it's Cheever in the Ferrari. Looks to the inside, gets up the curb, couldn't quite do it. That's a part of the circuit where you can play with the curb, I guess.
Yeah, on the inside, I mean, we were testing what we can get away with. I guess every single driver did the same thing yesterday in the pre-qualifying and the practice session. But you do get track limits at the exit of 5, and it is quite easy to do that as well. And even in the night as well, which I've learnt, and so there's no getting around it, but it's fair for everybody now, so it's clear.
And this Mistral straight, we know how long it is. It goes on and it goes on and it goes on. What sort of speed are you reaching in the Mustang at the end of that?
Well, McLaren's quicker than us. I mean, there seems to be a lot of drivers coming to us and saying, well, you're really quick down the straights, but we're good. Don't get us wrong, but we're in line with the other manufacturers, especially McLaren as well. So it is the strength of the Mustang. The engine is fantastic, and the drivability of the car is great as well. Yeah, it's a strength. This place is strong for us. I guess it'd be similar for Monza as well.
How are you dividing the race? Are you doing single stints? Are you doing 3 doubles? Who gets the night shift to the end?
Well, it's ever changing. An hour and a half ago, we were all going to be doing singles, whereas now it's changed that 2 of the guys will be doing singles, then I'll do a double, and then 2 guys at the end will do singles.
Okay.
But that could change. I don't know. I like that. My engineer he's very on the fly, and you need that in the race. It's always changing. We had rain in some of the qualifying sessions, so maybe that will be. It'll be different later on in the race as well. So I'm on call, like I have people texting me and whatnot to come back if it changes.
All right, one more question, I guess, then before we better let you go.
No, I'm good for that. I know for sure 8 o'clock I'm around in the car, so we're all good.
Just wondering what your weather forecast says. We've heard one that says rain about 11 p.m. But are you banking on a dry race, or?
I personally don't know, to be honest.
Right, okay, you can't change it.
No, I don't have any control over it. If it rains, cool. If not, great. Get on with it.
This corner they're heading to now, senior, we know it's a fast right. In the car, quite a buzz?
Yeah, it's one of the corners which is really ballsy of all motorsport and GT cars. Like, I'd say it's more of a challenge at Rouge than this corner.
Really?
Yeah, because depending on the wind as well.
Okay.
If you've got a tailwind in there, it's pretty edgy. If you've even got a headwind in there, it's pretty edgy. With how it kind of snaps at the mid corner. But yeah, even when the wind is dead, it's such a rush, and you've got to pay attention as well now because of these pesky track limits. So it's super easy to just drop the right rear beyond that white line.
Looking at the battles going on here, Porsche versus BMW, just up the road ahead. You've got Porsche, Lamborghini, McLaren. BOP seems to have worked its magic again because you've got all these different brands, all so competitive.
I love it. I'm a racing fan. I'm a petrol head, and when I was a kid watching this type of racing, whether it be British touring cars or GT racing, seeing the variety of cars and different engine configurations, it's great. It's for the motorsport fan, it's better.
And the circuit itself, you know, Joe and I were discussing it in qualifying, as you look at Mauro Engel's Mercedes getting away up front. Is this a place where you need aero, do you need horsepower, or really do you need both?
It's both, really. We're pretty blessed with what we have right now with the strength of the straight line stuff.
Yeah.
Our traction is pretty good as well. We do lack a little bit right now of aero, but this circuit's a test circuit, right? So you have Michelin straight, but then sector 1 going through 3, 4, 5, 6, man, like if you mess up 3, it really cocks up everything, and the curb usage you can do as well through 4, it really hooks the car around. So if you're a bit off your line through 3, mechanically your car's not sorted, it is very technical.
And a change for second place there. Dean McDonald through on the inside, coming up towards Senior. So that's pretty brave. Through he's gone. Dean McDonald then up into second place. And now he can set off in pursuit of Mauro Engel. Jan, I better let you go and concentrate on the rest of your evening. Good to see you. Welcome back to the championship.
Thank you very much.
Nice to see you. Jan Mardenborough then for the HRT Ford Performance Squad. And no doubt we'll be talking a lot about Jan Mardenborough over the course of today, course of the championship season, particularly as, to go back to one of the original points, that Ford Mustang just develops and gets faster and faster and faster and faster. But talking of faster and faster and faster, Dean McDonald is on a mission.
He's rapid, but I'm worried how slow Bortolotti was at the end of the straight there. 15 kilometers an hour down in that speed trap. Yes, he might have just rolled out the throttle to not lose any time for the overtake he thought was coming. But yeah, really worried about Bortolotti's pace there. Is Gunong now going to start reeling him in? And there's McDonald going to start reeling Engel in as we go side by side between the BMW 992 there of James Kellett and just trying to get the drive on that Lamborghini. It's going to be a hard overtake to be done on this last part of the lap as we flick back to Arjen Guven against Mitchell and Simon Gachet there. 3 cars. Guven has had 0 pace from the start of this race. Really surprised after a strong qualifying for the car. It doesn't seem to be able to keep itself in the top 5 on merit by pace at the moment.
And Sven Muller is sort of there or thereabouts to the queue of cars, isn't he, in 9th place. But yeah, Guven is more defending than being able to attack. And it is interesting because last year that car led the race outright, and it was only a 3-hour race, but that doesn't matter, the pace was there. Certainly had a bad pit stop and a penalty incurred as well. But yeah, you're right, Guven is struggling for pace. Just looking out of the window at Marshall's putting coats on. I don't think it's raining yet, but it's getting chillier, and it is a really blustery day here. The wind is quite strong.
Yeah, and it's whipping the rain in from the Med in these real small cloud clusters, and they can be pretty heavy from the rain that we've had today. But just to go back on that Arjen Guven point, the gap to the car in front Jules Gounon is the biggest gap of any car on the field, all the way down to 45th place. So that car is struggling for pace and is holding up all of these cars behind who are forming a bit of an orderly queue, but racing drivers do not like staying in an orderly queue.
And I was about to say, they can't get past, but now Sandy Mitchell does have a go at Le Beausset. Guven just about able to close the door. Sandy Mitchell forced up the curb. Yeah, I mean, okay, that Porsche hasn't got great pace, but it's only now that Sandy Mitchell is in a position where he can properly attack. So yeah, Guven is having to defend, and yes, the car doesn't look as quick as some of those around, but nobody has gone storming past him and pulled away yet.
Yeah, he's losing 0.8 of a second to the front 4, so that Porsche is getting worse pace-wise, if anything, as well. And that's why we're seeing this bottling up effect. And if Mitchell doesn't get it done, then Gachet will get on the back of Mitchell and say, if you're not going to do the job, then I'll do it for you. And then that will fall down all the way down the order to Wirtz, to Muller, to maybe even Al Buncombe getting on the back of the pack there, and then all the way back to Vermeulen and Aston Martin. Mitchell to the outside. Can he get it done? No. It was a good idea, but didn't quite have the overspeed in the mid part of the corner to get the overlap, to claim the apex. And here comes the McLaren to the inside, 3 wide. This could be a change for 6th position.
Let's have a look, because under braking then, down the inside dives the McLaren, almost leans on the Lamborghini. Sven Muller in the Porsche behind, waiting to find his gap. Arjen Guven gets a free ride for a couple of corners, and actually Muller is going to be the beneficiary, the real optimist, round the outside then of the McLaren of Simon Gachet, the Retronic Racing Porsche on the outside line, and he's done it. Mega move by Muller. He'd worked his way past Charles Wirtz anyway, and now he's gained another place. There was one Porsche is struggling. The yellow and blue Retronic Porsche, double gain because he's got ahead of a BMW and then a McLaren. And Sven Muller, who was racing like Sandy Mitchell in British GT at Donington a week ago, finds himself up the order, and that Porsche looking a lot more racy than the Schumacher CLRT car at the head of this queue.
Yeah, Muller through the corner there was insane. Going round the outside at 6 was strong, but as what I predicted, Mitchell didn't get the job done. So then Gachet got on the front foot, which then turned into him being on the back foot, and that's what we're going to see. And Arjen Guven, that's his only hope, is to back cars up into each other and make them fall over each other. Yeah. Otherwise, I think he's going to be losing 6 places in the next 27 minutes of his stint.
And we are half an hour in, and it's been moderately calm in terms of no full course yellows or safety cars. There you've got Al Buncombe for Bob Neville's team RJM, the squad for whom Alex won outright in, 2015 in the Nissan days. But Bob Neville now with McLaren, and it's going to be Tommy Foster, new to the championship, and Rhys Barr doing the other driving stints. Charles Weerts, new co-drivers for him, Ugo de Wilde, and Calvin van der Linde coming back to WRT, so there's a bit of gelling going on there. You can never rule out WRT, so that car, I'm still convinced, is going to be getting there towards the end of the race. The lead gap in the meantime between Mauro Engel and Dean McDonald is now 1.8 seconds. Mirko Bortolotti it is in 3rd spot, Jules Gounon 4th, Arjen Guven 5th, but Sven Muller is the man on the mission right now. Behind Weerts, there you've got Buncombe, behind Buncombe you've got Vermeulen, and then Augusto Farfus in 12th place. Remember that Weerts 9th is the best of the BMW drivers, and that's still a brand that hasn't ignited, if you like, in the race thus far.
Yeah, Farfus has got some pace, but not at the moment enough to actually catch this battle pack that's formed in front of him. That may change. Track temperature dropping away, 21 degrees now, so it's falling away quickly. The sunset's 8:15, but it's so overcast here. I think we're going to be properly dark by 8:15, let alone a little bit before you see the endurance lights on the car, on that McLaren, the centre light, and also what we'd call the curb lights. So they'll start to get turned on just to help the drivers pick their points as the light fades. Some drivers love the darkness. It really is like a tunnel effect. As when you're in there, all you can see is the track. There's no external influences. You can see how bright the lights are on the cars just with the headlight flash from Sven Muller there, just trying to catch the eye of Sandy Mitchell into scene. Dirty but fair move, that one, as a driver. You really don't, you're not proud of it, but you can't think of a better idea than you just do it, basically. But he's given Sandy the hurry up. He was like, mate, you've been stuck behind this Porsche now for 35 minutes. If you're not the man for the job, let me through and I'll do the job for us.
And interesting as well to contrast the pace, compare the pace of the two Porsches, because certainly Muller is on the attack. Now, yeah, Guven's pace might be being slightly compromised because he's having to defend, but if he had good pace, he wouldn't be defending, he'd be pulling away.
Yeah, exactly, and you've got to try and break that cycle as Muller looked to the inside of Mitchell. Mitchell gave him the space, but they're both going to lose time there, and again, that's going to give Guven 5/6 tenths of a second, so probably half a lap of respite. Is that his chance to break free? Muller's going to try and go round the outside here at turn number 1. What's Mitchell going to do? Can he force him wide onto the dirty part of the track, or is Muller going to send it? Muller thinks better. He's going to pull over to the left hard to try and get the cutback now, to try and get the inside into turn number 3. He's not got the speed to get it done. Mitchell covers the inside. Muller just keeps his foot nailed to the floor, now on the outside again. It's a long way round here into turn number 3, tucks it back in. Is he going to send it down the inside to the next right-hander at 6? Now, pop to the inside. Mitchell looked like he covered it well, but Arjen Guven still has that gap.
And has extended the gap, because now that it's Mitchell having to go defensive, that gives Guven a free ride for a couple of corners. Also, Gachet is coming under attack from Charles Weerts, so I know they're a long way back from the leaders, but cars now, like 96 Porsche, like 32 BMW, starting to look a little bit different in terms of their pace. So as the cars now head down the Mistral, yellow lights were flashing there, yellow flag. Have we got a drama? Yes, we've got a yellow in that sector. So the yellow flags are being shown. Now let's try and work out for who. So up towards Senior they come, and Arjen Guven's Porsche clears that part of the racetrack. I can't instantly see, unless it's debris, quite why the yellows were shown. So there's a yellow in that sector. Keep an eye to that as we work lap number 19. So Engel leads the way, 1.7 seconds from Dean McDonald. Charles Weerts trying to get up the inside of Simon Gachet. Big flash of the lights, but that's out of frustration more than anything else, because Gachet, quite rightly, is fighting for position.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what this yellow flag is for. We haven't seen an eye of it at the moment, but Sector 2 is pretty much only turns 6, 7 and the Mistral as we go to another battle between the Mustang and the Audi. And then we've got the Corvette to the inside. There's 2 American muscle cars against that little Audi. And let me tell you, that Audi isn't small. No. Those other 2 cars are big. Is the Mustang doing well pace-wise? It's been in a rhythm, but we're hearing reports it's not being the most stable car. Is it working its rear tyre a bit too hard? Is it going to be starting to oversteer? The driver can, of course, change the traction control there. Schumacher will be well versed with that car, but the stellar run Chevrolet Corvette now looks like it's also on the front foot. This battle pack really, again, compact in that Audi in the front is kind of holding them up in a sort of Guven style, isn't he? And that's the problem with GT racing. The overtaking is hard. You can catch up, but the overtaking is not easy.
David Schumacher in the yellow there, Mustang number 65, 24 Corvette behind his Matisse Lismont, and the new to the championship SRO Motorsport entry, still looking good, and is in 26th place overall. So down they drop towards turn 3. Mustang, another of the cars that runs in the Silver Cup. Silver at the minute being led by Finlay Hutchison, number 60 Lamborghini. Still that yellow flag being shown in sector 2, and that's the reason it is a McLaren that stopped. I wonder if that's 59 again. It's Marvin Kirchhofer that's rejoined, but not for very long. So 59 McLaren has ground to a halt. That's day done surely now.
Yeah, he was on an out lap, and he's out of the race lap now, isn't he? He's parked up, and yeah, the yellows are out to cover them, but not sure where they're going to be able to recover that car too. It's out of the way enough. You can just see it on the right-hand side, a shot there. The marshal's parked his car up the other side of the barrier. So for me, it's a safe enough place not to need a full course yellow, and I assume they're going to leave the yellows out for a few laps, let all the drivers know where that car is, rescind the yellows, and then recover the car when they can under another full course yellow, if we get one in the remaining 5 hours and 20 minutes to go. But yeah, just watching the lead battle as well. The last few laps, Dean McDonald has been quicker than Engel, so that's now down to a second, that gap. Dean McDonald still the fastest driver, and it looks like we've gone full course yellow. Yes, the car's slowing down to 80 kilometers an hour. So yeah, the race control deciding that car isn't in a safe enough place, and it's going to be a pretty quick full course yellow, it would be my imagination.
Yeah, it depends really. As long as they've got the recovery vehicle in place, the longer a full course yellow goes, the closer you get towards a safety car, because the tyre temperature goes. But full course yellow then to remove number 59 McLaren, and the race control team will be keeping an eye on this to try to make sure that it doesn't take too long. But the reason to go safety car at the end of it is to let the cars go faster, because you can go quicker under a safety car than a full course yellow, and therefore tyre temperature and pressure comes up again. So there you can see the cars now slowed down, and of course when the full course yellow is called, everyone has to slow to the regulation speed. So the call comes and you'll see people slow, but then they have to hold station, so everybody tries desperately not to overtake. They spent the last few laps trying to overtake, now they're trying not to, understandably so.
Yeah, so they get a countdown from the engineer on the radio, and the in-car marshalling display will count them down from 10 seconds, and you've got to be at 80 kilometers an hour when it hits 0. So you've got to work out what speed I'm doing live and what I need to get down to 80 at the right time. You can actually see the Porsche, the brake dust coming out, as we see some cars boxing. This is slightly off strategy. At the moment, I can't see how you get to the end of the race without being very lucky. The maximum stint time is 62 minutes, 61 minutes and 59 seconds to be precise. So with that, you just don't have the margin to get it back. They've pitted nearly 20 minutes early with 4 more stops after this one, and only been able to recover 8 minutes effectively. They need a full course yellow pit stop where you can pit 5 minutes later than that, so 67 minutes. So that's a roll of the dice for both that Come To You Aston and the Boutsen VDS Merc.
Yes, you have what's called an extended driving stint. So if towards the end of your allotted time there is a full course yellow or a safety car, of course the lap is slower, so you can't get in time, so you're given this effectively 5-minute grace period. So that's the lead car, that's Maro Engel, and I would propose to you that this is going to go safety car, because it's not been a quick full course yellow. The benefit of doing a full course yellow is you slow everybody down. You don't need to worry about finding the leader. You can slow everybody down. Fine, done that. Then you can put the safety car out if you wish. It in turn can find the race leader. Then you can go to the safety car procedure. But the full course yellow initially just slows everybody down, makes it safer for anybody that needs to go trackside.
Yeah, it has to be definitely under a minute and a half maybe, but we've been full course yellow now for nearly 3, so you are correct. I think we'll go full course yellow. You can see Kirchhoff driver's car, top right of screen, just getting pushed back actually. So it's a shame they couldn't have the marshals there a bit earlier, and they could have probably done that in the time. I say a shame. I'm a racing driver, pure at heart. A safety car is what we really want, don't we, as a spectacle? That's going to bunch every single one of these drivers up. So that gap that was in front of Guven, that was protecting Gunon and the top three in front of him, evaporates instantly.
There's a saying, is there not, in the British Touring Car Championship, for example, safety cars breed safety cars. Yeah, you bunch up 50-plus cars and then wait to see what happens. Well, we don't go safety car. We're going to have a green flag now, so the pace quickens. Neil Vitic, the race director, decides to let them go. Fine. So we're back racing, and now you see who's quick on their toes and quick to respond to the message. They get a countdown that it's going to end. We go racing once more then, and Guven tries to break away from Sandy Mitchell. This is the battle for 5th place, so safety car not required. That's good. The race continues, and Guven is going to have to go defensive yet again. Here they come, up towards the end of lap number 21. Leaders have already gone by, and we are about 17 minutes away from the end of the first hour. That's flown by.
Really has, and just looking down the order, Alan in that Optimum McLaren that started last, up to 37th place. That's been a stint and a half. Yeah. 22 cars overtaken there, so that would have been fun. Guven got a good restart, didn't they? It'd be interesting to see what team information has, because the procedure would be short notice on green and then literally a 10-second countdown. So hard for the teams to respond quickly sometimes if the driver's talking, for example, on the radio. So this is why procedures are so important in motorsport. Has Guven now got anything? The tyre pressures probably would have dropped maybe sort of 5-10%. Big slide there from Sven Muller as he hooked up the curb. Look at the rubber laid down there, and then all the other cars able to hug the inside. Maybe that Porsche working its rear tyre, obviously the only car with the engine configuration hanging over the rear axle. Definitely works the tyre differently. We've said it before, new tyre this year. A lot of information we learned from this race ahead of Spa. Yes, the teams go testing, but you haven't done a 6-hour race test, and that's when you really start to understand the new tyre.
So the full course yellow done, back racing, and now up towards the right of senior they come. So Engel to McDonald, 1.6 seconds. There's Charles Weert, still 9th. The other interesting part, of course, of all of this, as we now start to tee up to the first round of stops, is whether or not we are going to have driver changes or whether it's going to be a double. You heard Jan Marden saying things are changing for his team on the hoof, as it were. We know that some teams are going to put their gun in for stints 1 and 6. Others might do doubles, others might do singles. So there's going to be a lot to look at when we get to the first round of stops. That's going to be about 15 minutes away. Number 30 has been noted for overtaking under the safety car. Number 30 being the WRT BMW of Gilles Stadsbader. That tends to go down pretty badly with race control, so we'll keep an eye to anything that might be in the system about that as the leaders then come over the line once more. Lead gap's coming down. McDonald's 1.3 seconds back now from Mauro Engel. Bortolotti still 3rd. Gunon is 4th. And then you've got 14.5 seconds before that wave of cars for 5th place goes through. There's Engel, and look how close McDonald has got. And don't forget, that's not a pro entry, that's a Gold Cup car.
Yeah, and you think, why is it grown so much under a full course yellow? Because everyone does 80, but where the car is the delta. So because they're nearly at the end of the pit straight, that Guven battle, they've got to slow down more. It's more of a delta time loss. Yeah. Whereas I'm assuming the first 4 cars are either in turn 2 or turn 3 brake zone. So they've been able to extend that lead. Those top 4 cars in a class of their own, they're the only cars giving us consistently 1 minute 55 lap times all the way through this stint. And you can see they're now starting to get a bit of traffic. This is where it's going to get dicey and interesting. They've been running in their own clean air. Look at the exit speeds out of the corner we're looking at. Engel 232. Allen, who we said about 22 positions, getting 229. Gunon 229. So the fastest car, the lead car, also very quick out of the scariest corner on this lap. But this traffic is going to start really compromising them as soon as you can see a bit of weakness from the car in front of the traffic. Dean McDonald's going to try and strike here. Engel gets past the team Qatar Audi. Okay, can McDonald follow him through? Looks like that gap's come down a small bit to me. And then look at the cars. We've got 4 or 5 cars for Engel to go. McDonald is on the rear bumper of Engel.
Dean McDonald then in the 2nd place McLaren goes through, shares that car with Adam Smalley and Louis Pret. Class win is really what they're after. But right now they are on the back of the lead Mercedes, 0.3 of a second, and traffic up the road. It's going to get interesting doubly now because you've got Engel having to get himself through traffic and try to defend as well. Nose to tail they run. Here they come. Meanwhile, let's quickly go to the pit lane. Engel on the attack. Pit lane beckons.
I'm down with Nicolas Bay at 270. Come to you, driver. Talk us through that early pit stop.
Yeah, we had to pit because we had an early contact. So the hood of the car just popped out, and we had to repair once, and then we had to take this chance to box to pray to stay in the same lap as the leader, especially in silver class. So now I think we need a bit of luck on our side to come back in the leaderboard.
Good luck.
And there, a big effort being made by Sven Muller to get past Sandy Mitchell then. That is for 6th place. So Mitchell has fallen back from Guven because he's defending and he's all sideways coming on the Mistral. Absolutely on the limit is Sandy Mitchell. And Sven Muller thinks, right, I've got you rattled now. Now I can think about where to make the move. Simon Gachet next in the queue in the McLaren. Muller tries one side, gets a face full of Sandy Mitchell. Now he wants the outside line. Then he goes back to the inside. Trying to work out with the toe which way to go. The only way he can is the outside because that's the only place Sandy Mitchell's going to give him room. But then Gachet gets a toe off the pair of them. He's going to get up the inside of the McLaren. 3 wide almost up to Senior, and Mitchell stays ahead. Great racing between these three. Sandy Mitchell stands his ground, and the very rapid Scotsman keeps Sven Muller at bay, who in turn keeps Simon Gachet at bay. And if Charles Wirtz was waiting for it to end in tears, that didn't work. Now he gets his nose up the inside of the McLaren. Couldn't quite do it. Fabulous racing this, and Mitchell just extends that pretty slender margin by another length.
Yeah, down the inside verts on Gachet there. It wasn't really a move, it was more of a look. But something must have kicked off before we cut to that, because the gap to Mitchell was already big to Guven. So I think Muller must have had a look either at turn 1 or turn 3 and made that gap. What a save from Mitchell onto the Mistral straight. You could see the brake lights come on. He was so sideways, he decided the best thing to do with his left foot, it would have been a jab on the brake, just to lock the front tyres ever so slightly to take out some of that angle of that drift. That was a huge save. These cars are not drift cars. He would have been 180 degrees of opposite lock, doing 200 kilometers an hour at that point. But look how quickly they catch Guven up again. I think they've got 6-7 tenths of a second over Guven if they could be in clear air, but they're just not working together. It's a battle that Guven will be delighted that is happening behind him.
And it's keeping him in 5th place, isn't it? Because nothing else particularly is at the moment, certainly not the pace of the car. You've got a incident for Eddie Cheever. He's been off the road at turn 2 and gained an advantage, so that's being noted by race control. So there might be more in the system for number 93, which these days goes under the Ziggo Sport Tempesta heading. Right, there's Guven, there's Mitchell, there's Muller. Small gap, Gachet next. He's having to defend from Wirtz now. As soon as you have to start defending, that changes everything. You drop off the pace of those ahead. Yellow in sector 2 again, and this is sector 2.
Yeah, it must be just behind what we've seen, because I couldn't see anything down the Mistral. Sector 2 ends in the next 200 metres, so must be turn 6 or 7 there. These guys are clear of that at the moment. I thought Gachet was going to get past both Mitchell and Muller at the end of the straight and just couldn't seem to stay in the toe long enough, so he will be ruining that mistake, because that has now let him away from here. But Mitchell now on Guven. You've got to strike while the iron's hot. Pop it to the inside now. He had a look earlier. Guven defending there, middle of the road. He is aggressive with this defence. They know they're getting to the end of their stint. There's another McLaren. That's the optimum one, isn't it? James Allen had done an amazing job. Again, I think that's more of a technical issue, not a crash. It's not anywhere near the barrier, and it just looks like it's run out of puff.
So now we'll see whether that car can restart or whether we're going to have yet another interruption to get it out of the way as we approach the end of the first hour as well. So this might start to alter pit strategies to a touch. There you've got Sven Muller just tagging the back slightly of Sandy Mitchell's Lamborghini as they concertina into the Virage Dupont. Over the line comes, deep breath, Guven, Mitchell, Muller, then Gachet, then Wirtz. That gets you down to 9th place. Wirtz has just got away a little bit from Alex Buncombe now. The real mover here, the one that's on his toes, is Sven Muller. He's fed up of looking at the back of Sandy Mitchell's car, and he knows, as he's made the point a few laps back, that if Mitchell can't get past Guven, he wants to give it a try himself.
I'm mildly convincing myself that Muller's actually been a wingman for Guven here, both Porsche factory drivers. I think he's trying to distract Mitchell to save Mitchell overtaking Guven at times. It's a wingman situation where I just can't see why he's being so aggressive on Mitchell, where he knows Mitchell could get the job done. It just doesn't stack up to me. They're not working together as a pack. It's like they're working as a manufacturer against Mitchell in that sort of Italian-German sandwich.
Even though the Porsches come out of different teams, but yeah, it could be for manufacturer points, so one to keep an eye to as the race wears on. Lap 26 then, as there you can see the two race leaders almost together now, half a second between them, that's all. Through the traffic they come, getting past number 15 BMW. Tomassoni at the wheel of it, the BMW Italia Team Ceccato car. But yeah, Dean McDonald wants to end this stint as a race leader, and he wants that lead on merit, not by Engel peeling off and pitting. So together they run. Dean McDonald has done a really good job in this stint, of course. He started 8th on the grid, and here he is looking for the race lead. Engel, last year champion. We go full course yellow again. So full course yellow called. That's going to be for McLaren number 5. Yeah, just going to say, Dean McDonald on the back of Mauro Engel, last year's overall champion, last year's sprint champion, and full course yellow for the second time in the race now.
Is anyone going to pit? The pit window for me is just open. You could get to the end of the race. If you took this full course yellow pit, it would be a risk. I wouldn't expect anyone inside the top 15, maybe 20 to take it. But if you're out of that, then maybe it's worth a roll of the dice. We're 52.5 minutes into a stint here. The teams will be working. You can see some of the mechanics bringing tyres to the front of the garage. Who was in a position to take it? I think anyone outside the top 10 could have made pit entry after the full course yellow was called. It's going to be short. Are you going to get your service done? Kessel get their car in. I think that's a smart move. Looks like there's another Audi coming in from Santalok there as well. This is going to really lighten up the pit lane. First pitter is Eigen Guven. I'm not surprised. Sven Muller and Charles Wirtz. And the car is out the way, so this could be going back to green. Let's have a look. So a bit of smoke there in the left-hand side. Something a bit strange there, because then he carries on for nearly nearly a full lap, to where he was broken down. So I don't get that. And yes, pit lane is open
and busy.
I think this favours everyone outside the top 6. The first 2 couldn't have boxed. They were too far gone to get into pit lane. And this full course yellow is going to be out before they come back round, is my prediction.
And we're doing driver changes as well in some cases. Wirtz, for example, in 32 BMW was given away to Kelvin van der Linde. There is Ferrari number 51. That's Charles Wirtz now helping Kelvin van der Linde in. New tyres, full tank of fuel, full service, if you like, here for the pit stop. So Charles Wirtz is done. He scampers away. Only the 2 mechanics to do the tyre changes. There's number 51 Ferrari, Alessio Rivera at the wheel. Refueling being completed, and that car will drop down. We've also had in Marco Sorensen in Aston Martin number 7. That's been quite understated thus far. Guven tumbling down the order as well, but your position in the pits depends which side of the line you are as to whether you're before the timing line or the other side of it.
Yeah, we went green 45 seconds ago, so it was a halfway house. There was an advantage. So if there's not another full course yellow for the lead 4 cars, they're going to fall down the order, maybe even outside the top 10 to cars that got half of their pit stop done at 80k. The average speed of these cars over a lap's over 160 kilometers an hour, so you're effectively losing half the amount of time where you're sat still there. All cars have to be connected 43 seconds on the fuel rig, so no advantage to any manufacturer there.
Dean McDonald then on his toes. Now we've gone green. As I say, he wants the race lead. We know how good Dean McDonald is from previous seasons in GT World Challenge. He's up behind the man that was overall champion last year, Mauro Engel, and we'll start to work out where possibly he can make the move into turn 1 in a moment. There's a Ferrari up the road they're going to have to cope with as well. Engel pulls to the inside there to try to get himself up past, but he can't do it, and that means that Dean McDonald is right on his tail. It's 2 very different ways of getting around the GT3 initiative here. The front-engined Mercedes, the rather more aero-friendly perhaps McLaren, which looked really quick on this part of the racetrack down towards turn 3, nose to tail. There's no way to get past there just is not the room. Dean McDonald up the curb, clear the traffic. Engel knows exactly what he's doing here. He knows exactly where to put the car, where to park it on the apex. So Dean McDonald can't make anything work on that twisty part. Now we'll see what he can do in a straight line.
Yeah, 3 more laps till the end of their stint. There's going to be no more time there, so they're going to be pushing hard all the way. Engel will defend this like he can do, and this is hard now for Engel because he's trying to get front of the car, is struggling. He's just had a snap of oversteer there, probably not helped by the dirty air of that Ferrari 296 in front, then has to go full defensive. He's getting past, that's McDonald looking to the outside there now. Where's this going to go? Through seam.
Here they come, side by side, inside Engel, outside Dean McDonald. Mauro Engel's got the shorter line, so he's still got the place. Dean McDonald now needs to try to get up the inside if he can into Le Beausset or force an error out of Engel, which is easier said than done. Mauro still leads the way. It's a long corner. He does go wide. Can he get it up the inside? No, McDonald thought about it, nose chopped off. So although Engel did go a little bit deep, he's still able to hang on in there. He comes out the other side, still ahead. Mirko Bortolotti, by the way, still 3rd. Jules Gounon is 4th. Mitchell is up to 5th. Gachet is 6th. 7th is Alex Buncombe now. 8th is Vermeulen. 9th is Arthur Leclerc. And 10th is Maxime Robin. And Eigen Guven is 22nd after his pit stop. Sven Muller is 23rd after his pit stop. And cars being retrieved from around the circuit. 2 full course yellows we've had, both for a McLaren.
Yeah, and one of the McLarens that got turned around at the start, Ramos, was hit by 19, the GRT Grasser car, so that's got a 10-second penalty added to its next stop. So that's our first misdemeanor of the year out of the way. So race control reviewed that and said, you caused the collision, you get the penalty.
And again, Engel's car slides its way from turn 2, and you can't blame the Ferrari this time. So there, the car is looking nervous. Mario Engel's able to catch it. We heard about Jules Gounon's travails in the get-speed Mercedes early on. Now, towards the end of the opening stint, Engel looks like he's struggling a little bit, and the car goes deep there, coming out of turn number 5. So this is giving renewed optimism to Dean McDonald, and all of a sudden, that Mercedes looks nervous.
Really does. And is it the tyre pressure? Has it gone? Has he worked the tyre too hard? He was so fast out the box for the stint.
Yeah.
If he stays in for a second stint, he knows now, maybe I just need to take a % out of that at the start and look after this tyre for its full stint, because that car has definitely used its rear tyre. They're going to get to finish this lap plus one more. Is McDonald going to risk a move? Is he going to want to go for glory? Does he want to lead this 59 car field?
Yes, he does. Yes, he will. And yes, to the outside line. Here they come. He tried it there a lap ago and it didn't work. But what he was able to do is at least have a look on the inside at the next corner at Le Beausset. Here they come. Down towards that double apex right. Engel arrives at that corner a little bit further ahead. How deep does he go this time? Again, wider than the McLaren, but McDonald not able to send it up the inside through the corner. So Mario Engel on lap 29 still leads the way. Dean McDonald there in second spot. With all due deference to that McLaren, I'm not sure it's going to be fighting for race honours over the course of 6 hours. It's a Gold Cup car, that's the prerogative. And Adam Smalley and Louis Pret may not have quite the same pace as Dean McDonald.
Yeah, but would Kirchhoffer he was in front of McDonald with a bit more pace, in my opinion.
Could. On it goes, if. But yeah, it's a real shame for that car, because you're seeing here what the pace of a McLaren can do. Down they come towards turn 1. The gap last time was 0.367 of a second when they crossed the stripe. This lap, 0.492. So tiny gain by Engel. And we've got a minute and a few seconds of the first hour to go. So pit stops at the end of this lap potentially.
Yeah, they've got to pit at the end of this lap, otherwise they will go over their maximum stint time of 61 and 59 seconds. I think at the moment Guven is going to inherit the lead. I'm just watching the battle between them on the timing screen. 19th at the moment for Guven, but he's done his pit stop. Sven Muller's only 0.4 of a second behind him. I think those two are going to inherit the lead.
Sandy Mitchell's just come in as well. He was part of that battle with Guven. So we'll factor him back into the mix as well as the leaders come onto the Mistral straight. You can see Sandy Mitchell's pit stop time ticking away, and also now Laurence Leclerc and Roberto Casaniga, because they've also pitted. So has Al-Faisal Al-Zubar, more of them coming in to serve the first pit stop. And again, here is McDonald. Look, gets a toe, closes right up as they make they run along the Mistral. Top speed into scene still Dustin Blattner's Ferrari, Arthur Leclerc's Ferrari, the bravest of the lot. Side by side they come for the race lead. McDonald absolutely toe-to-toe with Engel, who says, no, I've got the inside line. Just stay where you are behind me, thank you very much. Engel's Mercedes wider up the curb. Interesting, isn't it? The Ferrari's not really featuring in the overall order, but they've got good speed into that corner. Yeah, good aerodynamics on that car, able to roll off the brake and carry the speed. Are we going to see an overtake into pit lane? They've got one more corner, then they're going to be braking hard into pit lane, round turn 14. You can fire the car in, you can't cross the solid white line, but there's a long dotted white line that might come into our shot from this drone now. You can see that white line. They're going to stay to the right of it. You actually look like Engel defended there. Now they've got to be at 50 k's by this first white line. McDonald's so close to contact, had to go to the left there to avoid hitting the back of Engel. Now it's a race in the pit stop. Let's keep an eye on those two Porsches of Guven and Muller. Are they going to overtake while these two cars are sat in pit lane? And also where Sandy Mitchell bleeds in. And there's another thing to look for. Does Engel stay behind the wheel, or does he vacate? What about Dean McDonald? I would suggest you would want McDonald back in for stint 6, the way that he's gone. However, he's already at his box, and right at the far end, so he'll trip the timing beam before he gets to his pit box, is Mario Engel. Down he comes. Jules Gounon has stayed out then, so he has done 61 minutes and 8 seconds, so he's still out there. That might put him in strife, mightn't it? And another one that's not come in is Ben Tuck, 777 BMW. So Get Speed have not called in Gounon, and that could well be to their detriment. Yeah, here's the near contact. McDonald has to go to the side. That was the overlap. If he didn't do that, it hits a bit of debris on the left. Was that the speed limit sign? There's a 50k board normally there. Looks like it'd been flattened before he got there when we're going to work. Gounon not pitting. He's going to go over 61 minutes now, and it's rounded down
to 61. So there's just no way I can see him not getting a penalty for this. He's going to go over his stint time.
Keep an eye to what happens next from race control as he becomes the race leader now, Jules Gounon. You've got Bortolotti in the pit lane there as well, just ahead of Engel, who I think is staying in the car. So the order is going to shuffle potentially at the end of all of this, as over the line has just gone the pair of Porsches with Guven ahead of Muller still. There's Engel released, so the Porsches are ahead, and it is going to be Guven ahead of Muller, and there Dean McDonald, number 58, so the McLaren has also jumped Engel on the pit stop, so 58 gains the place. That's great news for Garage 59, great news for McLaren, but it does put advantage Porsche right now, and the Winward Racing Mercedes has got a lot to do now, because not only is it down to 5th, it's a distant 5th. Guven leads the way, Muller 2nd, Porsche's timed it right by coming in under the full course yellow.
Yeah, they negated that 14 seconds they were behind 4th place, let alone Engel and McDonald. And then I think Engel was blocked in. He couldn't release out of his pick box because McDonald was already in the fast lane. So it is real up and down. So now the leader of this race, net, I think once everyone has done their pit, is going to be Guven. What have you been saying about Guven for the last hour? He's got no pace. He's holding everyone up. He's now leading the race.
Gounon is in this time. There he is. It may be a lap too late, but he's in. His stint was 62.5 minutes. Watch this space, all right? So he's in. 17 is in, and a driver change will come as well. Engel stayed behind the wheel of 48. McDonald stayed behind the wheel of 58. And we know that it was Guven and also Muller behind the wheel of the Porsches. So that leading quartet is going to bunch up, isn't it? Once Engel gets himself onto the back of McDonald, he's lost so much time, and yet his pit stop was 2 minutes 4.9, and McDonald's was 2 minute 5.3. So Engel has certainly been dealt a bad hand somewhere along the line out of that, as now Porsches are 1 and 2. Guven leads. This is 2nd. Number 96, the Rutronic racing car, Klaus Graf's team, with Sven Muller at the wheel.
Yeah, Gounon finally leaves the box, but I think that's going to be a race control message of stint time exceeded, and it'd be interesting to see what the penalty is for that as he finally leaves the pit lane. Was that a miscommunication or was that a strategy call? But I can't see the positive in it. Dean McDonald, purple sector 3. Now he's in front of Engel. I think he's got a lot of pace as we see to the inside there. That was Bortolotti's car, wasn't it? Is he still in the car? I'm just looking now, and it's gone to Engsler. So he's inherited that one, and Gounon there had to yield as the car was already on track.
I thought I'd seen a driver crouched down by the side of Gounon's car, which made me think it was Jules getting out, but it's still his name being shown against 17. So maybe there was thought of a driver change, and Jules said, no, it's all right, I'll stay in. It's still his name shown against 17. If it updates, we'll tell you, as the leaders then, lights are flashing. Guven from Muller, from McDonald, come up to the traffic then. Dean McDonald finds himself one place worse off than he was when he pitted, 3rd, but we know that car's got good speed, so nobody got past Guven in the first stint, really, once he settled into a rhythm. Muller still trying to find a way through. Dean McDonald absolutely on his toes, charging. Muller thinks about the inside line, but look, not only are the back markers up the road, but the back markers are squabbling amongst themselves. This is a real heart-in-mouth scenario now for Guven, because he can't afford to lose a 1/10 of a second, and yet he doesn't want to get caught up in a drama.
And that's why he's flashing his headlights, because he's trying to warn McDonald, trying to go around the outside of Muller, who's going to be there on the exit. Muller says, no, thank you. This corner is mine. The outside, hard to make work on a long radius corner like that. That gives Guven a split second, but these cars are going to start holding them up. They're only in the 57 lap time, so 2 seconds a lap slower. McDonald to the outside, he's got a run there, but there's really not much of a brake zone. Muller, super defensive here, and this is giving Guven a chance, but still no pace. They're all getting held up. It's going to concertina up. McDonald to the inside of Muller, Guven to the inside of that red Ferrari. McDonald gets the job done.
Goes 2nd then, so nice pass, and not only is he taken 2nd, he's also got a good exit look. He's right on the back of Guven now for the race lead as they come over the timing line, absolutely nose to tail. That McLaren looking really racy right now. Guven is on the defensive yet again, but I think Dean McDonald may do it at turn 1. He's on the outside line. That will be the inside for 2. Can't do it. Elbows out. Guven defends. Muller fighting back as well. In 4th place is Engel, but he is 1.6 seconds back as now Muller tries to get back up the inside as they drop down towards turn 3. He's got the inside line, but has he got the place? No. McDonald fends him off. Guven still there. You think this was lap 1, wouldn't you? Not lap 33, which is what we ran at the moment. And there are back markers up the road, and Engel wants to try to get up with them after not a great stop and not having the pace at the moment to come charging along behind them. He needs them to squabble. He's also got to get that Ferrari out of the way, but he needs the top 3 to delay one another. The fastest lap of the race, by the way, a Ferrari. Alessio Rivera, 9th in number 51. He's done the fastest lap last time around. So now the Ferraris are starting to look a bit more racing.
Yeah, it's cooling off. Is it coming towards the Ferrari? Great aggressive driving from Guven, not letting McDonald round the outside. Then McDonald slamming shut the door on Muller. It was always fun racing against the Porsche. You know, their radiators are right in that front bumper. So you just turn across the front of them and say, if you hit me, your race is over. And it's a nice aggressive stance to have. With just so much back market traffic. And you've got to remember, all of these guys are racing themselves. So yes, they're getting lapped, but they are battling for their own positions. So they are not willing to jump out of the way.
Another car that's gained on the pit stops, 32 BMW. Charles Weerts relayed Ugo de Wilde. It was Kelvin van der Linde's name that came up at one stage, but it is Ugo de Wilde behind the wheel, and it's 5th. Luca Engstler in for Bortolotti 6th. And Gounon is 7th, and he dropped back a place on that last lap. So Jules Gounon staying in 17 and still clearly not happy, as again McDonald thinks about a move on the inside of Virage Dupont, and this time goes for it. There's contact though there as the McLaren clatters up the inside of a backmarker Porsche. Guven off the racetrack and back on, but McDonald will lead despite the contact. Guven had to get out of the way of all of it, so McDonald is the new race leader in the McLaren. He goes through 2/10 up on Guven. Muller is 3rd. That was really aggressive by Dean McDonald. It was probably the only roll of the dice he had, wasn't it?
Committed early though. He was already round the outside. He was only trying to do Guven, but then it Constantine it up and he slammed into the side of that Porsche. I wonder if there's going to be any damage to the front left tyre, wheel, suspension on that McLaren. The splitter potentially. It was an aggressive move. The Porsche lives to fight another day, but is that going to be race control looking at that?
Maybe.
For an incident? It caused a collision. If there wasn't too much damage, maybe they get the way. The 8 Kessel dives out the way, but that was aggression personified, wasn't it?
It was Antares Au's Porsche, I think, wasn't it? The blue Retronic car. Here it is again, as you see the big dive up the inside, bounces off the Porsche, and Antares Au survives. Ancient Guven had to get around the outside of all of them. Right, all of a sudden Mauro Engel's busy again, look, because he's now managed to catch back up to some of the traffic. Still Sven Muller behind Ancient Guven. But finally McDonald has done something that nobody else could, pass Guven and get away. This is Engel's view, but he can't do much about the traffic. The BOP still works to make the cars equable, if you like. So he's not got the extra pace to go storming through that traffic. We're currently on lap number 34. We're into our second hour of the 6.
Yeah, it's interesting how it's developing. So this car that led every single minute of the opening stint now bumped down to 4th via a slow pit stop where they blocked in by the McLaren, and then they just lucked out on the strategy that favoured these two Porsches. Guven has now been holding Sven Muller up for what feels like 4.5 days, but probably more like 45 minutes. And look, Engel is gaining on them at an alarming rate of knots. This will really up the ante on Muller to get past Guven.
So the Schumacher CLRT Porsche versus the Retronic racing car. Up front though, Dean McDonald, last time having just got the lead, he was 2/10 of a second clear. And let's see what the gap is now that he's had a full lap in the lead. There's still more traffic up the road as he gets onto the tail of 81 Mercedes, but he's gone from 2/10 to 1.6, while Guven just does not seem to have the pace. But he knows how to defend. Guven is a Porsche specialist, make no mistake about that. So is Sven Muller, but Muller can't find a way past him. And Engel, look, is back at the races. He's rejoined that pack. Now, although this is 2nd, 3rd and 4th, this is for the pro, in quotes, class, isn't it? Because it's a Gold Cup car leading outright, so they're squabbling amongst themselves anyway, even if it's only for 2nd, 3rd and 4th places.
Yeah, they really are, and Engel won't be happy. He'll be fired up after losing that lead over through no fault of his own, will be how he's feeling. Will he go into the second stint with a different approach? We saw the rear of that car being so loose. Is he just going to take, like I said, 1% or 2 out of it at the start, just to bring the tyre in a bit smoother, a bit nicer, not burn it up, and then have to go through? Let's go through to some radio from car 22.
That's Guven.
Paul Ricard behind. You can let him pass. They are faster. Okay, if we close again, it's 4, but if we close, copy.
So Schumacher CLRT saying that Muller is quicker. You can let him go. Well, that's for the benefit of Porsche rather than for a team, because they're thinking of manufacturer points. Guven's response, I have to confess, I didn't quite catch, but queried it, I think.
Yeah, it didn't sound like he was agreeing with the tone, and that is a big problem with race cars. They're so loud inside. The microphones are as close as they can be to the mouth. They even have noise cancelling in them now, but it's still so hard to call. So I think normally when an engineer doesn't hear, they just say copy and just hope for the best. And I think that's the interaction there. And I think the team are telling that because they are now losing more time than just letting them go, and they're going to hope this race comes back to them. They give up position for overall lap time easiness if they're not having to defend so hard.
Mario Engel past the pits, up to 240 kilometres an hour. Can he get to 250? Not quite. Then he has to stand on the brakes down towards turn 1. The Est de la Barrière goes through, so he's in 4th place. Now, if Guven did get the message, he's certainly not responded to it. He's not let Muller go. He is perhaps adopting the principle that if Sven wants second place, he's going to have to work for it. Having said all of that, it's only 1.5 seconds to McDonald. So last time around, the Porsche of Guven was fractionally faster. That's probably down to traffic more than pure pace of the Porsche. Interesting to note nonetheless. Engel here, still 4th, trying to make amends after that slow pit stop. It wasn't his fault, but it was a slow pit stop, and he's found himself now with time to make up. Behind in 5th is Hugo de Wilde, 6th is Luca Engschler, 7th is Jules Gounon, 8th is Farfus, another BMW coming into the mix, 9th is Alessio Rivera's Ferrari, and 10th was another early stopper, Maxime Martin, out of nowhere, number 9 Mercedes, up into the top 10 now.
Yeah, just looking at stint averages across, Dean McDonald was a second a lap quicker on average so far. Yes, he's only 10 minutes into his stint. The other car that's very quick on an average so far in this second stint is Jules Gounon. Is it a better set of tyres? Is it a new set of tyres? Did he use a quali set of tyres for his opening stint? He's now coming alive pace-wise, so that race might come back to that number 17 Mercedes.
Another one that's dropped back, Sandy Mitchell, down in 13th place, and he's 13th because he just gained a position. But having been in that group with the Porsches early on, he's fallen quite a long way back. His pit stop, though, was a slow one in comparison to others, around about 5 seconds off a really good stop, and it's certainly compromised him. As this is the race leader then, Dean McDonald comes up towards the timing line. I mentioned a while ago about Eddie Cheever being looked at for going off the road and gaining an advantage. He's got a time penalty of 15 seconds to serve on his next pit stop in the Ziggo Sport Tempesta entry. McDonald's advantage, wow, is up to 2.8 seconds. It was a 1.5 seconds last time. He's just done the car's best lap of the race.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying along. Like I said, his stint average so far is electric in this second stint. Is he doing an Engel? Has he got to the lead? Has the blood rushed to his head or another part of his body? And is he pushing too hard, too early? He still has another 50 minutes to go in that car, and you can burn through these tyres too quickly. So yes, you might be the winner at the start of the stint, but you lose more than you've gained towards the end of it, and that would be my worry there. The team will be on top of him with that. Andrew Cacoldi, team manager of Garage 59, a hugely successful GT racing driver in his own right, runs a tight ship. He'll be on the radio directly to McDonald, telling him exactly what he expects from him.
There you can see the order in the classes. Dean McDonald ahead of James Kell, then Tommy Foster. So it's a Brit 1, 2, 3 within gold. Thierry Vermeulen 4th, and then John Southern Jr. next. In silver, it's Michele Beretta, who's relayed Finlay Hutchison. And in the pro class, it is Einstein Guven. And in bronze, Dustin Blackner ahead at the moment, even though we had that car having a spin early on in the race. So through senior they come. Now you can see how the light is starting to change a little bit. Those headlights having far more of an effect. It's still daylight, but the lights are certainly having more of an impact.
Yeah, definitely. It's getting into proper dust now. A bit of investigation going on between Gounon and Farfus. Farfus in the Sol Rover BMW, so that's under investigation. Contact at T12. So was that Gounon overtaking? You also saw the damage on the back of Ramosh's Garage 59 car. I don't think that's got many laps until that's going to attract the race director's attention, and they may need to come in and fix that, which would be a real shame for them. That damage, remember, was on lap 1 through no fault of their own either.
They're going through number 60. That's the Silver Cup leading car of Michele Beretta, and he wants to get through this traffic. Number 12, Ferrari. Just up the road is Christian Hook. That's on a different lap in 55th place, and Christian Hook lets him go. So Michele Beretta goes by. He took over, remember, from Finlay Hutchison, who did the opening stint in that car, kept it in the mix. Second in silver, number 112, CSA McLaren of Edgar Malloy. And then it's David Schumacher's Mustang, number 65, the yellow one, third in silver. So Michele Beretta, ex-Formula 3 racer, goes towards Virage Dupont, heads up towards the line. Meanwhile, Dean McDonald's advantage is up to 3.5 seconds, even though Guven has just done a personal best, sector 1.
Yeah, that's kind of come out of nowhere. 22 minutes into Guven's stint, the tyre's not at his best, and it's not burnt off a huge amount of its fuel percentage-wise. So, yeah, maybe the car's just coming to him again. Track temperature dropping, now sub 20 degrees for the first point of this race, and it really changes how the car feels. Yes, it changes through the gears quicker as the cold air rushes through the engine. You feel like you have more power, but the tyre is a completely different prospect in these lower temps.
News about Sandy Mitchell's pit stop. There was a problem with the auto start. Normally when the car, you pull the jack out of the line, don't you? It fires up the engine as it drops down. It did not do that, so Sandy had to restart the car himself, and then there was traffic in the pit lane, so he got stuck. So it was a kind of double whammy, really, and that's the reason that he's lost the pace. Lost the time in the pits, but he's trying to make it back up now. But place is lost. That's a combination of reasons: the auto start not working, having to restart it himself, and traffic in the pit lane. So thank you for the news, and that's explained up to a point why Sandy Mitchell has fallen back, and he's of course doing the first 2 stints, so this will be his final time in the car. His last lap was a personal best though, so he's well fired up. He's going after James Kell, another quick Brit, in 12th place. The gap between them 1.7 seconds at the start of this lap.
Yeah, we just saw Luca Ensler come through there very quick as well in the 55s. The lap time's dropping as the air drops, as temperature-wise, like I said.
Let's go to the pit lane. Mirko Bortolotti out of number 63 is with Alex.
I'm down here with Mirko Bortolotti, who just had an epic stint in 63. Talk us through it from your perspective.
Yeah, well, I had a good start, managed to get into P2 on the first lap, and from there on just tried to catch Mauro. And yeah, I think halfway through the stint, the McLaren just showed up and checked out, so not much I could do. In the end, I think we were running thirds for most of the stint. I think we pitted in third. It's still a long race to go. Some cars pitted under full goes yellow, so we're offset on the strategy. We will need to see. It's a long race still to go, but I think it was a good, solid first stint.
Luca's out there right now. What's he got in store for him as the light's starting to change?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Luca's out there now. What's he got in store for him out there?
Well, he's got a double to do right now, so he's following the plan. Everything running smoothly. Car's running really good. We're actually really happy. Team's doing a mega job, and as I said, still 5 hours to go. So let's see at the end where we are. Thank you.
Mirko Bortolotti then from number 63 Lamborghini, that car in 6th place. So as he says, it's a good opening stint, and it's in Luca Engschler's hands. I would offer you he's being caught a bit by Jules Gounon, who is 0.6 quicker over that last lap. So Luca Engschler, we've seen both in Lamborghini and Audi in World Challenge last year, drove in the Sprint and Endurance Championships, but going well, and that car still there or thereabouts, but being caught a little bit now by a charging Gounon behind as they turn their way up through turn 17. There's Guven still ahead of Muller, so any suggestion of letting him go has fallen on deaf ears, selective hearing and all that. And Mauro Engel is still 2 seconds behind Muller, so the car that led stint 1 can't even get back onto the tail of the Porsches here.
Yeah, really showing the ebb and flow just within the first 1 hour and 20, let alone the remaining 4 hours 40 of this race, as we see the bronze leaders there. Blattner, we sort of get turned around on the opening lap, so the pace has been good. We've seen him the fastest car into turn 10 at Seam, just getting caught up behind sister car there, just goes to the inside. Is Hook going to roll out the throttle and let him off there? He does, and he goes through and just makes that place up. So super competitive Bronze Cup this year. 27 cars, 2 Ferraris at the front then. Ralph Bon in that from down lowering, and actually Bon there has got past Puccini on that last lapping slide for the line speed. Porsche out the last corner, and you get to see snippets of this, but if you ever get a chance to come to a race, then it makes such a difference. And so many of the tracks we visit here in GT World Challenge are absolutely phenomenal. How close you can get to the sights, the sounds, even the smells, positive and negative in that regard, to a racetrack. You must get here simply if you can. Interestingly, I haven't seen anything investigation-wise for this car, dual Gounon 17. I'm looking through the regulations. I can't see how it's not a penalty. Maybe I've missed something, but I'm surprised nothing's popped up yet.
There will be a process, so it might not be an instant thing to get it to race control, but it'll be being looked at, I'm sure, because each of the stints will be monitored and will be checked, but there's a lot to look through. Race control is a busy place. So as the cars turn through lap number 40, there is a time penalty now being offered up to 83. As you see there, the best of the Ferraris now. Alessio Rivera at the wheel of 51. Right, Dean McDonald still leads the way, and he's now 4 seconds up the road.
Yeah, 93 now, 30-second penalty. So that car got a penalty under Chiva for taking advantage going off track, and now it's got a 30 seconds. So they've inherited 40 seconds of penalty within the first part of this race, so that's going to be hard. There we look at another Ferrari, number 51, starting to find some pace. Has crept into the top 10. We said that a lot last year, didn't we, about the Ferrari? It was undramatic with its performance, but it sneaked some wins and it made itself really formidable in the championship over a season as well. Watching the Rover BMW here behind Gounon, where the strengths and weaknesses of these cars, it always ebbs and flows, and it actually looks like they're starting to catch Ensler in that Lamborghini in front as well. So last lap wasn't quick for Ensler. Gounon caught by half a second a lap. McDonald's pace has now started to slow. Is that the tyre? Is that management? Is that traffic? So many factors that we simply can't keep an eye on during this race. The drivers now properly into their rhythm. A lot of these guys are in the middle of their second stint, and you get to a point where you then just ease into it and you're very metronomic. As we see the top speeds, yes, Jan Mardenberg saying they weren't quick in a straight line. I'm going to call him a liar on that. 287 Ks, 285 for the sister Ford as well, and then the McLaren. Of course, that'll be slipstream induced, where they're able to sit in that pocket of air and find anything up to 8 to 9 kilometers an hour. It can be worth a second a lap if you can get a tow all the way down the Mistral Straight.
Now, what do we read into the BMW of Hugo de Wilde coming back into the mix? All right, he's still 9.5 seconds or so away from the lead, but 32 BMW is looking a bit more competitive than he did earlier on. Is this temperature changing? Is it down to when people pitted? I mean, okay, if others had problems like Sandy Mitchell, that gave you a place, but that car particularly, and also 51 Ferrari and number 9 of Maxime Martin, we didn't really talk about them in the first stint in a positive way. We can do now.
Yeah, remember Martin pitted very early under that long full course yellow that we thought was going to go safety car. So at the moment, I worry that they can't get to the end of this race without doing an extra pit stop. So we've got to kind of keep a caveat on their performance. But for sure, de Wilde jumped in that car, and I don't think Wirtz was doing a bad job by any stretch of the imagination, but it seems to be suiting de Wilde much, much more. They were part of that second full course yellow stop, which really helped Guven and Muller in the 2 Porsches. So I'm not surprised to see him up there, but I am surprised how strong their pace is. And again, McDonald lost a couple of tenths to Guven on that last lap. Have we seen a Stint start off too hard, and is it coming now back to Guven? We've got to keep an eye on that. Sven Muller's still only half a second behind him, so he's not been able to do a single thing about Guven. And maybe Guven's car is transforming in these cooler temperatures. We've lost another ½ degree of track temp. The wind has died a bit as well, interestingly. So the headwind that they're facing at this moment in time down the Mistral Straight is less of an issue for them. So as it goes on into the night, is that a trend, or will it go back the other way? You as a driver trying to work out, is this in our favor or is it against us? You can now see the endurance lights on. Super bright, super annoying when you're that car in front and the car is flashing those lights. There's a few strategies on that. Some drivers actually will run a slightly tinted visor, not a full tint, and they'll keep that down to stop the glare. Some of the teams will actually put a tint on the mirrors themselves so you don't get the dazzle. And some of the cars with a rear view screen will actually also do the same, sometimes some tape as well, just to help the dazzle. It's not as bad around Paul Ricard because it's quite a well-lit circuit, but when you go to Spa, deep in the forest, right in the middle of the night, going on to the inside of Engsler there, looked up Rivera down the inside of Farfus as well. It all kicked off at once there, but I am worried about Engsler's pace. It has really dropped off a cliff. Last lap was a high 56. Is this going to be a 57 from Engsler, being the pace he's running at, 56.9? So that is a concertina effect there as we go back to Guven from Muller. I wonder if these cars are too similar. Muller just doesn't have an answer. Even though he's got the pace, he doesn't seem to be able to mount a sustained attack on them. They're catching a bit of traffic. Traffic is obviously a huge curveball that sometimes can fall in your favour. Interesting on that Runic Porsche. If you look at the front of the side windows, you can just see a slightly darker tint. That was what I was talking about. That's another way of combating the dazzle the driver's getting in their side mirrors. Engsler really started to hold up this battle of Gounon from Farfus, from Rivera, 4 different cars. And this is a battle that I think could be determining a potential podium position towards the end of this race if those cars keep transforming their pace. I'm really interested to see where the Ferrari goes. Guven to the inside of Pulcini. He's got that penalty. Muller doesn't follow through, so that's going to go massively into Guven's favour. I think that gap could potentially grow now up to a second by the end of this lap.
So Gene McDonald it is, 4 seconds to the good. And as we look at other battles going on up and down the order, let's catch up with other drivers that are out of a car or waiting to get in. Aston Martin driver David Pittard joins us. Have you been in or are you still waiting? You did the first stint, didn't you?
Do I look that fresh?
You don't look overly fresh, but you've run up the stairs, I'm sure. There's a lot to monitor in a race like this. How's it going for you?
There was a perfect drone shot of me having a nice little swapper between 3 and 4 on lap 1. So yeah, we started P17. I think we boxed about P17 or so. We took the FCY pit stop. So I think everything's a little bit mixed up at the moment. So probably have to wait another sort of 4.5 hours to see how it all plays out.
Yeah, you need the result of this and then watch it back and work out who got there, don't you?
Yeah, literally.
A race like this with those full course yellows, especially not going safety car, really tests not just you in the car, but the brain's trust on the pit wall, doesn't it?
Yeah, I must give compliments to the race directors for doing that twice, because it would be so easy to do a full course yellow safety car, and then that just kind of resets it and kind of makes the strategy a little bit boring. So with the mix-up in strategy and actually giving options to the teams and for the spectators to view, I think it's going to be very interesting to see how it all plays out.
Absolutely. Now, what about the car? All good? Because the Astons, I know there's a long way to go, but don't seem to have the pace of others.
No, it's not been a super strong weekend in comparison to the other manufacturers for us. We were, I think it was like 11th or 12th, 17, 19, so only just inside the top 20 wise. So yeah, as you say, it's a long race to pan out. You'd like to think with the cooler air, the turbo engine, it kind of comes to us towards the end of the race, which is another thing to the ebbs and flows of balancing all of these types of front engine, mid engine, rear engine, turbo, non-turbo cars, etc. So it's see what happens.
Indeed. A good battle going on now. Mauro Engel's yellow Mercedes, Ugo de Wilde in the red BMW. Engel led the first stint, lost out on the pit stops. De Wilde fresh into the car in this stint, and he's certainly going after it. The BMW has come alive, really, in this second stint. Again, partly maybe because temperatures are dropping a little bit.
Yes, I mean, the BMW is a big old car. It potentially works its tyres harder than what the Merc is generally a very light car on its tyres. So. As the track temperature drops, that performance advantage is potentially going to come towards those BMWs from a handling perspective as well as the turbo perspective as well. Yeah, we could, as you mentioned, Hugo is he's 10 minutes longer into his stint than Mauro Engel by the looks of things. So he's got 10 minutes newer tyres as well, which makes a difference, but then 10 minutes fuel. I like this track because the circuit's the degradation's not massive here, so you actually could sometimes find yourself setting fastest laps at the end of the stint, which makes it very even throughout. So again, with a mix-up in strategy, it's going to be a very interesting race to watch.
And for the race lead, you've got the 2 Porsches run by different teams, but they are so evenly matched. Sven Muller just can't find a way by, even though we've heard radio traffic saying, well, he's quicker, let him through. There, being held up a little bit and up the curb. Number 63, that's the Luca Engschler-driven Lamborghini. 51, Ferrari, and Alessio Rivera all over the back of Farfus. So, yeah, very, very close. But I guess in a sense, because the BOP works so well, there's a frustration for a driver that you can catch, but it's so hard then to find a way by because the cars are equated.
Did you read my mind in that? As I'm sure every other driver said the same thing. Yeah, just for us the bit Aston Martin, we can see Hugo de Wilde go to the outside of Mauro Engel there. Let's see if that pays off. Outside at scene, that would be a fairly brave manoeuvre. No, he's dropped back in. Still 4.5 hours to go. We with the dirty air, etc. We had a swap. Oh, nice. Okay, so yeah, the team orders maybe come into play.
I don't think Guven put up much of a fight.
Got on the phone and said, "Come on, boys, let's not trip over each other too much."
Well, yeah, and straight away, look, Muller has gone. So Heinz Guven repelled him for as long as possible, but now for second place, because Dean McDonald's McLaren is away and gone up the road. Sven Muller released. We'll see what he can do now in pursuit. Interesting that Porsche has done that, because they're two different teams, but I suppose they're thinking global manufacturer points at the end of the year.
True. I mean, at the end of the day, all six of those drivers are Porsche factory drivers.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, they're working for the brand, they're working for the mark, even if they're, and also the teams are working for the brand and for the mark as well. And at the end of the day, the mark kind of comes above the team's interest, really. And if there's an advantage to be had, the mark will take it.
True enough. So now we'll see what Muller can do. He's got 4.8 seconds to make up against Dean McDonald. There is Farfus versus Rivera, who goes right round the outside at turn 1, stays on the tarmac up the curb. Farfus fights back, gets the undercut, gets up alongside him, and the grunt of the BMW prevails over the aero of the Ferrari. But then Rivera thinks about the inside line down at turn 3. Couldn't do it, but that's great racing, isn't it?
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, door-to-door action. Two absolute pros at the top of their game. Yeah, don't think they've quite traded paint yet, but it's been very close.
And to the outside again goes Rivera.
He's not afraid of the outside line, is he?
Because it's the inside line for the next corner. Go on, and let's see what he can do up the curb. Farfus gets forced out way, way wide. And they're still side by side on the Mistral. Now it's Grunt versus Aero, and it's the BMW that is able to stay ahead, but Rivera in the tow.
Yeah, that was an interesting one, because I mean it was hard racing. Did Augusto maintain the position through coming off track? That would be someone else to decide. But again, mega racing. Well done, boys.
Yeah, all of a sudden you're not a steward, aren't you? Because then you've got to make a decision on it. So Farfus stays ahead for the moment. The Ferrari tucked up behind as they go up towards Le Beausset. Of course, the other element of all of this is that they, and when you're in the car, you will be racing for your position. You come up against, in quotes, a back marker, but they're busy in their own race as well. They're fighting for position, so it becomes really, a bit touch and go where you make your move, even in Lappery.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can be a bit of a bully, I must admit, kind of in the pro class, really. You can flex your muscles a little bit, get on the flasher button, and just show your nose maybe a little bit earlier than you would do normally, and people jump out of the way, which these boys are doing. They don't want to get held up whatsoever.
And again to the inside goes Alessio Rivera, and he can't do it, so Farfus gets the drive off the corner. This last corner, coming onto the pit straight, it's tight, it's slow. How do you treat it? You know, is it a corner you've got to be patient with and then nail the throttle?
Yep, you've nailed it. Joe's obviously taught you well. Slow in, fast out is the age-old phrase that we use for a corner like that. It does feel quite clumsy, I must admit. We had a swap for Engel and Engsler.
It's Gounon back ahead, in fact. Jules Gounon back ahead of Luca Engsler. This is for 6th. The Mercedes retakes the place. So Gounon, who we heard earlier talking about an understeer, not being comfortable with the tyres, he stayed behind the wheel of 17, and he's fought himself back up over number 63 Lamborghini. But they're also mindful that the Farfus-Rivera battle is not that far behind.
It's all come alive a little bit here. Are they on the same strategy? We're just checking the stint lengths. Now again, so there's a difference there, I believe.
Gounon was the last to pit in the first stint.
Okay, so yeah, maybe that tyre advantage is starting to tell in the final 20 minutes. There seems to be a bit of a drop-off by the looks of things.
Right, as you look at Farfus through the traffic, what's the plan at Valkenhorst then? When are you next in the car? Are you doing the last stint?
If I told you, I'd have to kill you.
Please do, says Osborne. Yeah, thanks.
I mean, in qualifying we had rain this morning, which was completely out of the blue. So,
so this is answering a different question. Yeah.
I mean, as a result, like the order of strategy is completely sort of out of the window. I am partial to a bit of slicks in the wet. I think I'm stupid or brave in those sorts of conditions, so maybe they'll throw me in at the end, but we'll just have to really see what plays out. I've been asking the marshals here, doing a mega job, what their thoughts on are, and they reckon it's going to start to sprinkle at some point. So yeah, let's see if there's the rain brings some fireworks as well as the fireworks in the race.
Thank you, Minister. You've answered the question in no sense whatsoever. Thank you very much. Right, David Pittard, we better let you go because you might need to go and talk to the team about what the plot is. Thanks for joining us. David Pittard then for the Valkenhorst Aston Martin squad. We'll keep an eye on the car as the race goes on. Nice to see you, David. Good luck for the remainder of the race. Right, the race has, talking about remainder, 4 hours, 24 minutes on the clock. This battle is between the car that led Stint 1 and the car that was 9th in Stint 1, and now it's for 4th. It's Mario Engel's Mercedes that looks to be a bit sort of, and Ugo de Wilder's BMW that now looks a bit more, ooh.
Yeah, I mean, De Wilder's pace is bewildering where it's come from, and the topsy-turvy nature of that top 10 part is really quite strong. And again, is it a trend? I just think the BMW and Ferrari seem to be the two movers at the moment. We saw that move, Farfus and Rivera. Actually, Farfus is being investigated for gaining an advantage by leaving the track. My take on that, watching it as you two were talking, was I think he had to, because if he stayed on the track, there would have been contact, which then would have been Rivera's fault. So I think he mitigated any risk there. As de Wilde round the outside, is he going to power past that Mercedes? German on German, grunt and go. He doesn't. He tucks back in. Quite aggressive from angles. He cut across the front there. But this car is coming in alive, that is for sure. And we know WRT know how to call a race.
But what's going on with that win with Mercedes? It led the first stint. It's now 12 seconds away from the lead.
My guess would be that the team have not worked out the delta and the drop-off of the temperature. So let's just say, for argument's sake, they've kept them at the same pressure, set 1 and set 2, and it's just not working for the car. The tyre will be slightly out the window. It won't be offering the grip that it needs at the moment under angles, under his feeling, really, and he'll just be having to tiptoe around. It's a strange feeling as a driver where you just don't have the grip. The other oddity is the pace of everyone has really dropped off. The last lap now for McDonald's was a 57.1. He was banging in mid-55s for fun at the start of this stint. We don't expect that. Yes, it's cooling off. Yes, it's getting darker. The darkness does not slow a racing driver down. It only speeds them up as the track gets faster. So something is at play out on track. Is it going through a bit of a strange phase as it gets all this rubber laid down? You can imagine the grip that gets put down by 59 cars laying down fresh rubber every hour. After 2 hours, it's going through a transformation period, and I think that's what we're seeing right now.
Now, we've had another pit stop for number 9, have we not? So Maxime Martin has given away to Maxi Goetz. So number 9 was out of position anyway because it made a very early stop under the first full course yellow. So Goetz is now behind the wheel, but it's dropping back down the order as things stabilise. These are the classes. So now in Pro, it is Sven Müller ahead of Ian Schuguven, and then Maro Engel, and then Hugo de Wilde, and then Jules Gounon. But that's 2nd to 6th overall. The leading gold leads outright, Dean McDonald. Then you've got James Kell, 12th overall. Thierry Vermeulen, 14th for Verstappen.com, ahead of the Team RJN McLaren of Tommy Foster. And then Ben Tuck in treble 7th, 5th in gold. Silver is being led by Michele Beretta, taking over from Finlay Hutchison. Edgar Malouin is in 2nd spot. David Schumacher is 3rd. Mathis Lismont there in the Corvette, the Chevrolet Corvette, 4th. And Lawrence Leclerc is 5th. And in bronze, Dustin Blattner is ahead of Porsche veteran Ralph Byrne, then BMW team owner Darren Lung, Benjamin Ricci in Audi 25, and the Ferrari of Marco Pulcini is next. So there's a lot going on in the classes as you look here at the fight for silver 3rd between Schumacher and Lismont. 22nd, 23rd overall, but the yellow Mustang towering over the Corvette behind it, that is for position.
The two best sounding cars on the grid as well. Welcome addition to GT World Challenge. Both of them on fire up in the pit lane. Shake the ground and your chest. They're absolutely amazing. And that Mustang's closing in on the Lamborghini. Pops to the inside. Should be a relatively easy move now for Schumacher just to breeze down the inside. Still get to the apex. Make sure you don't take that car out and push it out too wide. And I think the Corvette's following through too. It's not, no, the Lamborghini gets across the front and that's going to really hold the Corvette up. I'm surprised it now makes the move done. Maybe a bit too cautious for me. I would have sent that on the previous apex and just got the job done. And there is Schumacher topping the Race Vision powered by AWS chart.
From the sister car of Tomo Drouet. So the Mustangs, as we keep saying, have got this great top speed and they are 1 and 2 within that speed trap. Meanwhile, 4 seconds still splits the race leader Dean McDonald from the opposition. David Schumacher, Ralph Schumacher's son, coming up towards the Virage du Pont. And Luca Engschler's got a problem, I reckon, in 63. We saw him drop back behind Jules Gounon. He's also now been passed by Farfus and by Alessio Rivera. Now, Luca Engschler is 38 minutes into a stint, so it shouldn't be that he is getting tired or the car tyres are going off. There's something more sinister. He may have had an off, but the fact that he was losing pace anyway to Gounon triggering all of this suggests there's something sinister there.
Yeah, he's lost 2 seconds on that last lap alone. Sectors are looking okay for him at the moment. The interesting. Sandy Mitchell currently 7 seconds behind him. Is he going to be able to start to reel in? De Wilde there in the WRT BMW still stuck behind Engel. Where's his best opportunity? For me, it's probably into turn 1 or into turn 10 at the end of the long straights. That BMW then starts to stretch its legs. We've seen a few drivers do this, and we pop to the inside. It's a speculative look. You need to brake so late to get your car in front of the car. Otherwise, when they turn in, it's your fault. And it is a hard move because you're only on the brakes for 45, 50 meters there. It's not a long enough brake zone to be an easy overtake.
But bear in mind, while these two are squabbling, they're being caught as well by Jules Gounon. So number 17, the Get Speed Mercedes, that seemed to struggle a bit in its opening stint, is now coming back. These two holding each other up. And again, Engel's car squirms through turn 2 there, gets away with it, but just looks a bit more nervous. Hugo de Wilde behind. Jules Gounon is in 6th, then a bit of a gap back to Farfus in 7th place. Light starting to fade at Paul Ricard. As you see the Mercedes BMW fight go through. Now there is Jules Gounon. Maybe he's not 100% comfortable still in that car, but he is being helped a little bit by the two ahead just delaying themselves slightly. There you've got in 39th place Darren Lung, British GT champion 2 years back, coming towards us. He is currently 3rd in bronze, isn't he? It's Dustin Blattner, Ralph Byrne, and then Darren Lung, the order. And the light starting to pierce the gloom as they come up towards seeing evermore here at the Circuit Paul Ricard. Through the right they go. Dean McDonald's lead is coming down. It's down to 3.1 seconds. Last time around, over a second, pulled back by Sven Muller. Now, yeah, you can put that down to the traffic, but also Sven Muller is a man inspired at the moment.
Yeah, we're seeing the pace of Engel there in that Winwood Mercedes. Again, powered by AWS graphic. It's great to see. So that medium bar in the middle is the average stint of all cars in his class. So in the pro class, that's the average. And you can see how much he's losing to that over the last 5 laps. So the pace is dropping away. And that's why he's struggling to get past and even catch Darren Lung. Yes, Darren is one of the fastest bronzes, but we've got a platinum rated driver, the highest graded driver, should be able to breeze past that. And it's a lunge, if anything. And Darren Lung has to open up. Darren could actually get back past him. He could do the undercut on him, and he's welcome to do it because he doesn't need to lift off the throttle and slow down. He can send it here, and that is going to infuriate Engel. If you want to massage an ego, being challenged by a bronze, and then that's now allowing De Wilde to get to the inside. That is an interesting race unfolding.
So the 48 Mercedes that on this part of the racetrack looks a little bit skittish on previous laps, hangs onto the place. Gounon is up with De Wilde now, so this is 4th, 5th and 6th. And now to the outside line goes De Wilde down towards turn 3. Has he done it? Don't think he has. No, he's got to slot back in behind as they wriggle their way. Right, left, right. And now De Wilde comes under attack from Jules Gounon. There's a gap on the inside. Jules up the curb. De Wilde goes wide. Gounon's got the right part of the racetrack for the next corner. The road comes to him, but has he got the drive off it? No. Now the inside line for De Wilde. That's going to run Gounon out wide over the curb. He cedes the place, but it's De Wilde who goes wide. The car wriggles its way back on track. That takes the pressure off Engel, and now it is De Wilde having to go defensive because he's got Gounon right up behind him. Along the Mistral they come. Darren Lung next in the queue, but Hugo de Wilde having his first GT World Challenge Europe outing for WRT just breaks away by another length in a straight line, doesn't he, by the end of the Mistral straight. I still think that BMW is going to be a factor at the end of 6 hours.
Yeah, for sure. It's going so fast. A great stint from De Wilde here. He's just lost a bit of time. Gounon sent it down the inside, and it looked like move done at 5.
Yeah.
The problem is, I think the move could be done now. Great move to the inside. Super fair, giving each other almost too much space. I'm surprised they weren't rubbing mirrors earlier on there, and Gounon could have run him out wide. He's going to try and go round the outside at turn number 12 now, and he gets it done. Great move. Lasted 2 corners. Hard and fair racing. Almost fairer than I could anticipate.
So Gounon now on the attack. Engel's had a free ride for about half a lap, but it won't be long, surely, before Jules is up with Mercedes AMG stablemate Mauro Engel. So number 17, the Get Speed car, coming alive in this second stint now. Meanwhile, the lead gap has shot up again, 4.9 seconds. Muller presumably stuck in the traffic on that last lap. Engel goes through in 4th. It's still Ange and Gouven ahead. Now, bearing in mind that we kept banging on in the first stint about the lack of pace of number 22, it's still 7 seconds ahead of Mauro Engel's Mercedes.
Yeah, and I just can't get over the transformation of lap time in the last few laps. Dean McDonald just banged in a 56.1 to make his gap up to 4.9 seconds. So the traffic must be playing a big role here that we're just not catching on screen as we watch this great battle. Gounon couldn't even see Engel by the end of the first hour, and now all he can see is Engel, and that's transformed itself in 1 hour and 45 minutes.
And while all this is going on, Engel has regrouped. He's down in 9th, but he's not lost any more places, even though Sandy Mitchell is hustling along behind him and trying to reduce that deficit. We are about 14 minutes away from the next round of pit stops, coming up towards the end of hour 2. And the race leader, Dean McDonald, still clearing gold, 4.9 seconds. He is ahead of Sven Muller, the leading pro class car, or unofficial pro class car. There is De Wilde trying to regroup against Gounon. Gounon trying to come back at Engel as they head up towards Signes once again. In silver, it's still Beretta from Malloy from Lequetia, and in bronze, it's still Blackner from Bone from Lung. And there, the WRT Brains Trust looking at the monitors, looking at the data, looking at the screens. And I think Kelvin van der Linde is suited and booted, ready to take over. We thought that was going to be the case at the end of the first stint. Didn't happen. They put Hugo de Wilde in instead. There he is. And the number 32 BMW then, with the Mercedes ahead, getting themselves together. Gounon has made short work of that deficit to Engel, hasn't he? 48's just not got the same get up and go that it did in the first stint.
Is it a split strategy? Did they start Engel on a brand new set of tyres and Gounon started on a quali set, and now they're doing the opposite in this stint, and it's added up to be a net zero difference? And yeah, the teams have 10 sets of tyres to use through the weekend. They have to use 5 before the start of the race, the way the regulations read. So they could have 5 new sets. So they've got to use at least 1 used set out of that, and maybe that's what we've seen in the opening 2 stints.
So there, in terms of the pace of the get speed Mercedes of Jules Gounon, only 1 lap, if you like, has been below the class average. The rest have all been above the class average. In other words, he is on the attack. He is pushing for a car that didn't look that good in the opening stint. Now it really has come alive, taking the battle for 4th place tomorrow, Engel, and of course the battle to be best Mercedes on track. 48 from Winwood, 17 from Get Speed. Gounon with a big bite of curb there, going up through turn 5 and 6, but he's onto the Mistral straight now, with Hugo de Wilde in 6th spot behind them. Now, after that, you get to the 7th place Ferrari of Alessio Rovera, which is another car lapping a little bit quicker than those ahead. There's the race leader, Dean McDonald. 5.7 seconds clear now of Sven Muller's Porsche. That's the biggest the gap has been between any of the race leaders and 2nd place cars over the course of the race. So Dean McDonald doing a great job, yes, but as far as the overall position is concerned, this puts the pressure on Adam Smalley and Louis Prat, doesn't it?
It really does. Just looking at stint averages, Rovera is actually 3rd fastest in this stint, so he's had a great run here. Now starting to see the cars in darkness. You can see the illuminated side panels, part of the regulations. If one of those fails, you do come in and you have to change it. So the teams put a lot of effort in making sure that those are still lit up. Regulation, because in case a transponder fails, the timekeepers need to be able to see which car is which. So it feels old school in a modern world we live in, but seeing which car number is which is still a very important part of motorsport.
So we started with 59 cars. We've got 57 still going. There is a time penalty of 30 seconds being given to number 52. That's the Machiels Bertolini Ferrari. It is Louis Machiels at the wheel of that car that runs in bronze. And the Machiels family stalwart SRO GT racers cop the penalty. Then number 60 is Michele Beretta, leading in the Silver Cup in the VSR. Vincenzo Sospiri racing Lamborghini in the familiar VSR colours, the white with the blue and yellow stripes. Vincenzo, who came to race in the UK in 1988, Formula Ford, and then just about got to Formula One until the whole Lola sponsorship dramas happened and the team folded, and that was the end of the F1 dream. But he's made a really good fist out of running teams, particularly, of course, with Lamborghini as the base car. 112. That is the McLaren in the hands of Edgar Malloy. That's 2nd in silver right now, chasing after the Beretta Lamborghini. And Lawrence Lequetia for Santalok in the Audi number 26, 3rd in the class right now.
Yeah, and actually CSR using a different concept on the backlighting there. A lot of the teams use a sort of backlit one, but they've actually just got a couple of lights in the wheel arch pointing back, so slightly different strategy on that point there. Just looking through the pace of the cars, Hugo de Wilde has just done his best middle sector, and that car is still flying along. And yeah, I think if WRT have a quick pit stop, that car is going to be knocking on the podium halfway through this race.
Now, Jules Gounon is under investigation for exceeding the minimum driving stint. So the message has come up and he's being looked at. So Jules Gounon is being looked at, as I say, for exceeding the minimum drive time. Right, about a minute and a half or so ago, I said Dean McDonald's mega stint is going to put the pressure on Adam Smalley and Louis Pret. And as if by magic, Adam Smalley arrives in the booth to say, pressure, no pressure. It's going really well for you.
Yeah, so far so good. Dean's had a stunning opening stint, to be honest. So yeah, fingers crossed Louis can get in and keep it up, and yeah, fingers crossed we can hold this to the end.
It's leading outright, yes, that's great, but you're here to score a Gold Cup win, so where's the emphasis going to be placed? I mean, to win the Gold Cup, you've got to be as far up the order as possible, obviously, but an outright win would be mega.
Yeah, I think sort of coming into this weekend, the goal was the challenge for Gold Cup. But based off the overall lead now, I think we've got to realign our expectations. But no, we seem strong. The team's done a fantastic job with the car. We're in a good position. And you're just trying to keep it clean. You know, Louis was fast in testing as well. Things are going to get a little bit interesting towards the end of the race. A chance of rain coming in, so that's going to play a bit of a spice into it. But yeah, we'll keep our nose clean and keep chipping away.
What happened, going off on a small tangent, to 59, Marvin's car, and is that a concern that it might happen to 58?
No, I think it was just a sensor problem that shot the gearbox. So, yeah, something tiny that they've obviously paid a big price for, but it's, you know, these things happen. But yeah, fortunately, we're running fine at the moment. All looks good, so yeah, we can keep chipping away.
You come here as a second-year GT racer. Last year it was all a bit new. You're doing British as well as GT World Challenge Europe. You come here as a more confident GT3 racer now?
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving it. It's just a cool atmosphere to be in. Heading out into quali this morning with 60 cars on track. Never gets boring, to say the least. Every single session's like a race. So yeah, I'm still learning in the process. I've still got a lot to learn, but now being a McLaren junior driver is something that I'm very proud of, and I've got the support of those guys behind me. And yeah, I'm just learning each race and taking it as it comes.
The circuit's starting to evolve a little bit now, obviously, and it looks perhaps darker on TV than it does looking out of the window. But as we look at these Mercedes fighting for fourth place, the lights are starting to have more of an effect. This is a tough part of the race because it's changing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is changing, and especially what people don't realise, you don't realise sat on here, is when you're in the car with the headlights from the cars behind, it's very, very hard to judge the gap of the cars. Right. Because you get such bright light of the headlight behind, kind of blinds your mirrors. So to get your sort of vision and peripheral vision to those cars around you does make it a little bit more challenging. We did have that night practice yesterday. And given it was dark for 20 minutes of it. But yeah, we seemed good in that. I had a good last stint in the night. So yeah, I'll be in for the last 2 hours to finish the race.
The Mercedes battle goes on here. Engel versus Gounon. We're heading towards the end of the hour, so more pit stops imminent. Dean McDonald, I'm assuming, is going to give way to Louis Pret, otherwise you're in the wrong place. But Dean has certainly done a great job, hasn't he, up front?
Yeah, Dean's done a mega job. It's quite funny, I just said, what's Dean had for dinner? And I've just copied him. Because whatever he's had has definitely worked. He seems fired up. His start with mega, and we've got good pace in the car. And we've had that all along. It's just been quite nice to actually unleash it this weekend, and especially in this race. As I said, there's still 4 hours, 5 minutes left to go, so a very, very long way. But at the moment, so far, so good. But the objective is no different to any other race. Just got to keep attacking, keep pit stops clean, and keep moving forward.
An attack he did early on when he got the lead, and there was contact with a Porsche. Did that do anything serious, anything lasting, or just bounce off?
No, I think so far, so good. It looked like on the camera, the bronze car obviously didn't see Dean coming and turned in. Dean had nowhere else to go, but fortunately it was a tiny little bit of contact that we got away with. But yeah, at the moment, as I mentioned in the lead, going to swap over to Louis. Louis' really experienced. He's a mega guy. I really rate him. He's always super fast. So hopefully, he can do a mega job and hand it over to me for the last 2 hours.
More second pit stops are coming. Just quickly to mention, Sven Muller is in, Anshin Guven's car there is in. Ugo de Wilde back in single stints by the look of it for WRT. Alessio Rivera, Augusto Farfus in. The call to pit comes presumably on the radio. You are given the call. You don't have a say in, I'd like to come in now or I'll do one more lap. You are told you're in.
Yeah, these guys get paid to do our strategy, so it's probably best advice that we listen to them. But no, we do have an influence. We're the ones that are sort of driving it and understand the feeling of what's going on inside the car. But with these races, you are fully determined by the fuel. How far can you go on the tank of fuel? having said that, obviously you've got the maximum driver time as well, so that factors into it. So yeah, we're just sort of going by our usual strategy, pitting on the hour, you know, just cycling through tyres and fuel, not trying anything out of the ordinary, just trying to yeah, keep it fairly standard and hopefully plays into our favour.
And you're going to get the night shift, as it were, through the darkness, where it's probably going to be dark all the time. You're not going to have to adapt. You're thrown into it.
Yeah, I ate my carrots last week, so hopefully I can see what's coming up. But yeah,
that's a challenge, isn't it? Because your reference points aren't there. You've got all these lights, both your headlights. You know, you're getting through traffic. You've got cars behind you. But the night shift is a very different one. Let's quickly just mention the fact that as they leave the pit lane, I think the Rowe BMW has gained ground over the WRT car. We'll confirm all that at the end of the lap. But yeah, just a quick word about the night and how different it is in the car and on track.
Yeah, it's people don't realise it's not very well lit around here.
Right.
It's, although there's the odd floodlight, it's yeah, pretty dark around the back section. So yeah, you lose your reference points. So it's sort of adapting to the circumstances and taking it sort of corner by corner, making sure you're back on your braking points, turning points, etc. But also as the temperature drops, you know, these cars are massively subjective to the temperature. So yeah, we've got that to deal with, and hopefully we keep that sort of speed up now that we've got.
Excellent. BMW battle going on here. Charles Weerts has got back into 32. Jesse Krohn has taken over the Rover car, and it was the Rover entry ahead. Weerts has got back, but now Jesse Krohn comes up to have a go and trying to retake the place. So you've got Formula BMW here. Side by side, they are up towards Scene, and this is a part of the racetrack where you've got to be really brave, haven't you?
Yeah, you've got to be super brave. Approaching this in 6th gear. Now this will be the quickest that we're going all season, approaching this down into here.
Wow.
Especially when you're going in side by side like that, you know, it's whoever's the bravest. But sometimes, you know, you do have to sort of forgive the position. Remember, you are in a 4-hour race and you've got to sort of live to fight the day.
So Jesse Krohn was the braver, but he goes deep into Le Beausset. Charles Weerts back up the inside. It's like lap 1, isn't it, this? It's actually lap number 59, 2 different teams, same type of car, and it's going to be round the outside. Charles Weerts, nicely done.
Yeah, that was a mega move by him. Yeah, that's definitely not easy to do and not something you see every day. So yeah, fair play for that.
Right, your car is due in, I think, because it's coming towards the end of the next stint, isn't it? Because it's about to clock 56 minutes. Adam, we better let you go. Thanks for joining us. Adam Smalley, part of the driving force of the lead car, number 58 McLaren. Carrera Cup GB champion 2 years ago, British GT Pro-Am champion last year. Good luck, Adam, for the rest of the race. And as 58 McLaren continues to hold sway, great racing lower down, and of course the pit stops continue to shuffle the order. So it's 58 Dean McDonald from the yellow Mercedes of Engels second, from the silver Mercedes number 17 of Goon on third, Engschler back up to fourth in the leading Lamborghini, Sandy Mitchell behind him. But of course it's a slightly false situation for a few laps because of the most recent round of stops.
Yeah, but 16-second gap from McDonald all the way back to Engel is really telling of this stint from Dean McDonald. It has fallen off pace-wise towards the end, but so's everyone. So he's just kept plugging away, the fastest stint of everyone in this second hour of the race. I was surprised there by Rover. The pace of that car for Jesse Krohn seemed to have no grip in the corner compared to Charles Weerts. Is that a tyre strategy? Are they slightly cooler? Are they a lower pressure? Are they going to see a benefit at the end? But I'm surprised how little pace Jesse Krohn had to fight back against Charles Weerts there. I was also surprised to see Charles Weerts getting back in.
I was.
So a single stint for him at the start, then to De Wilde, then back to Weerts. Is that because they saw De Wilde's pace, and actually are they going to keep him for later on in the race? Do they think he's got the pace of that car? That's the hard one to call at that point.
Or are they going to keep Calvin van der Linde for the double stint to the very end? Let's see how it plays out. Dean McDonald, though, you've got to say, has been one of the stars of the race thus far. He's leading, as you say, by 15 seconds. Now, that's slightly inflated because the 2 Porsches that were behind have stopped. And Klaus Bachler has taken over from Guven. It is Alessio Picariello who's taken over from Muller. And that is number 112, which had taken over the lead in silver briefly for a number 60 when 60 Lamborghini pitted. But now it drops down the order, of course, as Edgar Molloy hands it over. That's the other CSA car. So the shufflings are going on across all the classes because we're into this second round of stops. We've just got to the end of the second hour.
Yep, and just watching a full service here from CSR. So the fuel is the longest part. That has to be connected for a minimum of 43 seconds. In the meantime, you do the driver change and the tyres. These teams can do the tyres in under 20 seconds. So this is the fairest way to make sure everyone's pit stop time is at a similar sort of time as we see the flashing headlights ablaze.
And you know that battle between Krohn and Wirtz? Well, Charles Wirtz has just done the fastest lap of the race. He's just done a 1:54.8. So on lap 59, the fastest lap of the race set by a charging Charles Wirtz.
That's 0.3 of a second faster than what it was. Dean McDonald was on a 55.1, so he smashed it. So that car wasn't Jesse Krohn that was slow, it was Charles Wirtz that was fast, wasn't it? And you can see Engel there flashing his headlights and Gounon all over the back of him. This is the battle for the silver car. So we're looking for a white Lamborghini coming to the background, and the McLaren is in the lead, and there's the second place car in that silver battle. So that is going to be a battle that continues to rage on into this third stint.
But Michele Beretta has stayed in the Lamborghini, so he's up to speed in that car. Sai Sanjay has just been dropped into the number 112 McLaren. He's got to get himself up to speed and get through the traffic as well. So look, Beretta is straight away on his tail as there down the pit lane comes Luca Engschler, who seemed to be struggling a little bit in that stint. And let's see whether he stays behind the wheel. The answer looks like he was. Maybe not, maybe yes. Stays it. I think, yes, drink bottle comes in. He's staying in the car. So whatever it was that caused him to lose the time mid-stint, he's going to be kept in the car for a little bit longer. We've got number 74, the Dustin Blattner Ferrari, under investigation for a refueling time notification to race control. So fuel and tyres for Luca Engschler, and that car, the Grasser car, in the non-Lamborghini colours these days. It's the Nicky Molly livery that Luca Engschler brings. That will blast back out as he wants somebody to take the drink bottle away.
Very polite. I had
absolutely not a litter bug, is he?
Yeah, I had a similar one where I refused to give it back to the mechanic and just lobbed out the window halfway around on my outlap. Was the heat and the necessity. So fair play for him. So he's a much better person than me. All the leaders at the moment are going to be in the box. If they start another lap now, they will go over their stint, as we see Dean McDonald box as I say that. So that needs to be a quick pit stop from Garage 59 to keep that car in the lead.
It'll be interesting to see, won't it, whether or not Get Speed are a bit keener with Gounon this time, because they will know they're being investigated for the first stint. They don't want to have two, otherwise they really are going to be up against it with the stewards, because they can possibly get away with one if they have a good excuse, but not two. Then it starts to look like a proper error on their part. Gounon has stayed out again, though, but he's got 58 minutes and change. He's a little bit further to go in the stint.
He can do an extra lap because he did one too many.
Exactly.
That's why
he's out of sequence. Yeah.
I can't see how it doesn't attract a penalty. So, and the penalty can be severe. It can be 5 minutes in the regulations, as we see Engel coming to a stop at the end of pit lane. 15 seconds. So roughly in about 30 seconds time, I think we should see the 58 McLaren coming past this car.
And you know, you were saying earlier on about the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Ferrari getting up to 30 seconds worth of penalties. Well, now it's got a drive through for track limits. So when it's not your day, it's not your day. Driver change for number 48. I would propose they put Matteo Cairoli in the car next to keep Lucas Auer for the end. There's 96 here. Alessio Picariello, the Belgian driver, another Porsche hero, comes up out of the Virage Dupont, heading up towards the timing line. And as he goes by, that's going to put the car into the lead of the race, because Dean McDonald's car is still in the pit lane, giving way to Louis Pret. Cairoli is still in the pit lane as well. So at the end of the next lap, we'll have a better idea of the order. But it is there on the move, Cairoli in the Mercedes.
Yeah, and you can see Dean McDonald going past. So, yeah, the two Porsches again go into the lead. It will take a lap to work out on the live timing just of where the cars crossed in pit lane. But Picariello is going to take the lead here from Backler. Is Backler going to have relatively better pace than that car when Guven was in it for the first 2 hours? That'd be an interesting tell. Or is that Runic Porsche a quicker Porsche over this 6-hour race here at Paul Ricard?
Now, if I say that Louis Pret doesn't have quite the same pace as Dean McDonald, am I being unfair? I think now that car is going to be more of a Gold Cup car than an overall car, isn't it?
Yeah, that's fair. Louis Pret is not a gold-rated driver, so he is silver, so he's not expected to be as fast as Dean McDonald was in those opening 2 hours. And is that a strategy blunder, putting your fastest driver in first? Potentially. Smalley's pace will be good, but I would say Dean McDonald is the historic fastest out of those three. So if there's any safety car at this point, Dean McDonald's work is basically undone. Now, what odds are you going to give me that there isn't going to be a safety car in 3 hours and 55 minutes? Because whatever they are taken.
Right, into the pit lane as Calum Gounon to give way to Fabian Schiller. and Fabien into 17. Now that stint was 1 hour and 12 seconds, so that's proper.
Yeah, so they can now say, well, we're a 1 minute 47 under this time. Can we just take that off the 32 seconds that we were over last time?
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
fair, isn't it? It's all balancing and yang.
Another car that has speeded up, Michele Beretta on a new set of tyres, personal best lap as he goes back into the lead of the silver class. He's jumped ahead of Sai Sanjay. So this is now going to take over the race lead. It's the Porsche battle again, Picariello versus Bachler. And as they come up towards the timing line, through they go. Back on the move is the Get Speed Mercedes. And down the pit road rumbles Fabian Schiller. Gets to the pit exit line, blasts away, and he is then from pit out back onto the racetrack. Can't cross that white line at the pit exit, so the car led when it came in. It drops down the order now to third place, fourth place. It'll be behind 48, won't it? So there are your leaders. 96 Porsche leads the way. Alessio Picariello at the wheel of it. Behind is 22 Porsche of Klaus Bachler. And they come now on to the Mistral straight. So it's Porsches 1 and 2. And then look through the headlights, wait to see who's jumped to third. We've had the driver change to Louis Pret in the Garage 59 McLaren. We know that Fabian Schiller is into number 17 Mercedes. And we've also got, of course, back markers in the mix as well. So we're into the third hour of the 6, and as has been the case after pit stops, it's the Porsches from the two different teams, Rutronic and Schumacher CLRT, up at the front now.
Yeah, I think Bachler's going to get a message from race control to turn his lights on. He's just running the side lights at the moment, so I hope that's not an issue, because as a driver I'd be surprised if that was a personal preference at this point. I would want as much illumination as I can as we see that man filter Mercedes sweep through now with Cairoli on. We've been saying it's angled for 2 hours, and then we can see the Get Speed Mercedes being done there by Charles Wirtz. Great move, but then gets blocked in, but then blows across. This is great racing. Let's listen to some radio from that car.
It looks like we have understeer, so just look after the front axle, because we don't want to kill it. Pace is really good. Gap is 5 seconds.
Well, Charles Wirtz driving around the problem, isn't he, with great alacrity, because he's gained the place. Mega move, and not only did he jump the Mercedes got stuffed behind the Ferrari, so there was no way that Fabian Schiller could retaliate. So Picariello Porsche leads. Second, coming up to the line now is Louis Pret in the McLaren. So the McLaren has split the Porsches. Klaus Bachler is third. Matteo Cairoli in the ex-Maro Engel Mercedes is fourth. Charles Wirtz now is fifth. In sixth place it's Charles Wirtz. Fifth is Wirtz. Sixth is Fabian Schiller. And in seventh place it is going to be Vincent Abril in number 51 Ferrari. So that's your lead car. Ignore that second Porsche because it's a lap back. And it's their second, Louis Pret, who in turn is 4.7 seconds ahead of Klaus Bachler. So the gap between the Porsches, 11 seconds. That's big.
Yeah, I don't see how, because the pit stops were within 2 seconds. I do see how Louis Pret's not leading this race. That car lost nearly 10 seconds to Picariello's Porsche in the last pit stop. Was that traffic? Was that an issue? I'd love Alex in pit lane to go and get some answers out of Garage 59, because they've lost 10 seconds and they're only 6.5 behind the lead car, so they've lost the lead in pit road. But yeah, Bachler, we saw how close he was for a while, but now suddenly has got nowhere near the back of Picariello. 11 seconds now. Cairoli on the move, Charles Wirtz on the move, and it looks like Schiller may be struggling to get that car up to speed at the moment. Bachler does have his full lights on as well now, which is good news.
Indeed, so yeah, it was the back marker Porsche that was close to the leader, which is making me think it was Bachler in the darkness. But there is 22, fully illuminated. Let's see now whether it's fully up to pace. Klaus Bachler, we know, is another turnkey Porsche driver. You slot him in and he normally delivers. But right now, if anything, he's going to have to be mindful of Matteo Cairoli, who he's not that far behind, running in fourth place. Charles Wirtz on a mission in fifth. And remember, it's Charles who in this stint alone has done the fastest lap of the race. So he's charging. So there's 48, Matteo Cairoli, new to the Mercedes AMG ranks. He's not a factory driver, but he has been for Porsche, he has been for Lamborghini, and his CV speaks for itself. Very, very accomplished indeed. So he is chasing after Klaus Bachler, and he's only 1.4 seconds back. So 48 now, looking as though it's coming alive again.
Yeah, and Louis Pret also fast. What was that warning on the dash there? Just trying to read it. It's not clear to me, but the top of that dash, there should be a yellow box there. That must be warning the driver of something, but pace is fine Caroli as we go on board. You can see the amount of information. Big number in the middle is gear, so that's the most important. Down to second gear. Do they go down to first here? They're going to run it through second. Loads of torque in this Mercedes. Short shift up to third now as you turn in. Decides to run second, so he's obviously happy with the rear end grip. You can see the rev lights, they meet in the middle. When they flash red, that's the optimal shift point. That alarm now clearing, and that's giving a rev bar back. So looks like there was an alarm that they were able to clear and get off, and now watch the speed metronomically up into top gear now, sixth gear. Speed building, 250, 260.
And just quickly to say that the Fabian Schiller, Jules Gournon, Lukas Stolz Mercedes, a drive-through penalty for exceeding the minimum driving stint time. So number 17 for that first stint, we were worried about it, and it has got a penalty. There are others in the same situation. Number 3 also from Get Speed and 54, likewise, that will be given a drive-through. So penalties come, but that's the car for which it is the more significant. There is confirmation of it. 17 gets a drive-through. So the car of Fabian Schiller, Mercedes coming up towards the end of the lap, but one of the heroes of the race, Dean McDonald, great first double stint. He's with Alex Le Guy.
I am down here with Dean McDonald of Garage 59. What an incredible double stint. The McLaren is serving you well.
Yeah, it was good fun out there. You know, I've not started a race in a while in GT World Challenge, but yeah, maybe I have to start a few more. But yeah, it was great fun. The car was mega, the team was mega. So yeah, hopefully we can bring it home now. So we're in a good position, and yeah, we see what happens from here.
What's happened though out there at the moment? You look like you've lost the lead. Do you know why?
I'm not 100% sure. I think maybe a slight issue with the fueling, but nothing to worry about. I think we're all good, in a good position. Car's good, so yeah, we're confident.
How's the track evolving? Just how tough will this next stint be for Louis?
Yeah, well, we saw the track evolution yesterday in pre-qualifying from free practice. The car balance did shift a bit, but to be fair, we tried to adapt the car to go into the night a little bit more. So fingers crossed. It's okay.
Mega start. Well done.
It was, I think, Miguel Ramos a few years ago when he shared with Dean McDonald, he referred to him as Baby Dean, and he still looks as young as ever, but a very accomplished GT racer now, Dean McDonald, and that really was an outstanding stint. And yes, it was great to lead the race. Yes, it was great to do it as a gold, and yes, it was even perhaps more impressive to do it against more experienced manufacturer pros that he was racing against and humbling.
Yeah, old McDonald's had a stint and a half there, and I think so far he's my driver of the race. But yeah, look at around the outside here of Caroli. That was great. That was such an organic shot. I didn't expect anything, and suddenly this large BMW loomed in its fluoro orange, and off he goes. The pace of that BMW has transformed from a very average stint 1 from Wirtz to a mega stint 2.
As 48's gone the other way, arguably, and that yellow warning was back on the dash, I noticed there as Cairoli, there it is, comes through. So, Matteo Cairoli, 1 place lost, up into 4th then, Charles Wirtz, fastest man in the race thus far. And yeah, after a slightly anonymous first stint, although we're standing to our guns here and saying it will be a factor, it becomes ever more of a factor, stint by stint by stint.
Yeah, it looks fine in the medium and slow speed. It just doesn't seem to have the low down torque. Not to get Alex's step count up, but I'd love for her to go down to Winwood and ask what that yellow bar is, because it's disappearing and coming back on at sort of irregular moments. I wonder, the only thing I can almost see is it low battery voltage, but that would be a big worry, because that means an alternator has gone down. You can see it's off at the moment. You can see the dash working away, traction control active, ABS. All of these cars have so many driver aids, but still very difficult to hustle a lap time. But look at that big snap of oversteer under braking. You can hear the engine revs drop under braking, so the rear axle is fully locked, like pulling a handbrake when you're in a McDonald's car park having a bit of fun. But when you're doing 180 kilometers an hour, it's not so much fun, and it's not indicative of a good lap time. Bit of snap of oversteer on the exit. Still able to be flat through here at turn number 7, so getting a good run on to the straight, but it wasn't fast at the end because Wirtz just breezed past us.
Should point out other fast food outlets are available. Wirtz, Cairoli, and then Vincent Abril up into 6th place now, number 51 Ferrari. That's another car starting to come back into the mix, and Fabian Schiller has just served his drive-through, so he's down into 9th place.
The car ahead, he's been the slowest. No track limits, please. Do a mega job. No risk track limits.
I think that's Wirtz asking, how about that one on the overtake? Engineer doing a great job on the radio. Very clear, concise, exactly what you want as a driver. no track limits for that car wanted. They've already used 2 of them up. Car in front, the slowest car on track. A pretty detrimental comment from the engineer, but Backler is lacking pace. So Wirtz, I think, will breeze past that and will get himself into a podium position.
But given that we've been saying that 22 Porsche with Guven lacked pace, it's something in the car, isn't it? Because those are drivers that want for nothing. There's something in the setup, there's something in the pace of 22 that is just not there. 96, the sister Porsche, different team, but same type of car, Alessia Picariello, that continues to lead the way. But even that's being caught by Pret. The last lap for Picariello was a 57.5. Pret did a 56.8. Now, okay, you can argue that it's going to be down to traffic, but now that Charles Wirtz is up into 3rd place, he's 11 seconds off the race lead. No wonder his engineer is saying it's a mega job. It really is. For a car that was 9th and didn't look all that flash within the opening stint, now it could well be a potential winner of the race, that car.
Yeah, interesting. 98, the Rover BMW given a 10-second penalty for gaining advantage. I think that's for the Rivera incident at turn 7, 25 minutes ago. Interesting call there.
Quite draconian.
Harsh, in my opinion. Race controller got more views of it than us and would have reviewed that, but I thought Farfus at the time did a good job avoiding an incident. So again, interesting to get his opinion, especially while the adrenaline's still high. It's always easier to make a driver say something stupid when their veins are bursting with energy in that regard.
Now, others that are on the move, 163 Marco Mappelli up into 9th place, up into the top 10 now. He's nicking team in the 007 Aston Martin. And the Valkenhorst Aston, we heard from David Pittard. Well, now Enrique Chavez up into 11th place. Cairoli having to really fight the Mercedes as up towards Le Beausset they come. You're watching Cairoli, that yellow warning light back on. He's taking over the car from Mauro Engel. Let's hear the thoughts of Mauro. He's in the pit lane with Alex.
Down here with Winwood, Mauro Engel. What a start that was. Epic off the line, but my goodness, that was a tough double stint.
Yeah, the beginning was looking quite good and car was handling great. Yeah, unfortunately when the temperatures came down, we just started to collect pickup on the tires, and then it was really tough. A lot of defending, much more than we would have liked. But yeah, we're hanging in there. Hopefully we can keep going, and maybe some strategy will come towards us.
Is the car okay? It looks like there might be some problems.
No, the car's fine. It's just the tires. For us with the Mercedes, this track, when it cools down, it's always an issue that they start collecting the pickup that's lying around on track, and you can't really get rid of it, and then it's just survival mode after that.
Were you always doing a double stint, or did strategy change and go off script?
No, we stayed on a double stint. That was always the plan.
Thanks, Mauro.
So Mauro Engel then talking about the fact that it's all down to tyres, the pace of the car ebbing away, and the fact that it's a handful for Cairoli, who is now trying to get himself up through the traffic. Charles Wirtz has got past Klaus Backler, so that job done, and now Cairoli trying to do the same.
Yeah, we saw the big snap from Cairoli. It seemed the next right-hander coming, but Backler's one was even bigger, and to see a slide like that from a modern GT car through scene is very rare. That car is hard work. The yellow alarm we're seeing on that 48 car, I'm reliably informed, is a low water pressure alarm, and it's normal for the Mercedes. Right. So I think we can discount that as a factor in its lack of pace at the moment. So yeah, I think we can stand down on that one. But yeah, Backler has just got nothing. So Guven wasn't the issue with that car. That car is the issue itself, and at the moment is losing anything up to 1.4 seconds a lap to Charles Wirtz. Charles Wirtz already well clear of this battle. You can see that shot from the drone, the bright orange BMW into turn 12 now, then Backler, then Cairoli behind. Those two cars sort of having a battle of who's got the worst pace to stay in the top 5 at the moment, and Vincent Abril is coming in hot on them, 3.4 seconds behind, 1.2 seconds a lap quicker, striking range within 2.5 laps on those sort of numbers at the moment.
And look at Cairoli, he may not have the perfect Mercedes, but he's got a better car underneath him than Klaus Backler has, so the Schumacher CLRT team now a lot of head scratching because there's seemingly nothing that they can do to make that car go any faster. It is what it is, to use the phrase. Over the line they come, almost nose to tail, and Cairoli is now going to line up for a move. Is he at the end of the pit straight? Well, he thinks about it, he pulls out, he pulls back in again, can't get through there. So they drop down towards turn 1, 0.193 of a second was the narrow margin as they came across the line.
Still just closing in on him, but the aero wash now, as soon as you get within a second of the car in front, the downforce they generate, then the dirty air off the back of their car affects how your car handles and performs. So in low speed corners like where they are, 5 and 6, it's fine. And then through 7, suddenly your front end of the car isn't picking up the downforce it wants, so you might even have to have a lift. So that's where it's hard to get past the car. Easy to catch, hard to overtake in these modern GT3 cars.
Right now, we're on lap number 70, and Alessio Picariello leading by 4.7 seconds from Louis Pret. Charles Weertz in 3rd place, and then Klaus Bachler, Matteo Caroli nose to tail, 4th and 5th. Vincent Abril in the Ferrari, starting to work his way up the order as well. Then it's Jesse Krohn, 7th, 8th, Luca Engschler, 9th is Marco Mappelli, and Niki Team rounding out the top 10. Silver being led by Beretta still. Gold, obviously, by Louis Pret, and bronze, Dennis Marshall, who's taken over from Dustin Blattner.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where the pace of that car goes. And remember how many pit stops we've got left to do as well. These teams still got to do 3 full pit stops to get these cars to the end. We've seen some time lost. Garage 59 lost the lead effectively on their last pit stop, 10 seconds slower than it needed to be. So there's a huge amount to play here. And just look at that Bronze Cup, the strength in that field now. We've got such a great split, haven't we, over the classes. 15, 16 cars in pro, bronze and silver, so doing really, really strong, and that's ahead of Spa 24, where we always see the field grow.
74 Ferrari, Dennis Marshall at the lead, at the wheel. This is the car that leads bronze. Dennis and Dustin Blattner have made a really good combination both last year when they were with Rutronic Racing. They drove for Kessel together in the Asian Le Mans Series GT class over the winter. They've driven together in the Gulf 12 Hours, a race that Dennis Marshall won. And also, as they come across the line, they are clear of Alfred Renard and then Sean Gillisle, 2nd and 3rd in bronze. Renard for Porsche, Gillisle in the Darren Lung BMW. There is Alfred Renard. Sorry, Joe.
So I was just looking at the front of the field. Abril is catching at the rate of knots that we thought. So, yeah, that Ferrari is finding some pace, whereas, yes, Renard is leading the Porsche, but Bachler still really, really struggling with that car. And Renard obviously part of the two-brother crew that's super strong, have won so many races endurance-wise in the Creventic series over the years. They were really a team to be reckoned with, and 2 fast brothers sharing is always a strong lineup, I think.
And of course they are the team as well, aren't they? They are Herbert Motorsports, so player managers in a sense, as now we are at 3 hours 37 to go, not quite at halfway. You look there at Sean Gillisle, former Formula 3, Formula 2, then sports car racer. And the Gillisle family has the Indonesian franchise of KFC. So you might go and pull your handbrake in a McDonald's car park. He's been doing it in a KFC car park for years, Osborne. And it's a good effect. Sean Gillisle, quick driver. And accelerates now on to Mistral Straight, hunting down that Renard Porsche. Another Porsche that's sort of flattered to deceive out of the pro class, 911. Alex Malikin has got on board that car, but that's way, way down in 37th place overall. Now, 911 was started by Richard Leeds, but that's another one that's just not caught alive.
I really, really struggled with anything there. All race, strange one there. I wouldn't have predicted that. I wouldn't have predicted the continued pace of Wirtz. At the moment, his stint average is the only one in the 55s. I think he could be on the back of Louis Pret within 3 laps. So we've got a few sub-battles here. We've got the back of Caroli here, all over Bachler. Got Abril in the shot, just coming in now. Last time over the line, he was only 8/10 a second behind this yellow Mercedes. The drone will pick this up nice. Porsche, Mercedes, Ferrari, and they're in the wrong order. The Porsche is the slowest, then it's the Mercedes, then it's the Ferrari. So all 3 need to swap positions at some point. Who's going to strike first? Who's going to make the move to get it done? Caroli has been sat behind this Porsche. Caroli knows well, he'll know its strengths and weaknesses. Yeah. Can he exploit that?
True, actually, yes, because he's a former Porsche racer. He's had a year with Lamborghini, now to Mercedes. And look behind, Vincent Abril reeling them in number 51 Ferrari. Another car, a bit like 32 BMW of Charles Weertz, that was nowhere in the first stint, and he's now getting closer and closer, faster and faster, as this 3rd stint unwinds. So, lap 72.
Yeah, super fast driver, Vince. I've been a teammate of him actually 3 years ago here. JP Motorsport and McLaren, really impressed with him, and lovely guy as well. It's his local track. Lives and based in Monaco. Not the most glamorous of lifestyles. His dad owns a shop which he has to work in and stack the shelves in. So
right?
Every walk of life slightly different in Monaco. You see the Instagram as we see Wirtz just side.
Yeah, we know.
I didn't quite get all of that message because I was blabbing on, but it sounded something like full throttle, but the engineer just said, we know. So something they can't change and hopefully isn't a big problem. I assume it was from this car. It sounded similar voices to what we heard from Charles Virtue, his engineer, earlier. But pace still good for that car at the moment. What's the gap down to Louis Pret as he breaks the line now? It was 2.3. It is now 1.9, 4 tenths of a second taken out on that last lap alone.
Game on, isn't it? What does the Abril shop sell?
I think it is just a supermarket.
Oh, okay.
I've never been. I don't
General
know if I get
store.
discount. Exactly.
Right, well, we know where to go on the way home, don't we now? Right, so currently we're on lap 73, and Vincent Abril, of whom we speak, 6th, and starting to close on Cairoli, who has got a bit stuck behind Backler. He can't find a way through as yet, ergo the Ferrari is starting to close. Jesse Krohn is in 7th, Luca Engstler is 8th, 9th is Nicky Timms, Aston Martin, Mapelli's Lamborghini in 10th, and while all that's going on, Alessio Picariello is building the lead, 6.7 seconds now in number 96, the Rutronic Racing Porsche. So having finally got ahead of 22, it has been able to do if you like, a representative pace. And there's proof on the Race Vision powered by AWS graphic of the pace of Charles Witz, constantly above the class average.
Yeah, fastest car of the race for this stint by some margin as well, 7 or 8 tenths from that AWS graphic there. Still got the problem, haven't we, for that Porsche? The one I thought was back earlier, it's Rolf Eichen. He still hasn't got his lights on. I think his only saving grace is that race control can't see him because he hasn't got his lights on.
But it's a dark car anyway.
Yeah, it's going to get called out soon because it is a danger. If he's going to be overtaking cars, they're rightfully maybe not going to see him because he isn't illuminated half as well as these cars that are coming through shot now.
It's like a stealth livery, isn't it? Designed not to be seen. So, yeah, the Renault Porsche is currently second in gold, and he's only 9 seconds back.
Can you see this? 3 clicks forward would be equal locking. 3 clicks forward would be equal locking.
So a brake bias adjustment there. Thank you. He's complaining about something, but 3 clicks forward to get equal locking is interesting. So he's obviously struggling with the front a bit more than he anticipated. So he's gone to the rear. Now needs to go back to the front. So the brake bias simply adjusts how much energy goes to the front or the rear axle. And this is something the driver can change. It's the only thing the driver can physically change setup-wise on the fly. It is a very strong tool, and sometimes it almost gets a bit misleading because you're like, oh, I've got understeer, I'll go to the front to help. Yeah. Then you overwork the front and it makes the problem worse. It's a constant battle of finding the right point.
And if we assume that he didn't have that issue in his first stint, what's changed on the racetrack in the conditions to make it an issue now?
So just with the track temp going away, the front of the car will be hooking up nicer, the rear will be getting looser, so it'll just be a migration of grip, and he'll just be trying to manage that as best he can. Could even be the brake cooling difference, that now it's cooler air temp, the front is running cooler, so actually they need to go back to the front to keep the brake temperature in its window. The teams will have live telemetry and they'll be able to see how much the front and rear axle are locking, and I think that's what the engineer was alluding to. They're not seeing much front locking on the front axle, so go 3 clicks forward. That will be probably 1.5% or 2% on that car.
So right now, Louis Pret hanging on to that second place and still turning good lap times. His last lap was a 56.7, quicker actually than Picariello. Again, it's now pretty much dark, and yes, you've got traffic to factor in, so it's harder now to gauge a real pattern. Quick word about Jan Mardenborough. He was up here in the booth a little while ago with us. He's taken over 64 Mustang, and he's 15th overall. So Jan the man, doing a good job, as you anticipate. He might be a little bit race rusty, having not done that much racing over the last 3 or 4 seasons, but he's not lost it, has he?
No, he really hasn't, and a good stint average as well, and slightly different strategy on that one. It's interesting to see where it's gone. So he's been in the car for 32 minutes, so they're on that early pit stop, aren't they, as we go back on board with Cairoli. And actually we can't really see back, he's dropped off a long way, and we've missed why. It wasn't on the last lap. Their last laps were within 1/10 of a second, so is that just where the pace has now gone for this Mercedes, which seems to have a yo-yo attached to its transponder, because the pace is nowhere near metronomic that we would expect from a Mercedes GT3 car.
And he's only 4 tenths up on Vincent Abril's Ferrari. It's more a case of when the Ferrari gets past, rather than Cairoli catching Backler as he goes up through turn 2 now.
You can see the Ferrari headlights bouncing off the top of his roll cage there above the windscreen. That's how tight Abril is, and every time those shadows move around, that's Abril just poking in the mirror. No rear view camera needed in the Mercedes. Got an old school mirror, which tends not fail at least, but some of the mid-engine cars, and there is Abril, there are his lights piercing through the back of Caroli's car, turning that yellow bumper to white. These modern headlights are so bright. When I first started GT3 racing, the rule was you're only allowed 6 lights, which is quite easy to police back then. But now we've gone to LED. It's impossible to police. So these cars are just full of light. It's a wall of light projecting out forwards, which is great for you. But as soon as you get it behind you, it is your worst nightmare for your retinas, and they burn all night long.
Look at the way that Abril's pace has been. Had a couple of slowish laps below the class average, and then the last 3 have all been above. So now that he can see Cairoli ahead, that spurs him on even more. 0.4 of a second the margin at the start of the lap. Through senior, they turn. This is lap number 75. And that Ferrari right on the back of the yellow man-filled to Mercedes. There's the speed of the Ferrari. Out wide at Le Bousset goes Abril, but it's when, not if, he's going to get past.
Yeah, Cairoli's got a hard battle here to fight this off. I don't think he's got the pace to answer Abril's attack. That Ferrari just feels like every hour it's crept up 5 positions, hasn't it? And the next position it will inherit is 5th. So is it going to carry on that trend and continue towards the front of this race? We look towards the front. It does look like Louis Pret's pace is very strong out the top 3. He's the guy I think that's got the strongest car underneath him. Gap down to 3.9 seconds. That was 6.5 at the start of the stint. Charles Vert's slightly gaining on him, but not by much. Last lap actually lost a bit. There's the gaps that Abril has been taking out. A tenth, and then 2.5 effectively. So 0.4 gained on the last 3 laps.
Picariello, in the meantime, is being caught by Pret. 3.9 seconds is the margin. It was about 6 a little while ago. So possibly traffic, but Louis Pret certainly is having a very impressive drive.
Yeah, that last lap was his best lap of the stint. Not the car's best, but his best. So that's not bad pace at all. That's under a second off Dean McDonald. And everyone else is more than that off. So actually, I think Louis Pret is having a stint of his life so far.
The only other one doing laps in the 56s of consequence at the moment, other than Wirtz behind Pret, is Nicky Tim, who's got a lot of ground to make up further back. Now, Cairoli getting further away from Backler, dropping further away because he's having to go defensive. That set of lights burning a hole in the back of his crash helmet are those of Vincent Abril. So it's battle on for 5th place now. You can see how close the Ferrari has got. Now Abril needs to find a way by before he gets almost hypnotised by the back of that car, because if he doesn't make the move, he just has to sit there and hope for the best, hope that a mistake comes from Cairoli.
Yeah, exactly that. Very fair driver as well, Vince. As I said, I've raced against him a lot. I was actually stuck behind him for a 2-hour stint at Adrian Le Mans 4 years ago, and he didn't make a single mistake. And I got a run on him, and he squeezed me to the pit wall and left me exactly 100% width of my car. And yeah, exactly. So fair but hard. But at the moment, it's always the worry as a driver. You catch the back of the car, and if you don't strike while the iron's hot, it just starts to smoulder off the temperature of that attack, and it's quite hard then to get the momentum back on your side and get going again. And I just worry for Vince that's what's happened as he's caught the back of Cairoli.
So, although the Ferrari has looked the quicker, no move yet. Traffic up the road, that might just throw a lifeline. Behind them is Jesse Krohn in the Rover BMW there, but that's 5 seconds worth of a gap. So Krohn's not an immediate threat. We're about halfway through this stint for the bulk of them, just over, as the leaders go by with the lead gap 4.7 seconds. So Picariello Porsche, Pret McLaren, Wirtz BMW, Backler Porsche, Cairoli Mercedes, Abril Ferrari, Krohn BMW, and then Engschler in the leading Lamborghini. That's another car that's kind of lost its way a bit.
Yeah, after Bortolotti looking so strong, especially right at the start of the race.
Yeah.
Faded a bit after the first 20, but yeah, struggling now. Louis Pret, after doing his best lap of the race, has now just banged in a 58.4, 1.4 seconds lost on that last lap. So was that traffic, and the traffic always groups together. That's the hard bit. When you come across one car, that's one thing to get past them, but when there's 3 or 4 in a battle pack, that suddenly becomes infinitely harder to clear without losing a huge amount of time.
Lights come towards us then on the Mistral straight. Vincent Abril, to the eye, has dropped back maybe slightly from Cairoli on this lap, but as you say, he needs to sort of get his second win, doesn't he? Get all excited again. It's a bit like when you catch somebody, I guess, on a country lane and you want to get past, you can't for ages because of oncoming traffic, and then you sort of lose the impetus and you just sit there.
Yeah, you just turn the radio up and chill,
Yeah,
don't you?
yeah.
I think that's essentially what Abril's done. As we go back to our battle further on, class positions, remember 4 different classes running through here. 333 Lamborghini, looking good balance-wise out the last corner. It's always interesting to see where that's at, and at the moment looking good as the clock ominously still shows 3 hours and 25 minutes in this race to run.
But that means we're 25 minutes away from another round of pit stops, which will shuffle the order and give us yet more to talk about. And we've not exactly been short of things to talk about thus far. One pleasant surprise is how many cars are still going and how few incidents we've had.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. We haven't really had any proper car-to-car contact. We've had Kirchhoff's McLaren breakdown. We've had the same with the Optimum car that's still in the pit lane. And we've got the Team Italia BMW in the pit lane. I didn't see what the problem was there, but this has been for a first race of the season as well, where a lot of these drivers have been out of a race car. They haven't done a race in 6 months, potentially. That is pretty difficult. So, yeah, it's going to be real interesting to see if that flow continues, or are we going to start to get some more action as desperation seeps.
So, on to the Mistral once more. They pour lap number 78, looking very sparse. 24 hours now, isn't it, into the darkness. Remember, if you fancy coming to GT World Challenge Europe, whether it's endurance or sprint, you can get tickets for the future events. The next round of Europe will be Brands Hatch. That's the opening Sprint Cup event, first weekend of May. The CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa is the last weekend of June. Before that, we'll have been to Zandvoort, 16th to the 18th of May. That's another Sprint Cup round. Monza for the next endurance round, final weekend of May, 1st of June. So tickets on sale for all of those, and Spa and the other side of that. So do come and join us. The cars are mega, the racing is brilliant, and the access in the paddock, driver autograph sessions, plus all the support races make it a really good weekend. But certainly for Brits, Brands Hatch, first weekend of May, it's going to be a really good weekend. These cars always look mega around Brands Hatch, and the supporting programme is good as well. Mini 7 Racing Club will be really entertaining around there. So, yeah, come to Brands Hatch, come to Spa, come to GT World Challenge Europe. Whether it's endurance or sprint, you will not be disappointed.
Yeah, Spa as well, obviously being a 24-hour race, turns into a festival, doesn't it, with all the live music, the fan zone, the ability to camp there, and kind of somehow merge a festival party into one, and somehow there's a race going on in the background with 60 of the most competitive GT cars in the world.
And the Joe Osborne fan club is always there. The phone box is crowded, but they're always there. So, yeah, there's a lot to do at Spa. Now, as far as Charles Witz is concerned, there's a lot to do in the 32 BMW, because now he is up into second place. He's cleared Louis Pret. He's made the move and he's made it stick. So the new lead battle is Picariello versus Weert, and 4.8 seconds between the pair.
Yeah, it's the battle of the Belgians there, isn't it? Picariello versus Weerts. And at the moment, it looks like Picariello's just picked the pace up slightly last lap, very similar. 57 zeros for both, but that would have been Weerts doing an overtake, which at best is going to be 3 or 4 tenths. So what can this car do? It's just reeling in and in and in. I want to re-watch the first hour of Charles Weerts, because this doesn't feel like the same driver, same car. It's completely different. It's from probably being the 10th to 12th fastest driver on the track in Stint 1 to the fastest driver clearly in Stint 2 for him in this third stint of the race. It's been absolutely incredible transformation.
So with 78 laps done, Charles Weerts chasing after Alessio Picariello. Now that we've got to this point of the darkness and tail lights and headlights, you come up behind another car. Do you just attack because it's a car and you need to overtake it? Or are you reliant on the team saying, right, the car ahead of you is a back marker, or the car ahead of you is for position?
Yeah, exactly. The good engineers and the good driver relationships you can build is the engineer already preloaded with that information. So in a lap, you will catch BMW 992. It's not for position. Driver is. And then you can make the decision based on the information you're given from the engineer there of what you need to do to overtake that car. So yeah, you're limited as a driver what you can see in these conditions, and from the rear you don't know if it's for position or it's a laps car, and sometimes you build up an understanding of how a driver reacts and how aggressive they are, so you know how to fight back at them in an efficient and hopefully clean manner.
Lead gap 4.8 seconds. Now the interest will be whether Pret drops into the clutches of Klaus Bachler, but for now he's 10.4 seconds up the road. Cairoli is still ahead of the hypnotised Abril, and then it's Krohn, Tim, Engel and Mapelli, with 11th Arthur Rougier, number 111 McLaren. Now that's significant because that's creeping up the order, and it's a Gold Cup car, as Pret's just starting to lose places. Don't forget it led, now it's third. So the gap, therefore, between the top two in gold is slowly but surely coming down.
Yeah, and are they going to flatter to deceive the 58 car? Did they start their fastest driver in Dean McDonald, and that's going to hurt them as the race goes on? Again, if there's a safety car, it really hurts them because all of those time gains from Dean are null and void. Yes, track position will still be relevant, but time has gone out the window with a safety car, so they will want a clean race to the end. We've had that so far the first 2 hours 40 minutes, but there's still more than halfway to go. But yeah, Rouget did a mega job in quali, one of the fastest drivers in his session, so I think he's got a chance of picking off a few more. The only real car in the 56s on that last lap in the top 10 alongside Nicky Thiem and Jesse Krohn. The two Scandinavian drivers there seem to be relishing these conditions.
In the Silver Cup, it is Beretta ahead of Sai Sanjay, and he's pulling away a little bit now, that margin over 11 seconds. Dennis Marshall is still leading in bronze over Alfred Renau and Sean Delisle. You only have to have one bronze-graded driver to be a Bronze Cup entrant, so you've got some platinums and golds in there as well with the one bronze. So some of those Bronze Cup cars are mighty competitive. We haven't really touched on number 9 for a while. Maxi Goetz has just done another stint, but that car is dropping down the order. It's just rejoined the race, number 9, but it's down in 26th place. That's well out of sequence with everybody else.
Yeah, like I said earlier, it needs at least 2 full course yellows at the end of the stint so they can extend it by 5 minutes. Caroli trying to get down the inside of a back marking Audi. It's the Qatar car, isn't it? The Audi Santalog run car there. Look at the drag they're trying to get alongside. Is the Audi going to lift off the throttle? It does very nicely. Caroli will be a pleased boy that doesn't have to fight. Backler still on the horizon. That car in front is Backler. You can just see the back of that Porsche, almost like a Cyclops with that rear light. Who's that? Is that Abril trying to go round the outside, or is it another Ferrari? This is where the vision starts to get hard, these lights. So bright. Vincent Abril was 1.2 seconds behind Caroli that last time by, so caught him, but look, it's got the Qatari car in between him and Caroli now.
So 18 minutes or so up to the end of the next hour, so we're roughly 18 minutes away from thinking pit stops once again. That's going to shuffle the order, and in terms of those that are with a bit more stint to play with, Louis Pret 37 minutes, 38 coming up into a stint, whereas most are on the 45 mark, so we are going to have people slightly out of sequence, and Fabian Schiller is going to be the last in, isn't he, from this stint. Interesting 33 now, the Verstappen.com Aston. Chris Lullen has taken over. Now, if you're an esports fanatic, you'll know all about Chris Lullen because he's an absolute mega sim racer, but he also came into real-world radical racing last year and was on a different planet. Admittedly, the majority of radical racers are quick AMs, but he just blitzed the season.
Yeah, he's in touch with Enrique Chavez in front and another Aston Martin, factory Aston Martin driver. Now Enrique Chavez, Nicky Thiem, not that far up the road. And yeah, Lullen's last lap was faster than Nicky Thiem, so a lot to digest there, but a mega job so far.
Wondering whether we've just seen Jesse Krohn get past Vincent Abril. I think he has in the traffic, has he not? So Vincent Abril was being caught by Jesse Krohn, and the shuffles continue. So the headlights you have to spot, and the cars now accelerate their way again down the Mistral here. The overall leader, Alessio Picariello. We've been talking about the Silver Cup leading Michele Beretta. The car was started by Finlay Hutchison. Let's hear from him.
I'm now joined by Finlay Hutchinson, car 60, VSR. A very good start, currently leading the Silver Pack.
Yep, from the start until now we've been leading the race, so it's been what we want. We just need to take care of the track limits until the end, and then it's ours to lose at the moment, but one track limit and it's over for us, so let's see.
Talk us through what it's like starting in the middle of the pack here at Paul Ricard.
Paul Ricard, we're quite lucky. There's lots of space if there is something to happen for us to go and avoid a collision. Today it was quite clean. It's my first start in a year and a half, so it's been interesting, but you know, I think I've done a good job. I didn't lose any positions. I think I gained 1 or 2, and yeah, just continued the job after that.
Do you know what sort of information or feedback you're getting from Michele right now?
His pace is phenomenal compared to the Silver. Actually, I think he's one of the fastest cars on the track at the moment. As I said, it's going to be the track limits that kill us, so we've just got to keep it on the black stuff and, you know, keep it between the white lines.
Easy, just stay ahead.
Fingers crossed. Let's see. Thank you. Take care.
So number 60 Lamborghini, there it is, leading silver. We were right in saying it was Krohn getting ahead of Abril. So Vincent, we were convinced, was going to pass Cairoli. Instead, he has been mugged by Jesse Krohn. And it was a slow lap as well, his last one, a 2-minute lap. So he got stuck in traffic, lost a place, and he's trying to regroup from there. Fabian Schiller has sorted out Chris Lallam, saying that Mercedes is better in this context than the Aston Martin. 13th goes the way of Fabian Schiller. Right, the leaders then plough on. We're quarter of an hour away from half distance. And just for the moment, Dale wants to suggest that things have calmed down a bit. But Charles Wirtz is pushing hard, and he's lapping quicker by over a second that time than Picariello.
Yeah.
So,
sorry, just again with Abril, it's the ebb and flow of this race. Is it the new?
How far away is the next pole position? For the 51, you just passed this position. The Ferrari in front of you is not for position. You are fighting with the Mercedes in front of the Ferrari. Mercedes, the yellow one.
And there's that relationship, driver and engineer.
Yeah.
So he'd actually done Abril for position. So they're talking in colours. It feels so basic, doesn't it? But when you're out on track, you're talking about a red Ferrari, a blue Ferrari, a yellow car there. And it just gives the driver clear information on who they're fighting and how they need to fight that battle.
it seems almost pointless when it's dark, but I suppose when you do get close up, the lights give you the colour, don't they? As you can see there on the camera. 98 then, that's Jesse Krohn. So that car again didn't look mighty at the start of the stint, did it? But it's coming good as the stint wears on, and Jesse Krohn is 49 minutes into the stint. So as I say, we're not far away from the next round of pit stops that will clear half distance in the race.
Yeah, and at the moment, it looks like Charles Wirtz is going to end that stint right on the rear bumper of Picariello. And will he make that move done? It will be for the lead, and he'll be super pumped up. This will be his last stint of the race, remember, so he's already done the opening stint. The drivers cannot do more than 2 hours and 20 minutes, so it effectively means they can only do 2 stints in the car. 3 drivers will all do 2 stints, so then we've got, what are we going to do? Van der Linde in, or are they going to go back into De Wilde, who had a mega stint before Wirtz? So I think that would be the likely option, and do a double for Van der Linde at the end.
Suggest the same, yeah, because he's the more experienced out of the other two. He may not have been a WRT driver for a few seasons, but he's a BMW driver. He's been good in the DTM, and he's proved his worth. So yes, Calvin Van der Linde is probably the one you would keep for the end, but certainly going to be interesting to see who does what as Alessio Picariello continues to lead. So you've had the double from Sven Muller. Alessio Picariello into the car now. That's going to give Patrick Niederhauser the end. And we know about Adam Smalley taking over for the final double in 58. In 22, Klaus Bachler does the middle double, if you like. And then that car on the next pit stop but one will go to Lauren Heinrich, who was quickest in the free practice session yesterday afternoon. So quick driver to the end. Arthur Rougier, by the way, up into 10th place overall now. Why is that relevant? Because he's getting closer to the Gold Cup leading McLaren of Louis Pret.
Yeah, getting closer to his Cairoli, to the back of Bachler again. They started like this at the start of their stint 43 minutes ago for these two, but still has no answer to get round that car at the moment. Maybe they're to use the traffic, can see 2 cars in the distance. Let's just watch the distance grow slightly to the Porsche. Then maybe the Mercedes will get in the pocket of the slipstream, start to go, flashing headlights there. Look at those cars just streaming along. They look quite sedate, but at that point, they're doing well over 250 kilometers an hour. So if you don't know how fast that feels, get to an autobahn and try and do it legally. But there's not many cars that will get up there, that's for sure.
Yeah, you need all the aero as well to help you out a bit, I guess. So as others are making progress a little bit further back, number 30 BMW has gained a place. Etienne Shelley at the wheel, son of former Formula 3 racer Eric Shelley, and there Jesse Krohn. So he is now 6th, and he is hunting down Matteo Cairoli. And interestingly, Vincent Abril is dropping back from him. So as Abril got caught up in the traffic, he dropped away from Cairoli, he got jumped by Jesse Krohn and hasn't been able to respond.
Yeah, I feel the drivers, and talking to Vince earlier, Abril in the week, he'd not done much dry testing on this DHG tyre, the new Pirelli. Right. So drivers have to learn how the tyre is. The tyre almost feels like an organic material that you're trying to work out, what does it want? You want to destroy this tyre, you want to be as fast as you can, but you have to listen to it. And if it's saying I'm in pain, you have to take your foot off its gullet and just let it come back. Give it a couple of breaths, then go again and try and kill it right on your last lap, so you get every ounce of performance out of that car. And that's the hard bat, and that is Cairoli in front of Bachler.
He's finally done it, indeed. So that's for 4th place. Matteo Cairoli goes through. Klaus Bachler, number 22 Porsche, in 5th. I wonder whether the Porsche, or that car in particular, that Schumacher CLRT one, is struggling with the tyres in the same way that the Mercedes did, as Mauro Engel was describing. Shouldn't be necessarily tyres, because Guven's pace seemed to drop away very early before you'd really expect much pickup.
Yeah, and Dennis Marshall in that Ferrari's followed through, even though he's a lap down on Bachler, he's followed through. So the pace of Dennis Marshall there, very strong. The lead bronze car, so we know Dennis Marshall's a very, very fast driver, as the graphic shows there. They are the Bronze Cup's leaders, and they're tucked up right behind Cairoli. Maybe even Cairoli's holding them up. The car 4th on the road. That just shows you that it doesn't matter where you are, all of these guys are racing drivers at heart, and he's trying to escape the grasp of Ranauer, who isn't that far behind in 15 seconds, but directly behind him in track position. That's 35th and 36th overall as a car runs wider. It looked like a Mercedes there, and that's Bachler back through on Dennis Marshall. Not for position, but important in track as we go on board. This is the move. Cairoli getting held up by another Mercedes GT3 in front. Cairoli sweeping to the outside into turn number 12, bend the corner. Is he going to go all the way around the outside? It looks like he is. Gets the drive, runs wide. The floppies have gone. I mean, for me, that is gaining an advantage by being off track. We saw Farfus being done for, in my opinion, a lesser crime. Is that going to attract attention? Let's keep an eye. 48 on the timing screens for an investigation for me on that one.
Keep an eye on that then, as 9 more minutes will take you to the halfway point of the race, and another round of pit stops looms. Just before that, in fact, Engel has dropped another place, this time to the Valkenhorst Aston of Enrique Chavez, as the lead gap is 4.3 seconds. But I suspect now that it's going to be in the 4th hour when the battles are reignited. Now the teams are kind of getting themselves to the next pit stop, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think that 48 Mercedes in the next hour needs Luca's hour to try and see what he can do pace-wise. Another interesting gap is Jesse Krohn to Charles Wirtz. Remember, they left the pit lane nose to tail with Krohn in front. That gap is nearly 20 seconds. Charles Wirtz in 2nd place and Jesse Krohn in 6th. And Jesse isn't even having a bad stint. He's the one going forward in that battle pack. But just to illustrate, the reason I've highlighted that is the pace of Charles Wirtz has been immense in the last hour.
And he's not done yet, is he? Because he's still pushing, and this will be the last time he's in the car. The question mark over whether they put Hugo de Wilde in for a 2nd stint or start using the available time of Calvin van der Linde next. We're now into, of course, fully dark running. Looking out of the window, it's a dark racetrack, and you can see there it's just headlights. So top work by all the camera guys around the circuit, to our producer, to our director, being able to spot the right car, the right battle, and make sense of it all. And it's only going to get a bit darker before the end, isn't it? We've still got 3 hours plus of all of this to go. So it makes life for the drivers tough. It makes it for TV crews tough, as the Ferrari of Abril, they got a bit squeezed the wrong side of the white line going through Le Beausset.
Yeah, it looks like one of the VDS cars, the number 10 Boutsen car there has been really struggling across the team, I would say, because even the 9 car with Maxi Martin at the start and now Maxi Gotts have just got no pace whatsoever, and maybe that Mercedes isn't in a particularly good window for its setup. I do know that car's very sensitive on the front splitter. Any damage picked up there creates a real problem for the downforce all the way underneath the car, so maybe that's what we're seeing there. Just caught the Optimum car, actually missed that coming back on track. It is in 58th place, and it has spent a long time in the pits, but that car crew put together at the last minute, they'll be out there just gaining track experience.
Yeah, they've lost 22 laps by being in the pit lane. What you say about Mercedes is right, and actually there aren't that many Mercedes in the entry this year. There's a really even spread across the 10 manufacturers, but what it means is that nobody has got mega numbers. So, you know, if you've got one car that's struggling, there aren't another 10 or so to make up for that. There's only, what, 5 or 6 Mercedes AMGs, which is a good number in itself. But actually, if you take the top 2 cars of Cairoli and Schiller out of the equation, the other Mercedes AMGs are a long, long way down.
Yeah, all the way 29th for Maxi Gotts, so you're correct in that. We're used to seeing 12, 13 Mercedes, aren't we? Yeah. It's because they've produced such a good product. That's why they had so many cars, but now all the other manufacturers are catching up and doing a good job, and the BOP is so good, it doesn't really matter which manufacturer you choose out of the 10 that are in front of us, you've got a chance to win. So then you're just choosing based on driving style, the customer support you're offered, and even the financial deals you can do with these manufacturers. And Mercedes have done such a good job with this car, but we know they have a new car coming. So it would be a hard car to buy right now as a team, because it's potentially only got 2 years left in its life cycle before it gets replaced. And I think that's the main reason we've seen a fewer amount of Mercedes on the grid.
Now, Vincent Abril, having had a really good middle part of this stint, is in danger of losing another place. He's now got Nicky Thiem right up behind him. So the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa winner of last year, Nicky Thiem, up into 8th place overall. He's going for 7th. He's running out of time within this stint because we're 2 or 3 minutes away from the cars, like a lap now, having to bail for the pit lane. But 007 right up now on the back of 51 Ferrari. It's 4th position, it's the 7th. They come up towards the timing line.
You'd say, interestingly, the cars that have turned the flavour on now are really the BMW and that Aston Martin, both front engine, both turbo. I wonder if that's the trend there, that the cooler track temp is suiting that style of car. The front engine thing isn't a given because the Mercedes isn't doing the same trend. So that's the only common denominator I can see. The two cars that have come alive as it's gone to dark are, for me, the Aston Martin and the BMW. And it's almost the opposite, isn't it? The mid-engine and rear-engine cars have gone away as the track temp has dropped. It's all the way down at 17 degrees now, so we've nearly lost 10 degrees of track temp in this first 3 hours.
And then you go back to the two Porsches that were nose to tail earlier on. Just illustrates the travails that 22 is having, because now that Picariello in number 96, the Rutronic car, is not only ahead but has cleared it off, 25 seconds have opened up between the two Porsches. Now remember that in the first stint, Sven Muller tried to get through the traffic and then get up onto the back of Guven. Now that car's ahead by 25 seconds.
Yeah, it's definitely a learning for the team. So these cars are going to have to pit this lap. I think Picariello has got to go for pit lane. Looked like another car, just missed which one that was, but we're getting to the end of these stints, so everyone's going to be having to make their pits. So there's another chance for a reshuffle in the next 2 to 3 minutes. The first of those stoppers are all coming in.
So with half distance almost upon us, Picariello and Wirtz, the top two, both into the pit lane then. So Porsche and BMW, the gap coming down as they head down the pit road. So that's now going to give the lead back, pro temp, to Louis Pret. And the number 58 McLaren takes over the lead, a little bit shorter into that stint, Charles Wirtz. Didn't even get to the full hour, but it was probably not worth risking another lap. So playing it safe, bringing him in. And then number 992 BMW, the other Paradigm car in the race. That was the one that James Kellett was good in at the start of the race. And I've lost it for the moment. Pedro Ibrahim is now behind the wheel, and it's in 22nd spot, just gaining ground over that last lap. Right, also in Jesse Krohn, also in Abril, Thiem, Bachler, Chavez, Mardenborough, and Alberto Di Folco as well for a Tempto in the Audi that we've not really touched on yet, but he's come to the pit lane. So Louis Pret stays out, and he is looking at another 7 minutes or so before he needs to pit.
Yeah, so the cars that are in pit lane now, what they definitely don't want is a full course yellow as they leave, and that would really hand the advantage to everyone that's on the slightly longer stint. Louis Pret's got another 4 laps that he can do. So if a full course yellow was to fall there, then the advantage swings back. Remember, all of these cars in the box now took a semi-advantage pit stop with a short full course yellow, roughly found 15 to 16 seconds because they were able to pit for half of it under that full course yellow. So it'd be interesting to see, is that going to hurt them later on in this race?
Right, Picariello has stayed behind the wheel of 96, Ugo de Wilde back into 32. So Wirtz de Wilde, Van der Linde will be the run plan in that car. And Matteo Cairoli is still behind the wheel of 48. He has not yet pitted.
Yeah, so that means we're going to see a double from Van der Linde and then Niederhaus after Picariello is going to do a double as well. So both of those cars leaving their fastest driver till last to do a double to fight through the night to see where they can make those cars finish.
Yeah, Patrick Niederhauser, we know he's good in the Rutronic Porsche, another single-seater racer. So after this next round of stops, as we go to the second half of the race, we'll start to see where the next battles are coming from. And right now, Louis Pret will lead, but is due a pit stop.
Yeah, we've got the fireworks going off as well. The drivers were warned about this in the briefing notes. Quite an oddity to be warned of, but can definitely catch your eye. Spa 24, great firework display there. Another thing to add to the reason to go and buy a ticket for the CrowdStrike 24. And yeah, all the family is entertained. And that's actually being set off just by the runway there. So I hope there's no private jets leaving early. Otherwise, they will have a bit of PTSD as that rocket really explodes quite loudly.
And the fans in the grandstand opposite have now turned their back on the track and are watching the fireworks. So the firework display there, you can see everything exploding over turn 3, and so much effort being put in now to the event with a capital E. It's not just a race meeting anymore, it's an event. Pit walks, firework displays, there's a party in the paddock, there's a big screen, lots of catering points, and people being able to watch the race on the big screen, as well as enjoying a party atmosphere. It's not the warmest of evenings, but the fans here have made sure they've come for the weather and are enjoying themselves. So as the race order scrolls through, with the majority of people having made 2, but now some the 3rd pit stop of the race, 58 McLaren of Louis Pret holds sway, but not for long, because that owes us a pit stop.
Yeah, exactly. So you've got 5 minutes remaining of this stint before they've got to go. They lost 10 seconds in the last stop. We didn't quite hear from Dean McDonald why that was, but can be as simple as traffic. You just get boxed in, but 10 seconds is a lot to not be able to find a gap. So was it a problem with the wheel gun, or what happened there?
Vincent Abril, who has been 2 minutes into his next stint, has done an absolute best within the last sector of the lap.
I can tell you that is an anger stint. You've just had the worst ending of a stint. He was going so well, he would be the world's happiest man to the world's angriest man as that stint fell away. So he is now given the car a big, I'm not happy with you, you're going to do what I say. But ultimately, that's going to hurt the tyre more, and I think that could have been the problem in the first stint. So yeah, it's a nice stress relief, but I don't think it's the right thing long term to do that.
Right, Louis Pret leads the way then. Here he is, 58 McLaren, and working his way down through the turns 3, 4, 5 sequence. So McLaren at the moment, with 3 hours gone into the second half of the race, has a notional lead of 17 seconds over Matteo Cairoli's Mercedes, but both are owing us a pit stop.
And on the timing screen on the left there, you can see the number counting up his time in pit lane. That's going to roughly equate to 1 minute 26, 1 minute 27. All the cars have to be connected to the fuel rig for 43 seconds, and then you add in the time it takes to drive in and out of the pit lane. So you'll be looking for them to stop at about 1 minute 26 or 86 seconds as the clock is counting up on the screen in front of you.
Luca Engschler has come in as well. Now, does that go to Jordan Pepper, or does it go back to Mirko Bortolotti? Well, we'll find out in a moment, because here is the onboard from 63, as in gets.
Looks like Pepper's helmet to me. I was trying to listen either for a South African accent or an Italian one, shouting about the belts, but very calm work from GRG Grasser here, sorry. Right on pit exit as well, you can see the cars take the limiter off. I wonder if they attempted to even run the pit limiter from the exit of the box. I wonder if they can get to 50k in that time, but just a small thing the team would be working through. Set of new tyres going on. You can see the stickers on those Pirelli. There is the car. Is that Pepper or is that Bortolotti? We haven't had the update yet, but look how close they are to pit exit. The car will drop it, have an auto start, bang, go, speed, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50k, bang, go. It's a very quick and fast way into the race for that driver who is taking over. Let's have a look. It looks like it is Jordan Pepper.
Yeah, exactly right. So it's a great exit because you're at pit out, but it's a very, very long drive down the pit lane where you've got to be making sure of the pit lane speed limit for all of that time.
Yeah, it used to be better back in the day when there wasn't as many cameras. You could undo all your belts, get the window net out, and you could just jump straight out. Unfortunately now, for the greater good of safety, everything's monitored, and the drivers can loosen the top belts, but nothing else. So when you stop as a driver, you still got to unbuckle your belt, place your belts up on the magnets so the next driver doesn't sit on them, undo the window net, get the drinks undone, get the radio undone, open the doors, a tight pit exit there. That looked like one of the Get Speed cars, the Baton car there. Get Speed have had a nightmare, haven't they? 2 cars exceeding their stint time already. I think they'll escape an unsafe release because the car ducked in there. It's normally when the engineer's just screaming merge over the radio and you're like, how do I merge into a single lane here? And they very much make it a driver problem rather than an engineer problem.
Just going back to your list of things to do in the pit lane, of course, one of the other regulations is that, yeah, you can loosen your belts, but you've always got to have one hand on the steering wheel when you're in the fast lane driving down the pit lane. So you can't take both hands off the wheel and do that. You can do it single-handed, and it must be easy sometimes, just in the heat of the moment, to have two hands off as you're switching over. Another car that's moving up the order at the moment, Reese Barr, number 23, the RJN McLaren, up into 5th, but that owes us a pit stop as well. Chris Lullum is in for the end of stint 1. He'll do another one before giving way to Harry King for the end. So Pret still on track, but he's going to have to come in this time.
Yeah, exactly, and I think Caroli will as well. So potentially Rouget can go slightly longer. He's got another 20 seconds in his pocket as Louis Pret is in pit lane, clock counting up. Garage 59 just before halfway. Where that car's pulling into fast lane is about where Louis Pret will have to stop his McLaren. Is he going to jump out? Is he going to stay in? I think stay in, and he will double, and then Adam Smalley will double to the end in that car, is my prediction. Drive-wise, the drone is now getting close to Louis Pret. The car with the brightest headlights there is just leaving. That's the Santaloc Audi, and then there is the 58 car. A set of stickers going on it there as we get Caroli in.
And the temptation would be to say that he will stay in the car, although you were wondering whether Lucas Auer might jump in, try and bring the car back into the mix. But I think they've probably made the game plan, haven't they, that it will be double, double, double. So Maro Engel is done, Caroli is half done, and Lucas Auer, who of course was fastest at the start of the day in Q1, then has a very long amount of time to kick his heels before he jumps on board for the final part of the race. But there is the man-filter car, no suggestion of the door opening or another driver jumping on board. New slicks arrive. Great feeling for the driver. Brand new set of tyres, all that pickup that they might complain about, that goes.
Yeah, exactly. The car controller looked like he had to get the lollipop involved in the wheel running away at some point. That was a bit odd, but the car controller very much on top of the situation. Louis Pret should be leaving any time now. Strange to be waiting. The fuel was off, so the car should be going. Was that slow to crank? It's slow to pull away. That's where they lost 10 seconds before. It's an easy car to stall, that McLaren. It has a very sensitive clutch. It's still got a manual clutch pedal, so the carbon clutch there is obviously a bit too hard. The revs have dropped, and that car is now trundling down pit lane. I want to see how much time. It's counting up. 1 minute 40, 1 minute 42. That could be 20 seconds. There goes the 48 Mercedes. That is two shocking pit stops from Garage 59, and they've now net lost 30 seconds in the last two pit stops.
And so the net result of that is going to be that the car falls down the order. It's not very well lit either, so Louis Pret's had a bit of a mare in the return to the circuit. So that's sort of side lights only. That is going to attract race control's attention, isn't it? Because it's not well lit at all.
Yeah, I think it just fully ablaze there. Right. I think probably he's had to do a full reset. Master on and off, so all electrical power off, back on. So then he's back to daylight running, basically. So he's had to manually press that on the centre console to get the endurance lights on. But that has been painful there. It looked like it was then slow to fire, then it stalled, and then it all went wrong. Is that going to be a legacy going forward every pit stop, or is that a driver issue? That's the hard bit to call from the commentary box. And as a former driver, I would always blame the team.
Naturally. Klaus Bachler, still in 22 Porsche, has done the car's best lap of the race shortly into this stint. But Klaus Bachler trying to find some pace in the car once again. So it was Pret in the lead. We'll update the order at the end of this next lap. It's going to, for the moment, I think, well, it would have put Fabian Schiller, number 17, into the lead, but he's now in the pit lane also. So Fabian Schiller crosses the timing line. Again, remember, 17 slightly out of sequence because it ran late and incurred a penalty from stint 1.
Yeah, it's such a shame because that car should be in the battle, and there was no real gain in doing the extra lap. That's even more frustrating as a team. It's not like you've rolled the dice to try and get something as we go back on board with the 48, still getting the low water pressure, which we've been told is normal for this car, so we continue to ignore that. And you can see now there is Schiller. Looks like he's walking away from the car, so who are they going to put in there? Is that going to go back to Gounon, or is it going to...
Gounon did a double, can't we?
Yeah, of course, so they're going to single both drivers all the way to the end. Slightly odd structure. They're going to go Schultz double Schiller end, or they're going to go AB. I don't know on that one. It's an odd one that not many teams will do, I don't think.
Absolute best middle sector just done on his fresh rubber by Matteo Caroli. So I know it's getting cooler out there, and they're on fresh tyres, but some interesting sector times being popped in. Charles Weert still has the fastest lap of the race, as out goes number 17 then. So we saw Fabian Schiller, well, we thought get out in the same way that I thought I saw Gounon get out early on. So maybe it's another driver crouching down with a drink bottle.
Could be. They were fully helmeted up. And
yeah, but that's what I thought I saw when I said at the end of the first stint that Gounon was getting out. Maybe it's another driver who has to be in that way, helmet on, to go to the car to give a drink bottle, for example.
Yeah, and the drink spot in the Mercedes, I'm pretty sure, is in the door. So the one the driver can use while on track is in the driver's door. So, yeah, I think that's got to be the logical call there. Right. And, yeah, so berating their odd driver choice of doing an AB towards the end isn't what they're doing. So I'm glad they listened.
But blame the team, as you
Obviously.
would. As you would, yes.
Who else are you going to blame?
Precisely. So it's still Fabian Schiller in 17, and therefore it'll be Stoltz to the end. You know, you talked about an Angus stint. Well, Louis Prett's done an absolute best in the first sector, so having made a complete mons of leaving the pit lane, he's well fired up now, and he's going purple. It's all getting a bit crowded coming out of the last corner as the race leader, Alessio Picariello, then in number 96, comes up to the timing line. This ought to put 94 laps in the book, and Picariello is leading then for Utronic Racing.
Yeah, he's trying to lap Kieran Dewis in the Corvette there, and so that would be every car lapped up to 23rd place, and felt like he had to rough Dewis up a bit there to try and lose him a bit of traction. Seemed to work. All's fair in love and war, and Picariello is on the front foot because he knows he's got a very fast BMW behind. Flashing headlights so distracting, you can see why, but De Ville now really starting to pull in. Just took 0.6 of a second there, so it'll be interesting to see if that's a common trait. So have a look at the replay. So you can see Picariello go down the inside, no contact there. He then just opens up the steering wheel and just roughs him up because he doesn't want to keep the steering lock and slow the speed down, so he decides the better course of action is just to clash two £500,000 cars together and see what happens.
They survive, but let's see if anything comes of that rather crowded corner anyway, wasn't it? A bit of a pinch point is that last turn 15, the Virage du Pont. So Picariello leading from Hugo de Wilde, 4.6 seconds. Klaus Bachler's Porsche number 22 is back up into third place. Fourth is Matteo Cairoli, and then Louis Pret is in fifth and has just done that car's best lap.
Yeah, so after the two stints of his life, Dean McDonald, Louis Pret, a silver-rated driver, has just gone a 10th of a second faster after losing 20 seconds in his last pit stop. So
yeah, Dean who?
Yeah, exactly.
How quickly they forget.
Yeah, and that's what anger can do. If you can harness it in a positive manner, that's what you do. And you see a slow car to the inside there. Was that a problem? The car in front of De Wilde there was just going slow, hopefully just getting out of the way. But yeah, couldn't quite see which car that was into turn 12.
So we've got one or two more drivers being investigated for pit stop infringements. We've got others like, the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Ferrari's on a final warning for track limits. That's had a miserable race.
It's
got every penalty going.
Yeah, it's had more penalties in the World Cup final.
Yeah, quite.
It isn't good. And also that Get Speed car number 3, investigated for pit lane infringement. So that was the car we saw release into the side of another car. But be interested to see where they go with that. We've just had the fastest lap of the race as well done by Max Hoffer in car 66. So that's kind of come out of nowhere. But the track seems to be coming alive a bit.
It does, doesn't it? Temperatures dropping all the time as the conditions are still quite breezy. Looking at the flags buffeting around in front of us, fireworks are now done, so the drivers don't have that slight distraction out of the corner of their eye. Some of the fans, having seen the fireworks, are heading for home because it's a bit chilly and warmth beckons. But on track it's getting ever warmer as Matteo Cairoli, Louis Pret squabble over 4th and 5th places. Pret losing out a little bit in the last sector of that previous lap. On board here, 48, Matteo Cairoli, and he in turn is up on the tail of Bachler, nearly alongside Bachler there. This is the 3rd place. The Porsche was quick at the start of the stint. The Mercedes is good right now, and so as they work their way towards the Mistral, Klaus Bachler tries to hang on to the place, but Matteo Cairoli is absolutely on a mission.
He really is, isn't he? Bachler's on the back of Louis Pret, so that's been a bit of a change around there, and that really shows again how much time they lost in the pits. Bachler doing a good job, left enough space for Cairoli, and then just did a passag kind of turn across the front of him and made him back out of it as they go side by side down the back straight.
So Pret was behind Bachler and Cairoli at the start of the lap, having lost all that time. So up towards Senior they come. Picariello still in the lead of the race as their Porsche versus Mercedes lap traffic squabble through into Le Beausset now. We're looking for 22 Porsche of Klaus Bachler. We're looking for 48 Matteo Cairoli. That 51 Ferrari of Vincent Abril in 6th place. Vincent staying behind the wheel of the car. And there, number 6 is the Mercedes that runs in the Silver Cup. Colin Carasani at the wheel of it, the Dutch driver who was silver champion last year with Tanat Satra and Tiracool. And they've got quite a lot of work to do in silver right now, quite a long way down within the class. There is the Backler-Cairoli battle. This is for third place, on board with Cairoli. Pulls the pin, coming out of the last corner. Backler now has to go defensive. Cairoli looks for a gap on the inside. There's not really a Mercedes width, but he's going to try and force the issue. Prize is open the door, brakes late going into the corner, and gets the job done. So up into third place goes Matteo Cairoli. Klaus Backler in the slightly subdued number 22 Porsche drops back to fourth.
He defended, but not like his life depended on it, didn't he, Backler? He closed the door, but didn't slam it, and then just kind of eased off and didn't try to fight it round the outside. He's deciding, you know what, I've still got 45 minutes of my stint remaining. I don't think this is a battle worth fighting, because he'll ultimately lose more time over his stint battling with Cairoli, and would rather just follow and maybe get a bit of a slipstream and find some lap time there. Louis Pret 1.7 seconds behind this battle, so he might be a consideration for Backler in the next few laps too.
Another driver making progress in the Gold Cup, treble 7, BMW, the Almanar by WRT car. Ben Tuck at the wheel, making progress, so going nicely in that WRT entry that he shares with Al-Faisal Al-Zubair. Right now we're on lap number 97, 2 3/4 hours to go, as there is a charging Cairoli. So that car very definitely has come alive into this fourth stint, hasn't it?
Yeah, creating its own fireworks as well.
Yeah.
Quite normal for the Mercedes. The titanium skid blocks on the side of the skirt, really there to protect the carbon fibre bodywork from bottoming out, but always spectacular. Again, talking about Spa 24, watching that car live at Eau Rouge, bottoming out as they're full throttle in 6th gear through there is an absolute spectacle in its own right. So, yeah, a really good chance to see the cars up close and personal at Eau Rouge. New grandstand obviously built a couple of years ago, making the viewing even better. Yeah, this Backler car, look at Louis Pret all over the back of him now, and it looks like they're going to be within striking distance pretty soon. That last lap, Louis Pret's taken over a second out of Backler, so the pace of the McLaren good or pace of the Porsche bad, you choose.
Well, Cairoli is also interesting because he is getting closer to Hugo de Wilde now. He's got to make up Gulp, 21.5 seconds, but he's just taken over 2.5 seconds out of that. So Cairoli is on a mission, although he's lost a lot of time over that last hour. Further back, I mentioned Ben Tuck gaining a place, but Picariello to de Wilde, that gap for the lead is also extending. 6 seconds it is now. Picariello pulling away just a little bit further over these last couple of laps. But you're right, Pret's having a red-hot go to try and clear the Porsches. There is number 58 then, still leading Gold, but he's now 5th, and the second Gold Cup car, also a McLaren, James Kell, back at the wheel of 111, is 9th. Come back to the point we've been making for the last hour. The gap between the top 2 in Gold is reducing slowly but surely.
Yeah, Kell taking over from Rouget, who had a mega stint, and Kell at the moment really strong pace as well in that car. He is creeping in, isn't it? As Pret loses a position, it feels like Kell then gains one as well.
Yeah.
So the gap closing down twice as fast as it feels at the moment. Another track limit warning for car 93. I don't know how many final warnings that's going to get before they get their 3rd or 4th penalty of this race.
Yeah, they almost need a page to themselves now of messages. They've had so many. It's had a final warning, and on goes the drama for 93. It was Eddie Cheever, wasn't it, early on, that was getting into hot water, and the car shared by Chris Froggatt, Marco Pulcini as the other 2 drivers now also finding themselves in strife with race control. Anyway, the car battles on, at least for now.
Yeah, and Eddie's not normally too mischievous, is he? He's normally quite clean with his actions.
That was Joe Osborne, who died today. Chris Froggatt is the man behind the wheel at the moment, so blame Chris if anything lurks in the system for a penalty. Right, leaders go through. Picariello 6.3 seconds to the good. Cairoli 20.2 seconds back. Personal best lap done by Cairoli then. 48 Mercedes lapping quicker than the 2 ahead, but he's going to have to work very, very hard in the next 44 minutes, isn't he, to bring down that gap sufficiently to put 48 back into the mix for Lucas Al to have a go in the last part of the race. Oh, mischievous, I see what you... Yeah, very good.
It's always a good joke when it takes you a minute to work out. I'm proud of that one.
I just thought I'd treat it with the contempt it deserved.
Just that's me in general, I think. But, anyway, let's get back to the action. Louis Pret, Klaus Backler, what can you do about it? And he's got a few cars behind him, not for position, but they will just be catching his mirror as he tries to mount this plan. And again, sorry for getting Alex's step count and pit lane, but I'd love to hear from Garage 59 now. Why have we lost 30 seconds in the last 2 stops? And is it a worry that they're going to be carrying on for the next 2 as Pret will hand over to Smalley for a double to finish this race for that car?
Especially because that loss of 30 seconds is also having the effect of losing them some of the class advantage. We keep saying that 1-1-1 is getting closer. Well, you know, had it lost 30 seconds, it would be a different game plan altogether. Pret working his way past Backler potentially towards Le Beausset, and having cleared one Porsche, there's another one up the road ahead. You've got Porsches for position and back marker Porsches to factor in here.
Yeah, again, that's why it's so important. The engineer is telling the driver which car is which, so you know how hard to fight each other. There is Louis Pret, and is it Backler behind? I don't think it is. It's Backler still in front, isn't it? So that Porsche he cleared into scene was not for position. He's now on the back of Backler, so he needs to try and do the same move as he just did on a sister Porsche, but into the next lap. He's going to look into the last corner, goes inside Backler, covered it half-heartedly, but enough to tell Pret this isn't going to be an easy move.
So Pret ready to go on the back of Backler, comes over the line, and over the timing line they go, with now 7 different manufacturers represented within the top 10. So it's Porsche, BMW, Mercedes, AMG, Porsche, McLaren, Ferrari, Aston Martin, BMW, McLaren, Lamborghini. That's how the top 10 looks at the moment. What happened to the Sandy Mitchell Lamborghini that was going nicely earlier on? That's another one that's fallen down. Let's just listen in on 22 Klaus Backler for a moment.
Only 2 cars really fast, otherwise you are not so slow compared to the others. So try to keep the position, and we will try again something at the net.
So the team trying to persuade Klaus Backler just to sort of persevere and see what can be done. The answer to my Sandy Mitchell question was 10th now, Michael Lapelli at the wheel of that car. But yeah, it's all very well saying to Klaus Backler, let's stick with it kind of attitude, but they've been having to stick with it since the race got underway.
Yeah, I'm not sure the engineer's going to have many good chat-up lines there. It's saying to Klaus Backler, you're not so slow. That's a bit like going up to a girl at the bar going, saying, you're not that ugly, and trying to hope that you get a good result out of it. So, yeah, I think Backler's going to be digging deep for some motivation and energy here to try and keep that car in the top 5 at the moment. Louis Pret only 0.3 of a second behind, and yeah, we've kind of missed the fall off, haven't we, of that 163 Lamborghini. Sandy Mitchell starting wide, 3 cars wide. We then got Pret getting overtaken by the Porsche that isn't for position, and they're all tripped up by that come to you Aston Martin, and that has been really painful for Louis Pret there. He will be seething again. Are we going to see another fastest sector some point through anger? But that Porsche has just got right in the mix, exactly where he wouldn't have wanted it. That 92 car has done a good job. It's fair enough. Tim Hyman has done a good move, but it's exactly what Louis Pret wouldn't have wanted.
Absolutely right. So 2 hours, 38 minutes to go. I know there's a lot going on in the race. Let's just deviate for a minute or two and talk tyres. Matteo Braga from Pirelli joins us in the booth. New tyre for this year, and the team's saying there's a little bit of learning to do. How different a tyre is it from what you gave them before?
Yeah, let's say that this year, yeah, we have a full new package of products.
Okay.
Slicks and wet.
Yeah.
And slicks in particular, we introduced a new range of tires for GT3 that are specifically FSC marked. Means that all the products, the natural rubber that we're using, is coming from a plantation that have a certification from the Forest Stewardship Council.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yep. And our target in the development was mainly to design a product that was very close to the old one, but obviously changing materials. At the end, the result is different.
Of course, of course.
And listen, today is as well a learning day for us.
Is it taking the teams a long time to get used to the tyres? Because from the outside you think, well, a tyre is a tyre, black and round, it can't be that different.
I would say that the development process started a couple of years ago. Then we finalized last year, and we did a sort of final test with all the manufacturers. So all the data were in the hands of the manufacturers end of last year. Okay. But obviously the teams, they started to test end of February this year. And the season was not very good. So there was a lot of wet conditions, cold conditions. So at the end, really not many chances to learn about it. Sure. And this is probably the first proper event where they put mileage. They run in different conditions with all the drivers, different setup, and they try to compete against each other.
And it's an interesting race, I guess, for everybody to learn about the tyre, Pirelli included, because it's not like normal Paul Ricard weather. It's a bit cooler, it's a bit windier. You know, got our jackets on. It's a bit chilly.
It's a learning process, really. This weekend is a very big proving ground for us. We collect a lot of data. We will understand better as well our product and the range, the optimum range of use of it. And as you said, we started from sunny and warm conditions, and we will finish, well, we don't know, cold, dry, wet, maybe some rain is coming.
Oh yeah, people say it's going to rain, so they might get the chance to test the wet tyre as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Also today during qualifying there were some drops, no? So yeah,
we'll see. It's a massive enterprise, a weekend like this for Pirelli, because you have to bring all these extra tyres because it's a long race. You've got GT2, you've got GT4 as well. How many tyres come to an event? How many Pirelli personnel are on site?
Well, I say that within all the three championships, we have on the field like between 6,000 and 7,000 tyres.
6,000 to 7,000 tyres.
Yeah.
Wow.
And people, we are around 50 people between all GT2, GT3 and GT4 staff. Yeah, also because now the guys, they are changing tires every hour for the teams.
Yeah, of course.
And it's been quite a busy weekend to start and to wake up after the winter break.
That's the understatement, I think, a busy weekend. Gosh, somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000 tyres. I'm just computing all of that. It's been a fascinating race as well, hasn't it? Just talking on a broader point about how some of the cars have, if you like, come alive as the temperatures have cooled.
Yeah, it's also part of the strategy because, let's say, every brand knows how to better optimize the performance of the car with the temperature and managing the tires as well. Between different teams using the same car, they have different approaches. And it's always about to compensate the changes in the weather and the temperature with maybe pressure or setup or driving style. So it's, I would say, there is a lot of variability between all the brands, all the teams. We see that the good ones that are able to compensate are always on the top.
Sure. Well, just going back to what you were saying about developing a tyre and working with the manufacturers, this might be an unfair question in a sense, but the manufacturers will probably test it with a pro, but the tyre has to be used by an AM as well. So when you're making a tyre, do you think about the car, do you think about a pro driver, or do you make it friendly for an AM who is perhaps a bit less confident, a bit more nervous?
Let's say that most of the time they come always with a couple of drivers. Okay. One is a full pro, and the other one is a silver or not an amateur, because usually they let them test maybe at the last test, but usually someone that is used to test the tires, know what is the feeling from an amateur driver, and usually when he's judging a set of tire, is giving a professional feedback, but as well with a thought to the amateur. So it's always saying that, okay, this tire is good, but not easy to drive for an amateur. So that is what maybe drives you to select one set instead of the other one.
It's fascinating always to hear about the tyres because you kind of take it for granted, but Pirelli has been a massive supporter of SRO GT racing, and right now it is Porsche that prevails. Alessio Picariello has just done lap 103. We have got just about 2.5 hours to go. A grid like this, just under 60 cars, is quite something, isn't it?
Yes.
Amazing.
Yes. You can tell it to our guys in the
who never watch the race because they're so busy all the time. I probably better let you go just in case they need somebody else to muck in and to join them. Matteo Braga from Pirelli, thank you very much for joining us. Great as ever to have Pirelli on board. And right now, it's been a great advert for the slick tyre. Whether or not we need to worry about the Pirelli wet, well, we'll find out. We've still got 2.5 hours to go, and we were told this morning, weren't we, by Alex in the pit lane, that forecast for rain was 11 p.m. Well, what are we on? 9:30 local time.
Yeah, my radar is saying rain is imminent. It's coming in, and it's coming in a band, so I don't think it will miss us. So once it starts, it will be here for 30 to 40 minutes, and that might mean that the race will finish on a wet tyre. I don't think it will go. Looking out there at the moment, it's chilly, isn't it? It's dropped down to 13 degrees. Track temp now 16 degrees. So if it were to rain, this would really spice it up. And what car would we fancy in a completely different condition? The Porsche historically, as a car, when it just rains and you don't get a chance to put a wet setup, loves these conditions. I just remember that Spa 24 with Nick Tandy, where they won that car. They limped it across that gearbox issue, didn't they?
Over the line, yeah.
And it was one of those conditions where it was back and forward, and the Porsche really came forward. So that could be a very interesting dynamic that comes out.
But you talk about rain spicing it up. I mean, it's not been a boring race. There's been a lot going on, but I'm still amazed with how few spins we've had, how little contact. Okay, a couple of full course yellows, but that was to move cars that really had stopped because of mechanical woes more than accidents. We've had 3-hour races here in the past where, make sure the door is closed for Mateo Braga, cars have had punctures. You know, we've had none of that either. It's been a remarkably calm race in terms of no incidents, even though we've had some really fierce fighting on the track.
Yeah, and I think that's hats off to the drivers. They've stuck well. Big slide for the Audi there. Be interesting to see how much that hurts the tyre. We had Mateo Braga still in the garage and the Mercedes going away. But yeah, we've seen some good moves and some dicey moves, but the drivers seem to have a huge amount of respect for each other. This early on in the season, this is normally where drivers' egos still at their biggest and they'll be cutting across people, running them out wide. But yeah, hats off to all 59 cars out there. I'd just say the driving has been a star.
So right now we are on lap 105. Alessio Picariello is in charge, with the margin being at the moment 5.8 seconds over Ugo de Wilde. On some laps it goes up, some laps it comes down. And the third place car is Matteo Cairoli. He's got 20 seconds to make up. Louis Pret still hanging on in there in fourth, and in fact has now got ahead of Klaus Bachler. So although we've been saying that his advantage over James Kell has been reduced, he's at least put another car between himself and Kell. Silver, Alessio Deleda has taken over the number 60 VSR Lamborghini that's pretty much led Silver all the way through. And in bronze, 74, Dennis Marshall has given the car over to Ferrari specialist Conrad Lawson, and that leads from 991 of Sean Delisle, and then 91 Porsche Alfred Renauer third in the class. And there we've got a car going slowly. Is that Pratt?
No, that's the sister car, isn't it? It's the car Ramos started, I believe.
Ah, the one that got turned around.
Yeah, who's in that car at the moment? Just looking down the order. I think it's Olivieri. It's the one that's 8.
Yeah, Guillaume Olivieri. Yeah,
where's that car going to stop is the problem. Full lights out. So that is either the car is dead or the driver's going for a master reset. It looks like a master reset because the lights have come back on. There is a shortcut to the right. You'll see the wall finish, but it looks like the car's actually fired up and is gone on its merry way, or is it still slowing down? But that will be a big worry for race control. To me, it looks like the car is back under its own power.
Yeah, but not full power, is it? It's moving, but at reduced pace, sort of limp home mode. I fear that's bound for the pit lane. So Guillaume Oliveira was 43rd. He's now 45th. Others have gone by, so that car is falling, no question about it.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know what the issue is, because that would be the second of 3 Garage 59 cars out with problems. We're losing one every 2 hours, and we've got more than 2 hours left of this race. Is that going to be a nail in the coffin for their third one?
We did ask Adam Smalley, didn't we, about the problem for the Kirchhofer car, and was it going to strike his, and he was quite confident, no, it was a little sensor issue. But clearly, as you can see, Oliveira heading for the pit lane, there's another drama at Garage 59. So all the problems seem to surround McLarens. I know we've lost one BMW, but we've had an Optimum McLaren and now 2 Garage 59 McLarens in the wars. Just as soon as I say it's moderately calm, out of the system lurks the car with a problem. In comes then Guillaume Oliveira down the pit road. Big frustration.
Yeah, huge electrical issues. The lights still flashing on and off. And it reminds me when I was living in a student house, you'd run out of money in your meter and you have to go and get another 50p for it. Your whole house is just on and off all the time. But yeah, what my guess would be on that, most probably an alternator, so it's not generating enough electricity to keep itself going, and it's just running on battery power. Alternator in that car, and that McLaren is going to be game over for that if that is the issue.
A little bit further back, 1 or 2 other drivers starting to make up ground in the classes, but good effort being put in, as I say, by Conrad Lawson, Dennis Marshall, and by start driver Dustin Blattner in the Bronze Cup. So Alessio Picariello still in charge. He's just gone across the timing line, and Ugo de Wilde 6.6 seconds back in the Gold Cup. The battle for third is on, where you've got Chris Lullum versus Alex Buncombe. So Chris Lullum in his first season of racing in Europe in GT3 cars, and Alex Buncombe there trying to get up the inside. The 2015 Block Pan Endurance champion, bit of contact between the two. It's Lullam who gets fired out wide, and unlike on the sim, he'll have felt that.
Yeah, that's slightly different to what's called the old butt kicker. Is there damage? Because Buncombe has scarpered away. Is that Aston Martin got a rear right puncher? Can't see anything at the moment. There's some bodywork missing, but I think that will actually attract a penalty to Buncombe there. It wasn't what he intended. He was trying to get past that blue Ferrari, and then Lullam just swept in front of him and took the front off his car. But I think Buncombe was more in the wrong than Lullam. Lullam was just taking his line. Interesting to see. We'll get another view. So Buncombe coming to the inside, trying to get to the inside of this Ferrari. The gap then just opens up, so he puts the car there. But Lullam is always going to come back for an apex, the slightest of touches. And I don't quite know why Lullam then loses so much time, because he's on the rear bumper of Buncombe on the exit, but then suddenly seemed to drop a couple of seconds. And we're talking about the McLarens having a problem, but they're now 1, 2, 3 in the Gold Cup. What would I do if I was Al Buncombe? If that Aston Martin of Lullam keeps going at a decent pace, I would lift off and let that car back through and try and escape a penalty. The problem is Ben Tuck in the M4 behind is now in between them, so we'd have to forgo 2 positions to allow that to be the scenario. But I think that's more likely than not to attract a penalty for me. Contact and an advantage. The race director has a decision to make.
And as you say, Ben is tucked in behind Buncombe now in treble 7. So he split Buncombe and Lullam. Was Lullam into a false sense of security, maybe. But Ben Tuck charging along, 16th. The Oliver Gavin managed Brit, came out of UK Club Racing. And there in the garage is then Guillermo Oliveira's car. And when doors are open and bodywork is off and there are legs sticking out the back of a car, you know it's in for a while.
Yeah, if they're in the engine bay, then I'd still stick with my original guess of an alternator issue. It could be a simple wiring problem, of course, but simple maybe, but hard to fix. As we see Louis Pret kicking it out. At the start of the race, it was quite hard to call which Garage 59 car it was, but now I've only got one car on track. I'm pretty confident calling which one it is now, so that is the only positive I can take out of that situation.
A little bit of contact between Buncombe and Lullam noted, so race control aware of it. Whether anything comes of it, we'll have to wait and see. So that doesn't mean it's being investigated, it just means they're aware. But it might be deemed a racing incident, no investigation required. Let's just eavesdrop then from Alex Buncombe's car, 23 McLaren.
Slight bit of contact with the Aston at the second part of Bousse. I thought he let me have it, then he turned, and I had to back out. I just caught the back of him.
Copy, everything looks okay.
Innocent, Your Honour.
Well, just thinking, he's got a sort of honest approach there. He says, yes, there was contact, but equally, not saying that it wasn't anything to do with the opposition. So Alex Buncombe then acknowledges the contact, but turned in on him. I don't think he was necessarily pointing the finger quite that much, but anyway, makes the engineer aware. They're happy that there's no real damage done to the car. And there, in another replay, Alex Buncombe nips through, gets ahead of more traffic. So Alex now 15th, back with Bob Neville's team, with whom he had all the success in the Nissan days. Of course, it was for RJN, wasn't it, that Jan Mardenborough, that we spoke to earlier on, first came to prominence when he was from the Nissan PlayStation GT Academy.
Yeah, getting a report from Alex in pit lane that the 188 car still in the garage, quite a big issue from what she's seeing still in pit lane. So that car has been in the pit lane for over 5 minutes now. So day done for that car. Close the door and go and get some beer.
So others making progress. Tim Heinemann's Porsche number 92 gained a place last time around. How's Jesse Krohn getting on? He's just got past Nicky Tim, so up to 7th place now is the Rover Racing BMW. Place picked off, and at the end of the straight, Nicky Tim goes back ahead under braking. So as they came over the line side by side, Krohn was ahead, but then Nicky Tim goes back through. The 007 Aston is another one that's just not quite delivered, has it? It's always been there or thereabouts, but bottom end of the top 10, and yeah, hasn't ignited.
I mean, I'm not trying to give excuses to anyone. I'm not that way. But this is the most competitive GT field in the world.
Yeah, true.
So you're saying, oh, it's not had a great... P8 out of 59 cars, it isn't amazing because everyone's here to win, and that car could win, should win on another day. But it just shows you how competitive it is. If any element of the team isn't perfect, be that driver, be that car, be that strategy, be that setup, be that manufacturer, you're just not going to win. And that's what I love about this series, that whoever wins it has nailed every single bullseye, 5 in a row essentially.
All right, I take your P8 point. Let me rephrase it. That car is nearly 40 seconds off the lead. Now, that's quite a gap.
Yeah, that's not very good, is it? It should drive faster. But,
simple as, yeah.
Yeah, we've still got two stints to go, haven't we? And it does seem to be getting better. Yes, it's just been overtaken by Jesse Krohn, but I think that BMW has been the car that's improved the most over the race as a brand. I think WRT have been the best improver, and I think that Rover car is probably second best.
And as I say, Nicky Tim did get back through. They were side by side over the line, so it is team ahead once more. Lurk Hartog, who is in 45th place in a bronze Porsche, has just done an absolute best first sector. So there are still, with a few guns for hire ready to get on board, some good lap times, good sector times coming. The lead gap is still 5.8 seconds. Alessio Picariello, who was on the fringes of the top 10, then eventually just into the top 10 in the first stint, now leads the way.
I don't want to be overly negative, but for a bronze driver to be 7/10 quicker than someone leading the race in Sector 1, I would say he's probably not stuck to the racetrack, and he's found a shortcut, so I'm keeping an eye out for a track limit warning on that car.
But equally, Lurk Hartog is not a bronze Grady driver. He's in the Bronze Cup, but he's a higher Grady driver, isn't he? In that good Carrera Cup, Porsche Super Cup type driver. So he's silver.
Okay, my bad on that, but
he may have been off the road anyway. I'll take the point, but yeah.
6/10 quicker in a 34-second sector is quite impressive. I'm only pointing fingers because I've done the same myself.
Perish the thought. Hartog then is, well, he's done a personal best lap, but he would have done if he sort of chopped half of it off. And his next lap doesn't start off so good.
Yeah, 5/10 slower in that first sector. Yeah. So let's see. It's a trivial point, but I know I'm right.
As always. Number 9, the Boutsen VDS Mercedes of Martin Goertz and now Michael Grenier has pitted at the end of the stint. So Michael Grenier on board that car. I think Maxime Martin's going to get back in as well, isn't he, towards the end, as we look there at the Nicky Tim and Jesse Krohn battle, with Krohn back up the inside in traffic. 3 wide they go. Brilliant move by Jesse Krohn. Jumps up the inside of Nicky Tim, gets the job done, back up into 7th place. Fabulous move.
Hard, clean racing with not a lot of real estate there, and Nicky Tim now following through. They've got a bit of space, but those cars have been going back and forward. James Kell, the other car involved in that battle, and that CSR McLaren, he's trying to get through on the 42 BMW. Can he get the move done? I don't think so. Jesse Krohn on the outside, Nicky Tim back down the inside to get the lead back off Jesse Krohn in that battle.
So the BMW then back up into 7th place as they come across the line. So, Nicky Tim retakes the place before the end of the lap. So it was Jesse Krohn jumping ahead, but Nicky Tim, ever the fighter, goes back through. So the number 7, or 007 if you prefer, Aston Martin, once more ahead of Jesse Krohn. They continue to trade places. James Kell not that far behind them in number 111. And what have we got? 18 minutes or so before the next round of pit stops.
Just flies round, doesn't it? So quick.
Yeah.
You start to understand what's going on, and then a massive curveball thrown of either a new driver and or new tyres and full of fuel. See a bit of smoke coming out of the Rover car. I think that's just the oil breather, so the engine always finding the level of oil. So as it starts to warm up, it will just start to expand that oil, and it just looked like some of the smoke coming out on the rear left of that car. We'll keep an eye on that to see if it gets worse. But James Kell looking particularly quick here. He's dragged Mapelli with him as well. So we have 4 cars, nose to tail, starting with team Jesse Krohn, James Kell, then Marco Mapelli. 4 different cars, all within a second of each other. And again, I think they're all in the wrong order. It'll be interesting to see how this ends up.
Meanwhile, for 3rd place, Matteo Cairoli still trying to go after Ugo de Wilde before his time is up. He's only got effectively 18 minutes or so before he has to think about pit stops, but Cairoli is just not being able to make the inroads into that BMW. So again, quick on the start of the stint on the fresh tyres. Now maybe if the pickup starts to become a problem, then you can understand why the car is falling back. 3rd and 4th in gold currently. It is Alex Buncombe versus Ben Tuck, and the BMW ahead, we reckon this time. Let's have a quick look as we find a headlight spotting game to go. Yes, Ben Tuck there, treble 7 in the Almanar Racing BMW WRT operated car. That's ahead of Alex Buncombe. So Ben Tuck ahead of Alex Buncombe. Third in gold changes. Second in gold is James Kell. Gold leader is Louis Pret. So it's McLaren, BMW rather than a McLaren 1, 2, 3 in gold. And Ben Tuck is another of those very, very underrated but very quick British drivers, and he will have that car by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, and it's another WRT BMW coming alive, isn't it? So it's not just the 32 car that's getting that advantage. Just looking at the stint average there, Ben Tuck, his average so far, 55.7. That is actually quicker than anybody else in front of him. So he is the fastest in this stint. When you put all his laps together, he is absolutely flying along. And that's after 40 minutes, so that is a proper good stint from Ben Tuck there.
And Jens Klingman to come. He will take over for the final part of the race. As you look at Alex Buncombe then, in 16th spot now, 4th in gold. Ben Tuck's on a mission. His next target is going to be Jan Mardenborough, and the margin is only a couple of seconds between the Mustang and the M4, so that's the next one to keep an eye on. Number 17, Mercedes, Fabian Schiller, down in 12th place. That car's really struggled, it seems, since Gounon got out of it.
Yeah, he dragged it. Remember, that car started on 2nd place after a mega qualifying, so the pace was in that car this morning. But yeah, as it's come into race day, it's transformed negatively for them, and I don't see them getting a top 10 in this race, in all honesty. I think the battles at the moment to really work out the big positions is this car for gold, and I still fancy the 32 BMW with another 2 hours to go, with a pumped-up Van der Linde getting in that car.
And another one that's sort of, if you like, withered on the vine is 63, Jordan Pepper, taking over from Luca Engschler. For whatever reason, Luca was losing a bit of pace, and Jordan Pepper's not been able to haul the car back into the mix either. So you've got some cars that were really good at the start of the race, others that struggled, and actually there's been a shift, hasn't there? Those that were good early on have dropped, and in retaliation, the cars that didn't seem to be all that flash in the first hour and a half are now up there fighting.
Yeah, I kind of stick to my first statement of what do we think's suiting what. I do think a front-engine turbo car seems to be the flavour as the track's got cooler, and a mid-engine car has done the opposite.
You remember 93, the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Ferrari, and its final warnings and final warnings? It's now got a 1-minute stop-go penalty for track limit abusing.
So with the other 30 seconds of penalties and the stop-go coming into the pits, that's lost a lap in penalties.
Yeah.
As a team, you just pull your hair out. You're looking for tenths of a second when a driver's moaning like their life depends on it about a bit of exit understeer, and then they go and throw away 120 seconds in not being able to follow the rules is quite infuriating.
So at the moment, 93 is Chris Froggatt. So some of these offences are down to him. 19 track limit warnings that car's now had. And so not all his, some are Eddie Cheevers from earlier on. We haven't yet put the third driver into the car, I don't think, have we? So we've still yet to see Marco Pulcini have a go. But it's going to be a real battle to get a decent result out of it now. But 19 track limit warnings that car's had. Some are on 10, so others have transgressed. Just looking to see if there's anybody on 0. There's only one to the Ben Tuck BMW. There's only one that's gone the way of number 30 BMW, and 0 to treble 3, which is currently being driven by John Southern Jr. Well done, that crew.
Good boy, well done.
Yeah.
That's very good. But I think we've only got room for double digits, so maybe that's the clue. He needs to get to 99, and then 100, it'll look like 0 again. And, it's a bit like when fuel prices went over the pound or the euro mark, wasn't it? Fuel stations couldn't display it, so maybe that's the bit of the Millennium Bug hack we can do for Spa 24, the car 93.
Well, it's going to tumble further down the order. It's already 50 seconds, so it's on the back foot right now. And I fear that things aren't going to get much better for the, as it now is, Ziggo Sport Tempesta team. We are at just under 2 hours and 13 minutes to go, as now we've got the Krone team battle raging on still. Jesse Krone last time over the timing line was back ahead of the Aston, but I'm not convinced it's going to stay that way. In gold, it's Pret from Kell from Tuck. Ben Tuck charging on in the treble 7 BMW. He's got past Jan Mardenborough now. Doesn't affect the class place, but it is for overall. And now for Ben Tuck, 6 seconds give or take up the road, is Jordan Pepper.
Yeah, that'd be a good scalp to take for Ben Tuck, and paces there the last lap, even with an overtake for Ben Tuck, 56.2. To put that in perspective, no other car in the top 10 doing 56s apart from De Wilde. So the pace in that BMW is mega. And is he looking after the tyres? Not a huge problem if he hasn't, because there's only 15 minutes left of that stint as we go back to Louis Pret, and a kind of forlorn feeling maybe for Garage 59. Remember the last pit stop, they lost time. Is that going to be a continual issue for that car, or are they going to be able to rectify that with their different driver of Adam Smalley getting in for the last 2 hours?
There's 93, serving its 1 minute stop-go penalty.
I don't think even I've had a 1 minute stop-go. That must feel like an eternity. And look at the body language of the mechanics to the right, leaning against the fuel rig. Those guys working most probably 7 a.m. till midnight for the last 4 days to get that car in. As we see a Lamborghini dive to the inside. A great move from 163 there. Marco Mappelli getting down the inside of a McLaren. It wasn't for position, it was the 112 CSR car, but still a great move to get done.
And the sister car, the other GRT entry, Jordan Pepper, is still 5.8 seconds ahead of Ben Tuck. That's the battle we were talking about. And there, 111, James Kell.
Sorry, I called that wrong. It was for position. I thought I saw 112, but it must have been the 111 James Kell car. Mappelli getting past that car in shot there with that great move. You can see them flying through. So Kell there in the middle of the shot, Mappelli just in front. So great move. James Kell looked like he was going to be catching Tiemann Chrome, but it's the other way now. It's Mappelli, the guy on the move.
To an extent, you could argue James Kell being sensible. That's not his fight, is it? Okay, it's an overall position, but it's not class position. So don't get involved in a battle that might do you any damage. Give him room. There's still 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. So Mappelli up to 9th, James Kell 10th. Behind them, you've got Christian Cronjes, then Fabian Schiller, only 12th now. Jordan Pepper 13th, and Ben Tuck is behind. Actually, last time, Ben was fractionally slower. I was going to suggest that Ben was feeling peckish because you tuck into a pepper when you're hungry, but he's actually let the gap extend a touch in the traffic. So we'll come back to that one before the end of the race, which, as I say, is 2 hours and 10 minutes away. Others making progress lower down the order. Nicolo Schiero's Ferrari has gained a place at the expense of John Southern Jr.'s Lamborghini. And the gap between the leaders has really come down. 2.2 seconds all of a sudden. Now, the last lap from Picariello was a 57.9. It was a 56.7 for De Wilde, but over the last couple of laps, that gap has been shrinking.
Yeah, an alarming rate as well for Picariello, getting towards the end of the stint as the Porsche done its tyres again. Another 5 laps or so needed from that Porsche, so still got a lot of pain to go through, especially if he's losing over a second a lap as we look as our bronze cast leaders. Lawson there, like you said, a Ferrari expert, pumping in the laps, doing a really good job, keeping Sean Gillale just at arm's length. There's the BMW riding up at the curb at turn 12. We don't see that so often. It's such a big step up to get there. It's quite hard to make the car go up and come down without getting loose, but Gillale there really happy to get the car on top of it and hustle through.
Yeah, he couldn't do that in his single-seater days when he was a Formula 3 or a Formula 2 racer, Sean Gillale, but the second place car then in bronze, 2.8 seconds back, hustles on. Right, the race lead gap is shrinking sector by sector by sector, never mind lap after lap. So as 32 there, Ugo de Wilde heads towards the completion of his final stint, his second stint. He might yet be on the back of Picariello on merit. Picariello is in the traffic up the road, but yeah, but the pace is going away because Picariello is in the 57s, traffic allowing, but the two behind him are both lapping quicker. De Wilde and Cairoli are both catching him.
Yeah, Cairoli 23 seconds behind though, so big slide there, getting on the power, super hard and aggressive. The BMW snapping sideways. Good save from the driver there to get the opposite lock on in time to not loop it round into the pit wall. Quite a common crash we have here at Paul Ricard. The pit wall doesn't really afford too much room for error in that regard. Cars streaming over the line there, picking up the 32 BMW of De Wilde. Is he still going to be able to push this pace through? Only 0.2 quicker on the last lap. The gap now down to 2 seconds on the nose to Picariello in the Porsche in front.
116 laps done, and Porsche from BMW from Mercedes AMG. There is Ugo de Wilde, who saying during the course of qualifying, has been a single-seater turned prototype racer, now GT start. Looking good.
Overdrive. That first sector wasn't quite strong enough. I know you can do a better job. Back into the rhythm. 3.5 to go. Just focus on hitting your points.
Hugo de Wilde being given a bit of a talking to there, but we also see in replay a big slide from the BMW. So being told to sort of focus on the job in hand, only 3.5 minutes or so before he has to come into the pits.
Yeah, exactly. So engineer just telling him where he's losing time in sector 1, saying hit your point. So is he hustling it too hard, rolling in too much speed, missing apexes, travelling a greater distance, which is exactly what Picarello just did on the exit of turn number 10. That was a track limits. Was that because he got force wide, or was he using up one of his lives to clear one of the back markers in a more efficient manner? It's always kind of been a mental approach I've taken to track limits. If you're going to do it by a centimetre or by 10 metres, it makes no difference. Yes. So you might as well use it as a bit of a joker almost, and just send a car in. And I think that's what Picarello did there, to try and keep the gap somewhere respectable to that hard-charging 32 BMW.
So with the stint being effectively just about an hour and a minute, and 56 minutes down by Picarello and de Wilde, they're planning the next pit stop as through they go. And the gap last time 2 seconds, the gap this time 1.5 seconds, and traffic up the road. That Picarello Porsche is really struggling, isn't it now? It having had a good gap of 6 seconds for the majority of the stint, now it really is on the back foot.
Really, really isn't. It could even be in pit lane this race goes into, as well as de Wilde goes to the inside of one of those back marking cars, gets past relatively easily past that Get Speed Mercedes, so that will be a nice move done. You can see the detritus off the line there. Every time a car has to overtake, it will be getting some of that on its tyres. It's a mix of rubber, stone, dust, everything that just makes the car feel super slippy. Look at the compromise Picarello's got there. He had to get on the brake, and that's going to hurt him all the way down this back straight. We're getting blue flags now, and the cars must respect a warning from race control. But look, Picarello is in the mix, and look at that BMW lurking. Only 2 cars in between, but I think he's carrying 5-10 kilometers an hour more.
Are we suggesting then that it's purely traffic that's gone against the Porsche, or is there something more serious now? Are we going back to sort of early race pace where the Porsches did not look that rapid? You can see how it's been up and down, and that does suggest it is traffic. When the traffic allows, it's quick. When the traffic's in the way, it drops below the class average.
I think it's a mixture of traffic and pace, and how the Porsche generates its pace. So if you've got a fast car in a straight line like the BMW does, it's easier to clear traffic in a straight line. If your lap time is from the corner speed, which the Porsche is more leaning upon to generate its lap time, it's harder to clear these cars because you've got to do a lunge like he's doing now on that Optimum McLaren. What position is that Optimum McLaren? 57th. Is it in the battle? No. But does he care? No.
Does he get out of the way? No.
No. Does he cost Picarello half a second? Yes. And that is the problem. It's a mixture of traffic and how the car generates its time. Now he's passed, but that BMW, I think, will clear that McLaren in the straight line into turn number 1, and it's an easier, more efficient way of clearing cars.
And look in contrast, as you see Kelvin van der Linde limbering up at the pace of the BMW, all of its last 5 laps above the class average, whereas the Porsche has been yo-yoing, some good, some bad. So more consistent a car right now is that BMW, and the margin is 0.4 of a second as they go on to lap 119. So through the traffic they try and find a Porsche, but a BMW will be bearing down on it, and there is 32. So down towards the braking zone for turn 3 they come. So Alessio Picarello, having struggled to clear the traffic, just about leads. There is a back marker between himself and Hugo de Wilde. But the fact that you've seen Kelvin van der Linde getting so limbered up, ready to go, suggests that the BMW ain't far off coming in. Should be this time, we reckon, because they've now done 59 minutes, so this will get them to the hour mark by the time they get round to pit in. Picarello, de Wilde, Cairoli in pro, Pret from Kel from Tuck in gold, De Leder from Ibrahim from Robin in silver, Larson, Galal, Renard, the top 3 within bronze. And that's all going to change again in the next 5 minutes, because the next wave of pit stops will be upon us.
Yeah, it's too tight to squeeze another lap after this, so they're going to have to box. It's close. It's within 5 seconds of squeezing another lap, but they won't risk it, I don't think, these first 2. But yeah, the pit stop's going to be clean for both Runek and WRT. Picarello will be getting out of that car. He has had a hard 2 hours. I think those Porsche drivers are earning their money to keep that car at the sharp end of this field.
The other question mark in the pits is going to be what sort of a pit stop 58 McLaren has when Louis Pret morphs into Adam Smalley. Was it a Pret problem or a car problem? As Joe asked the question earlier on, we'll find out when a different driver gets in and tries to leave the pit box. So they're coming now up through Galavant, heading towards the Virage de la Tour, and should be seeing cars dive for the pit lane this time.
Yeah, I definitely saw the WRT and I couldn't see the Porsche
in as well.
Yeah, you can see it just in the background there, sweeping around the corner. That gap 0.4 of a second as they came into the pits. So it is now down to the pit crews.
Change of driver as well. It's going to be Patrick Niederhauser aboard the Porsche, Calvin van der Linde aboard the BMW. Niederhauser regular, of course, for that team over the last couple of seasons. Calvin van der Linde returning to WRT. Sheldon van der Linde, his brother, drove for them more recently, but Kelvin has been part of the WRT family in the past. There is 32 then. The WRT pit box towards pit out, whereas Retronic's more in the middle of the pit lane. So Hugo de Wilde, decent stint, that's for sure. He gets out, helps put Kelvin van der Linde into the car, straps him in, connects all the cables and the drinks bottle as well. Nicky Tim is into the pit lane, Jesse Krohn is into the pit lane, Vincent Abril, Klaus Bachler. So Matteo Cairoli stays out. That 48 Mercedes will take over the lead of the race now.
Yeah, we've got some real guns getting in. We're going to have Marcello getting in Krohn's car. We're going to get Pierre Guidi getting in Abril's car there. So we've got some fast drivers getting bolted in for 2 hours of this race.
And we've done 4 hours just about without a safety car. A couple of full course yellows, admittedly, as away there goes Porsche and away goes BMW, so they're going to rejoin in the same order. Different drivers, Niederhauser ahead of van der Linde, so that battle continues with actually a slightly greater gap as well. And they are going to turn their way down into turn 1 with the bronze class lead battle around them. Konrad Lausen's 74 Ferrari, 991 Charles Galland's BMW is there as well, and they're all going for the same bit of real estate. But crucially, Patrick Niederhauser, who knows this car inside out, stays ahead of 32. Now Calvin van der Linde at the wheel.
Yeah, actually WRT lost 0.7 of a second there to Runnick in the pit, so slight time loss over to second and a half now gap. Be interesting now to see those two drivers, Niederhauser versus van der Linde. What info have they had? Is pushing hard in the stint early on a detriment over a full-length stint? And I think we've got a good person just coming into the booth for you to ask that question, David.
Because that is Mauro Engel, who bang on cue. He's going to be able to talk us through the pit stop for Matteo Cairoli in a moment or two. Mauro, good to see you. It's been an interesting race, this, for the Mercedes. Your first stint started off well, but it's been a bit of a battle since then, hasn't it, for Matteo?
In general, it's been, I think, a big battle for me, especially the second stint with pickup.
Right.
That's the main factor. And I was just next door in the German booth, and looking at the lap times of the entire field, pretty much everyone's in the 57s, some high 56s, maybe some 58s even. When the fastest lap is a 54.8 and most cars are somewhere in the low 55s or mid 55s. So to be 2.5 seconds slower just means one thing. Everyone right now is struggling on pickup, and traditionally with the Mercedes we're quite kind to the tire, so we run the tire a little bit colder, and for me the second stint was just horrible because I think others were simply not struggling with pickup yet, and I was, and it was it's terrible to drive at that point.
When you talk about pickup, is that a Paul Ricard issue? Is that a tyre issue? Is that a length of the race issue, or is it a combination of all things? I mean, do you get it worse here as a circuit, or because of the length of the race?
So, first of all, the Pirelli tyres is a really good tyre, very durable, quick, but it does have a tendency on certain circuits and certain temperature ranges to pick up that rubber that's lying around on track. And here in Paul Ricard, as you just said, it is extremely, it's a real topic here more than anywhere else, especially on days where it's cold. So as the temperature went down and everybody's tire temperatures drop, the tire temperature drops into a range where instead of releasing that extra rubber, it picks it up. And then you're basically driving with, McLaren seems to have an issue there in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's the Adam Smalley car. I think he's taken it over from Louis Pret. Got away okay, but it's then struggled to the end of the pit road, and that's going to be an issue for anybody trying to get out of the pit road. It's just about room, isn't there? But it's the last thing you need.
Shame for those guys. They had a strong run going.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that was the leading car for a while. I'm assuming it's that same McLaren, because we've seen another one pit as well, but it's ground to a halt at the end of the pit lane. Hold that thought about the tyres. Let's just see what happens to this McLaren, covered by a yellow flag, but for Garage 59, this has turned out to be a really, really tough race, and the marshals are there to try and get that car to a place of safety.
He's got the lights come back on.
So it is Adam Smalley. He's been in the pits for 2.5 minutes. It got away okay, and then
they had an issue earlier when Louis Pret pulled away. They also stopped quickly when we actually jumped back past them.
So they need to get that out of the way. But this is an awful situation for the team because they can watch this, but they can't do anything.
No, at this point, I would assume they're asking the driver to do a power cycle, switch everything off, everything back on, and try and fire it up and go again. But
and if you're the team behind, which I think is Grasser, isn't it, the Lamborghini, then your exit's going to be really difficult. Jordan Pepper at the wheel of the car, but you know, instead of blasting away, he's got to be ultra cautious getting around that car.
Should be able to get out, hopefully, but yeah, not ideal.
I mean, this is another thing that, as a team, as a driver, you can never plan for. There's always something that, you know, think about Spa last year and Pierre Guidi coming into the pit lane. You know, there's always something that you just don't expect.
It's one of those situations where, as a driver, you really feel for that team. You think, you know, many ways to lose a race, but certainly that didn't cross their mind.
Right, Mara, stay with us for a moment. Let's just go to the pit lane and hear from Hugo de Wilde. He's had a really impressive stint in number 32 BMW, fighting for the lead before he pitted. Let's hear from Hugo with Alex.
I'm down here with Hugo de Wilde of Team WRT for your first weekend with this team. It's absolutely incredible. What pace are you getting up that BMW?
Yeah, you know, it's very good. Very happy about the stint, but I have to say that WRT and BMW gave me a rocket ship, so I felt really good in the car, and it's really good to start the season with a good performance like this. Now we still have, of course, 2 hours to go, but it's good for the mind.
Just how tricky is it now going to be for this last stint for Kelvin?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Just how tricky is this last stint going to be now for Kelvin?
Oh, I think of course it's going to be tricky, but as I said, we have a good car. Kelvin is an amazing driver with a lot of experience, so it's good. Now we just have to finish the job.
What's the most challenging part of the circuit at the moment?
I would say Sector 3 with Stint and Le Bosset. It's fast sections, and you have a lot of traffic also, so we get a lot of dirty air. So it's tricky not to do track limits, but yeah, enjoying lap after lap. Driving at night here is really cool.
You look like you're buzzing. Well done.
Thanks.
Hugo de Wilde, another GT star of the future. I think he's been pretty impressive in this race, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been doing a good job. Obviously, they brought that car right into contention. I mean, I think the gap was 2 seconds before they pitted, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
And Matteo, first time with you and Lucas, looks like he's fitted in really well and has found a happy home.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, very experienced driver, successful driver, and yeah, he's done a really good job from day one, and going very strong this race. So yeah, happy to have him on board.
Let's just have a quick listen into 32.
This will come to us on the deck. 96 is on final track limit. Course, final track limit. It will come to us. Keep doing your job. And all fine. I feel good. We got the time. Go.
So the information being given that the car they're chasing, 96 Porsche, on the final track limit warning, and that the race will come to them. So a calming influence in the ears from the engineer there. That's what you want, I guess. You want good information, concise information, but also a bit of encouragement.
Yeah, I mean, every driver is different, but yeah, we're in the pits now. Fortunately, that full course yellow we're waiting for didn't come, but we got another chance at the next another 10 minutes or so at the next end of stint. Yeah, you want something positive, obviously, and especially in this race now. I think it's challenging for all drivers. They've all fallen sort of into that pickup window. You see, you know, 96 and 32 who've just had their pit stops. You can see they're now in low 56s, but they'll probably drop into the 57s again as well, whereas traditionally the pace would have been a 55.
So it's going to be Lucas Hour for the end. Is it going to be sort of 2 standard stints, or would there be a sort of short fuel for the last one? Or is that giving too much away?
I guess
the fact that you're not answering.
I guess we'll have to wait and see. But, I mean, there's an hour 53 left, so
do the math.
Yeah. So obviously the first one of that will certainly be as long as possible.
Yeah.
Try and extend that. See if there is a full course yellow that falls in our way, because realistically we're too far away to close that gap right now. I think we're 25 odd seconds away. That's what the gap was anyway before they pitted. It's a bit bigger now, I would assume, since they've had their laps on new tires, but we'll get back to, we'll get back our laps now with the fresher tires, so we'll probably catch a bit again. It'll ebb and flow around the 20 to 25 second mark.
Are you surprised? I mean, you've touched on the full course yellow thing a couple of times. Are you surprised by how few dramas there have been, given the size of the entry? You know, we've had a couple of full course yellows to retrieve cars that have stopped with mechanical problems, but we've not had any big incidents, big crashes or anything.
Totally surprised. I mean, this is you know, it's highly unlikely to not have a safety car in now over 4 hours of running and that grid. But it's a testament to the quality of the grid, and something we saw also in Jeddah last year at the end of the season, where everyone was saying, okay, this could be a bit of a crash fest and there could be issues. We didn't have a single red flag in qualifying, which was the only time last year, I think. We had a great race, which was mainly with green flag running. So it was, you know, the grid, the level of the grid and the level of the drivers is just really, really good.
Yeah, it's been an impressive display, that's for sure, for the first round of Endurance Cup. Mauro, I better let you go. Good to see you as ever. Good luck for the remaining, what have we got now? Hour and 51 minutes, and it's now Lucas Auer at the wheel of the number 48 car. Mauro Engel, thank you very much. We'll no doubt hear a lot more from Mauro during the course of the endurance and the sprint seasons, and we'll see where 48 is. It might well be that we're hearing from Mauro and Lucas and from Matteo Cairoli as Podium finishes in just under 2 hours' time. We will see. Fabian Schiller, again, slightly out of sequence in 17, has come into the pit lane now in the Get Speed car. That was the one that got the penalty earlier for going over the regulation stint time early on when Jules Gounon was behind the wheel. But it's come to the pits now. So that will put Patrick Niederhauser into the lead from Calvin van der Linde. And bearing in mind the gap was about, what, half a second before they pitted. It's now 8.8 after the pit stops. The pit stop for Niederhauser was a minute and 26.2, van der Linde 26.9. So the gap has grown on the track rather than because of a poor pit stop, but the gap has grown totally. Further back in silver, Alessio De Leda in the Gold Cup. It's now 1-1-1 Simon Gachet. Now, let's just go back to the story of the Louis Prat, Adam Small in McLaren. It never got out of the pit lane, so it ground to a halt, and that car, sad to say, after all the good efforts from earlier on, that's the three Garage 59 McLarens all in strife. And as we've been saying, you lose a lap, you're out of the race. But really poor reward for Adam Smalley, getting in the car, not even getting onto the track.
Yeah, and if Zigo 93 has had all the penalties, then Garage 59 have had the hat-trick, haven't they? And not in the positive way. And yeah, I was just quizzing Mauro there a bit before he left off air. So I want to get from his, so they got to be connected on the fuel for 43 seconds, but fuel doesn't need to flow in for that 43. So in 43 seconds, you can put 120 litres of fuel in the car, which would last you the 60 minutes. But potentially, I think that car, maybe with Lucas Auer, it's going to have like a 42-minute final stint. So you could run 30 kilos lighter, so be connected for 43, but get rid of the weight. And I think that's quite a positive for that car. The Merc, normally quite weight sensitive. You imagine that as a BOP change, being given 30 kilos less weight. That's a huge thing. So I think that could swing in the favour of that 48 car if they decide to do that, which quite a few cars on that longer strategy can also do, of course.
That car should be third when it comes across the line next time. It is Niederhauser to van der Linde. When I said it was 8 seconds, it's now down to 0.3. So absolutely nose to tail in the traffic they have come. Lucas Auer goes through 22.2 seconds back, so he is starting to close again against those two. But now, with an hour and 48 minutes to go, we have got the top two. There they are, separated by next to nothing at all, and traffic up the road. So Kelvin van der Linde, having been given the information, and I think you heard the engineer saying that on his last track limit warning, his 96 Porsche, Patrick Niederhauser having now taken it over, he hasn't got much margin to play with, so he's got to be ultra careful, and he's under huge pressure right now.
Yeah, he's still got an hour and 50 minutes remaining, so probably 47 laps or so, not to do one mistake. Around 6 corners that are heavily policed here. Gets down the inside of that back marking, boots and VDS Mercedes, but so does van der Linde. And yeah, Kelvin has been on a bit of a mission, marching up to the back of that car, even has a bit of a half look into the second part of Le Bousset. But that isn't a move that's going to be easy to do. But where will that move be? We've seen the BMW cruise past cars in a straight line. by the end of the Mistral straight. Seen them go round the outside of cars as well at turns 5 and 6. So there's a few options potentially, and Kelvin would have been watching all of that from the garage, all of that information stored. Even though it wasn't him in the car, he will have all of that. Let's have a look at these top speeds of the cars. Still Jan Mardenborough, 287, 5 kilometers an hour clear, be it the power of that Ford Mustang. From Rivera, 282, then from a Mercedes, then from a BMW, then from a Lamborghini. 5 different manufacturers in the top 5 for the speed traps, and very close from 2nd to 5th in that speed trap. Van der Linde just swinging to the inside, trying to catch the eye of Niederhaus. Not an easy move just to try and catch the eye of someone, but no negatives for you as a driver, apart from if we're going on what Mara Engel's saying about the pace problem being pickup. You want to stay on that racing line as much as you can. The cleanest part of the track, but being kept clean by all of these cars, constantly pounding around. As soon as you go off, that's when you start to get all the marbles and all the rubbish covering your tyres.
Race leaders then on to lap 127. Niederhauser versus Van der Linde as the cars now hit the Mistral straight once again. So as they accelerate towards senior with, for the moment, a rare clear bit of real estate around them. The Porsche 3 tenths up when they came onto this lap, but again getting a tow, the BMW in the draft. This is where Kelvin van der Linde can think about making a move for the race lead. Goes to the outside line. He's not going to be able to do it there, I don't think, but he's going to be brave enough to try it. And as they come out of the corner, it's Porsche just ahead. Were that to be the last lap, I think you'd have found a proper commitment by Kelvin van der Linde. I'm not saying he's not committed, but it didn't matter if it didn't work on that lap. But it might work on the inside at Le Beausset. Porsche goes wide again up the inside, tries to duck the BMW. No way by there, slots back in behind. And the battle rages on as they go toe-to-toe, door-to-door. Porsche just ahead. But now it looks inevitable, doesn't it, that van der Linde will be able to find a way through. Nose to tail, they sprint now up towards the Virage de la Tour. Wait to see which set of headlights dives which way, but Porsche goes a little bit deep. That covers off the inside line down towards the Virage du Pont. But can now van der Linde get a tighter exit off the corner? Yes, he can. Can he get up alongside? Yes, he can. Has he got the grunt in a straight line? Yes. Niederhauser squeezes him a bit towards the wall, but through goes the BMW. That is going to give now van der Linde the race lead by a tenth as they come across the timing line. And with an hour and 45 minutes to go, not only do we have a new race leader, but that's going to be a hard car to stop.
Yeah, I thought the Porsche was going to have to put up a bigger fight there, Niederhaus, because once this move has happened, I think that has taken any chance of Niederhaus and that car winning today, just based on merit and on pace. Remember, we do have this rain somewhere in the area that could swing it back towards their favour, but this 32 BMW has been absolutely on fire. After the first hour, where it really didn't look like it was going to be anywhere near this sort of position, it's suddenly just come alive for the last 5.
So as they come towards us on lap 128, finally, we've got the WRT BMW in the lead. We said at the start of the day, don't rule it out, because they know how to win races, they know how to play the game, they know what to do in the pit stops, and it's all pieced together, hasn't it? It might be a new driver lineup, but it's the same old result in a way for WRT. We might be jumping the gun a bit. We've got an hour and 3/4 to go, but I think now that car is going to be able to build a gap. A little bit further back, behind Lucas Auer, is Laurin Heinrich, who's taken over 22. And that Porsche is still there or thereabouts. And considering that every time we seem to talk about 22 Porsche, we say it's struggling for pace, it's still in the mix. It's still there for a good overall result.
Yep, and it's been pretty fast over the last few laps. I've been looking at the fastest car inside the top 10. So, yeah, it's doing really, really good. And similar flavour of battle here, BMW versus the Porsche. But this time it is for the bronze lead. And we're seeing Dan Harper now on board the car. He will do a double to the end against Hartog. We saw him do a very fast sector 1, didn't we? And the pace of the car strong over the lap 2. Sister car to the Niederhauser Rutonic car. So we know they've got a fast Porsche underneath them, but have they got anything about that pesky BMW in front of both of them?
Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating battle, this, because they are both 2 young guns. They both had a good track record in Porsche racing. Dan Harper, remember, was Carrera Cup GB champion. Lurk Hartog was a Benelux champion. He's an American Carrera Cup champion. He's been very successful in Porsche Super Cup, Carrera Cup Germany. And we saw him, as we made the point at the time, going very, very well early on in the race. So here you've got not bronze-graded drivers, but drivers in the bronze category doing great things for their AMs, and it is also for the class lead. So at the start of the lap, it was 2.3 seconds between Harper and Hartog, and an hour and 42 minutes remain. This is a battle that's going to go down to the wire, I would suggest, with Robert Renard storming along behind them in third place in his Porsche. Then Conrad Larsson's Ferrari in fourth in bronze. But Dan Harper, British GT champion, perhaps you could argue the more experienced in terms of GT3 racing. Loic Hartog, who has taken over the car, but Antares Au started. Maurice Schuring is the other driver of that car as well. So it's a good lineup. Antares Au is another good, quick bronze driver. And there is Dan Harper. Then the Northern Irishman came out of the School of Hard Knocks, Ginetta Junior Racing, into Carrera Cup GB, and then became a BMW Junior for a time, and then a BMW factory driver for a time. And actually, if you think about that, BMW factory driver being chased by Loic Hartog, if Loic gets up with him, that's another feather in his cap, illustrates his pace and his ability.
Yeah, definitely. And on that last lap, he did take 0.4 of a second out of it. Look at the pace of that car. It is pulling in. That white line, the delta line, is to the class average. So obviously in the bronze class, it will be a bit skewed because of the slightly slower bronze driver will bring that average down. But still, it shows the pace that car has got.
So the 97 Rotronic car of Loic Hartog goes through. I said the gap was 2.2 seconds. By the end of the lap, it was 1.8. It's game on here between these two. And Porsche versus BMW we've just had for the outright race lead. Now it's the other way. Porsche chasing BMW in bronze. There's one car that's just been noted for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. It's number 93 Ferrari, isn't it? The Ziggo Sport Tempesta car. There, contact made as up the inside line goes treble 3 Lamborghini. That's the car that was started by Maximilian Powell, now Marzio Moretti, bouncing off, I think it was Lucas Legere's car, that. It's quite an impact.
Yeah, it was a big old one.
Yeah.
I'm surprised both cars are able to carry on at this moment in time because, yeah, even though it was side to side, it's a huge amount of energy going through components that aren't designed for that. So congratulations to the engineers of both those cars for making them strong enough to be able to bounce off each other like a couple of bowling balls.
Yeah, like tanks, aren't they? We haven't really needed to talk about him yet because he's not been in the car, but Raffaele Marciello has been unleashed and is up into 6th place, and Jordan Pepper is up into 7th, which means Alessandro Pierguidi's 51 Ferrari has fallen back a couple of places. We've also got Harry King in a stint in the Verstappen.com 2Cs Aston Martin, and Harry King, as I said at the start of the race, is another start, so he is picking off a car which is the other Ferrari from AF Corsa, number 50. He's just got ahead of Antonio Fuoco. So again, the 296s look to be struggling, having had good pace mid-race.
Yeah, they started slow, for them.
Yeah.
Went fast, and you're like, oh, this is game on, and then they've gone back to their slow again. It's an odd one to read, but they've both done the same thing metronomically, so it's obviously a car-related issue for either the Ferrari or for AF Corse. It's not a sole issue per car, or whatever the issue may be, pace-wise.
Have a look at this in bronze. Loic Hartog now right on the back of Dan Harper. 2.2 seconds was down to what? 1.8 is down to 0.8, and now it's about 8 millimeters as they come onto the Mistral. So the BMW of Dan Harper, yes, it's a bit stuck in the traffic, but even so, he's going to have to work hard now to fend off the flying Hartog behind him as they make the run along the Mistral. There's lots of traffic up the road as well, so they're having their own battle. They've got to be mindful of cars they're lapping and maybe being lapped by those cars out of the pro competition further up the road. So it's a busy, busy part of the race, this, for just about everybody.
Yeah, and Hartog getting on the flashes. That Porsche, watch as it comes around the corner, the whole exhaust glows bright orange. Great spectacle. You've got the brake light and the exhaust glowing there. Shows you the temperatures these cars are under. Getting down the inside of Harper, headlights flashing, gets the job done. Great move. Surprised Harper didn't defend more. He's almost like he can't get past these cars in front of him and is struggling to know what to do, how to clear them, which hasn't really been a BMW or even really a Dan Harper issue that we've seen before.
No, and quirky, isn't it? We've just been talking about one battle where a Porsche has been reeled in by a BMW that got through and pulled away, and the complete opposite has happened here. Porsche has caught past and starts to break away. So feather in the cap of Loic Hartog. That really good move, and he now leads bronze, accelerates out of the last corner. So 97 goes by, and over the timing line, new bronze cup leader Loic Hartog, and then behind him on the road is Ivan Eklicik, and then it is Dan Harper next up.
Yeah, he got that move done on Eklicik really nicely into the last corner to give a buffer then to Harper. So he's got a silver car in between him and second place in bronze in Dan Harper. So that's gone really well. As we look at the Silver Cup leaders here, they've had a pretty strong race, car 60, haven't they? They just keep going and going. And nothing spectacular so far that we've seen, but they've just been right on the money, going quicker and quicker as it seems. And Deladeda now pumping in the laps at a good rate and kind of has a few pros cars in his sight. He's got Mikkel Grenier in the Boots and VDS Mercedes just in front of him.
So you understand Kelvin van der Linde has got quite a bit of traffic around him as he is trying to find a way through. And Patrick Niederhauser 0.7 of a second back as the two of them continue this battle. These days, no GT entry, though, would be complete without Coach Dave representation. David Perel out of Ferrari into the booth. Busy race for you.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one, but I think lots of fun, and we've had some really interesting nuances with this new Pirelli tyre.
Okay.
Which we're just trying to learn in the cold. But in the cold test at the beginning of the year, we thought it was just in those conditions, but when we came here at night, it's like, oh, okay, they're sticking around, which I can get into later.
Yeah, I mean, it's a new tyre, and so you've got that to cope with, but also not really Paul Ricard type weather. We didn't expect it to be quite so cold, did we?
Exactly, and at one point we were a bit worried that it may rain. I mean, there was a little bit of drizzle this morning in the qualifying, so yeah, it's been interesting. It's been fun though. I think the Ferraris are saving something for the big race. That's my feeling right now.
Okay.
But they have so much downforce in the high-speed corners. It's such a pleasure when you get to turn 10 and you send it. It's just unbelievable.
You become very much a Ferrari convert. I mean, there's not really a GT championship you've not raced a Ferrari in recent years, so they clearly have a magic for you.
Yeah, I chose very early on when I was becoming pro to just specialize in the Ferrari, so that if an opportunity ever came up and they didn't know where to turn, they turned to Dave because he knows the car very well.
Sure. And it's paid off. Now, tell me about the race. How's it gone? There's been a lot to keep on top of here. Really busy racetrack as well, but a relatively calm race. We've had relatively few incidents.
Yeah, I mean, that's also the nature of Paul Ricard with all the runoff and stuff. So you get away with a lot of stuff. Even when I was on track, I could see a lot of things which at a normal track wouldn't happen.
Okay.
But anyway, Albron started the race. He did a double stint. He struggled a little bit for pace. He got pickup on the tire, which I will explain in a minute why that's a bad thing for all of us. And then I got in and just did my laps. I got lucky in the second stint. I had a lot of clear air for a long time.
Okay.
So the car is very quick and clear. Struggles a bit in slipstreams, which is natural for the Ferrari because it's like a big wing. But the biggest issue with all the cars that I've seen this year is the pickup on the tire. Once you get the pickup on, in the cold conditions, it's almost impossible to get it off.
Right.
So you get these big lap time discrepancies. You think you're driving like a god, frankly, until you get the pickup.
Right.
And then you're struggling.
And when you talk about pickup, are we talking about sort of extra lumps of rubber that are there when you get a vibration and the car handles differently?
Yes, makes a massive noise as well. You think,
right, okay.
Is that the wheel coming off? Do I have a puncture? And then it kind of like clears itself. But it's when you go offline to overtake someone, or if you get overtaken, you're going on the marbles.
Yeah.
And obviously with, how many cars are there? 57 cars still going around. There's a lot of marbles.
Of course.
It sticks to the tire and almost becomes one with the tire, and you just can't clear it.
And then the whole thing becomes a nightmare because
you slide a lot.
Exactly.
And almost, you could go from doing like a mid 56 to suddenly hanging on for dear life to do a 57 mid. So you lose like a second a lap for 8 laps.
And of course, one of the challenges of this is that pickup becomes more of a problem now because you can't even see it. You know, you're having to do the overtaking offline and in the dark. So if there is a chunk of rubber in the daylight, you might be able to avoid it.
Exactly right. And when you do
Nobody said this was going to be easy.
No. And when you do hit some of these rubber balls, oh my lord, it sounds like you've hit a nut or a bolt on the track. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah.
And you're doing this for fun, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I do question it. When you're heading down to turn 10 at like 270 and you're just hearing this first of all, you can't see it because the vibrations are so much that your eyes are just vibrating out of your skull.
Wow.
And you're like, well, I don't know if this is a puncture that's about to happen or if it's just pickup.
So you have to have total confidence in what yourself, in the car, your engineer.
A lot of experience in knowing the different feelings between what is a puncture, what is a tire that's loose, and that kind of stuff.
Just getting a look at the Gold Cup battle that's going on right now. We've still got, just over an hour and a half to go. Class battles all the way through the order right now. You're in for a full season of Endurance Cup. What else are you going to be doing this year? Because barely a weekend goes by without you racing something.
Yeah, to be honest with you, 2 years ago I thought my career was done. I only did 6 races.
Wow,
and then the phone stopped ringing, which can happen. If you're not at the track, out of sight, out of mind. And then last year I got back into GT World Challenge, and the team I'm racing for here, Rinaldi Racing, they're very popular at the Nordschleife. So I'm getting to do the NLS series and also Nürburgring 24, as well as European Le Mans with AF Corsa. So very busy season, very lucky.
But this career is kind of the second coming anyway, isn't it? Because you raced initially and then disappeared and started your sim business, and that brought you back.
Well, no, the sim business started during COVID, but I had a tech business in my 20s. I couldn't afford to continue racing. So I stopped with the intention of coming back. And then around the age of 30, I was like, I got to give it one more shot to try become professional, specifically professional, not just paid to race. I wanted to be paid. Yeah. Because it's like, if a team is paying you to race, that kind of vote of confidence is something else. So I just took the gamble. I sold my share of my company to my brother, moved to England, and then cold called racing teams and used what little money I had to sort of get my foot in the door, and then it kind of went from there. And it was actually Rinaldi was the first team to start paying me, so I was very lucky.
Wow. And then we've also had the surge of interest, partly through COVID, I'll grant you, of esports, there's SimGrid, there's your Coach Dave element, so there are all these extra bits that fit into it.
During my 20s, I was trying to stay sharp with racing via the sim.
Right.
And then when I came back into real racing, they were always teasing me about the sim stuff. But when COVID happened, everyone jumped back in the sim and they knew who to call because I had a lot of experience in it. And then I started to just build my business from there. And now SimGrid is a platform that anyone can race on, and Coach Dave is a cool driver training app. So I've been, and to mix it with the racing, I take a lot of experience, the stuff I see in the pits, I bring it back to work and try and connect the dots as much as possible.
Well, some of the SimGrid races that I've been involved in have been great to commentate on because it's so realistic. It's proper GT racing, isn't it?
Without being funny, one of the most surreal things is hearing you commentate on one of the races that I've organized. It's an unbelievable feeling, just unbelievable.
Now we've got an hour and just 90 minutes effectively now to go. What's the plan from here? Still push, still catch?
Yeah, Rigon is in the car. He's going to drive flat out, as he says in his accent, which I love. I absolutely love his Italian accent. But I'm quite interested what's happening up front. Van der Linde is leading, and Jordan Pepper's still in the top 10. So 2 fellow South Africans, close friends of mine. I want to see them do well. If I'm out of contention, I want to see them in contention.
Excellent. Well, I'm sure there'll be a good result for South African drivers the way they go. David, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. And good luck for the rest of the season. David Perel from Rinaldi Racing. Davide Rigon is 44th in that car right now, but let's get pushing hard. And we know that Davide Rigon is an absolute flower in a Ferrari. David Perel, fascinating character and a very, very quick driver as well. And as he rightly says, they've got a South African native, same pace that David is from, Kelvin van der Linde in the lead, but only by 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, cross David at your peril. He's a very fierce racing driver out there. And while that chat was going on, then I've been looking at the weather radar, and it's really a lot of rain in the area. The only thing that can make it miss us is just where we sit on this plateau here at Paul Ricard. Is it just going to skirt around the hillside around us? But the weather radar I'm looking at is we're odds on for rain before the race finishes.
Okay, just also to catch up on the battle between Tommy Foster in 23 and Harry King in 33, trading places. So the RJ and McLaren versus the Verstappen.com Aston Martin. I think rather different for Harry King. The engine in the front normally is a Porsche driver with engines behind him, or with the LMP2 outings that he had for pure racing in Asian Le Mans at the start of the year. Again, engine behind, so there's a bit of learning going on. Whether it's Harry's preferred option, it's not quite fessed up to yet, but going nicely nonetheless. So van der Linde to Niederhauser, that gap traffic dependent, 1 second. In fairness to Patrick Niederhauser, he may have lost the lead, but he's not disappeared, has he? He's not given up. He's not fallen away from the BMW.
Yeah, I thought that gap was going to just expand at an exponential rate, to be honest. So to keep it at a second is very impressive. Is that traffic? Is that van der Linde just managing it? Is he trying to look after the tyre, not get any of that pickup that we've now got 2 drivers almost confirming that's the problem with it. And they're saying it's unavoidable, which it is. When you've got to go offline to overtake, it is. But the teams now will probably be looking at a bit of a setup change. How can they keep that tyre operating cleaner? The main thing you can do is change the toe of the car. So anyone that's driven their car on the road back home and has hit a pothole, and then suddenly the tracking goes out, so it pulls left or right. That's because one of the wheels isn't pointing dead straight. And that's what race cars tend to do on purpose. We're talking millimeters. So on the front, you point the front pointing outwards, toe out. So as you turn the car in, the front tyre is already leading into the corner, which helps with turning. You do the opposite on the rear. Typically, you put toe in, and that creates the energy to keep the car compliant, to stop it just being like a shopping trolley, if those were pointed out. Maybe the teams need to look at upping those numbers from 1 or 2 mil on each axle to 4 or 5, and that would force the rubber across the surface and naturally throw it off the edge of the tyre, and it might be a self-cleaning tool. So this is what the teams will be learning ahead of Spa, and this is why this 6-hour race is so important for drivers and teams.
Wonderful shot that, isn't it? Looking down on the circuit, you can see the lights, both the cars and trackside. You can see how the one side of the circuit goes down to the very bottom end, wriggles near the campsite, then back up onto the Mistral Straight. Of course, Paul Ricard has played host on numerous occasions to the French Grand Prix, still very active with truck Grand Prix as well as French events, historic events. And this is one of the circuits, if you like, that came back, because for many years, although it was open, it was only open for testing, and it did play host to an SRO GT event. The first BPR race was held here, but then when it reopened, if you like, for racing, it was an early Grand Pan Endurance Series round that came here, and Paul Ricard has been a very popular part of the Endurance Cup calendar. Perfect circuit for a long-distance race like this, partly because of the setting, partly because of the runoff. It's AM-friendly in that respect, and again, if you do make a mistake, we've had that mentioned, I think, by David Perel. There's so much runoff, you're not going to hit anything you might at Spa, for example, but here there's ample room to make an error.
Yeah, and someone that's made up a lot of room is Charles Clark in this 992 Paradine BMW, second place at the moment in the silver class, but has been catching that Lamborghini hand over fist for the last few laps. Charles Clark, very quick driver, very fast in a McLaren GT4, then into an Aston GT3 last year. Now in this BMW, he's done a mega job. We saw that car start to the inside. That's not a move. It looks so bad from the outside, but I can only tell you it feels worse in the car if you're the overtaker or the overtakee as well. But the pace is there. He doesn't need to do a lunge like that, but look how much time that's cost him. He had to then get out the throttle, flashing the headlights. That will make him feel better about his mistake he just made, but he now needs to regroup and find a better place to overtake.
Charles' father raced in British GT for a time, so carrying on a family tradition. Charles out of the Porsche Sprint Challenge GB initially, which was the Porsche Cayman Series, or still is the Porsche Cayman Series, and now coming up to the big league. He did race here last year for ComTU, but now for Paradine, Darren Lung's team expanding into 2 cars. Paradine being run by Simon Traves, racer in Formula 1 stock cars when he finds the time. Skegness-based engineer driver, and so there onto the Mistral they go with the BMW looking for a way by.
It's been a while, hasn't it? Look at the race control message, should you catch it there?
93 track limits under investigation. Right, where are we up to now then? So 24 track limit warnings now. Eddie Cheever back behind the wheel of the car, and 24 track limit warnings. Is there a point at which race control just sort of loses its collective rag and says enough's enough?
Yeah, I haven't seen it before, but I'm not surprised if we were to see that. Also with the team, I'd be turning the garage lights off and going to the bar now, because it's almost disrespectful to do 24 track limits unless we find out there's an inherent issue with that car where they can't keep it between the white lines. It's just a bizarre strategy from all 3 drivers to be driving beyond the grip of the car. That's all you can put it down to. That's why it's not staying on the track, and it's not like everyone else is amassing those penalties. For example, Van der Linde in the league, that car has had 2 track limit warnings, so it isn't like they've been singled out unfairly, in my opinion.
And it's also not like Chris Froggatt and Eddie Cheever are inexperienced drivers. I mean, yes, it is tempting, given their experience, to think there might be a problem with the car, actually, because in normal circumstances you wouldn't expect anybody to be doing that, even a really inexperienced AM, and they're not inexperienced AMs, so maybe there is something sinister. But either way, 24 is a lot to rack up, and They've already had a 1-minute stop-go penalty, so the next one will be more serious again.
I mean, so far the trend has doubled each time they've had it. It went from 30 to a minute. So is it going to be 2 minutes next? And at what point do you park the car, I guess, as well? Because you are kind of running around in 50th place, attracting penalties. What's the point, if I'm being brutally honest, at that stage of it?
Right, BMW of Charles Clark here, still trying to hustle its way through the traffic. This, remember, is for the silver lead. So Alessio De Leda in number 60 Lamborghini, which has led pretty much since the race got underway, now finding itself having to work really hard. 992, which is the car that James Callett started. We've had Pedro Ibrahim in it, now Charles Clark behind the wheel, and it's been chipping away, back into the mix. And behind, third in silver, is the Corvette, Lorcan Hannaford at the wheel. Now, SRO Motorsports come here with one car. It's not had that much development. It's not the biggest, best funded of teams, but to be third in class, first time out, I reckon that's a good effort.
Really, really good. And probably I would call the second most competitive class behind the pro class in this field. It's an amazing job, and all the drivers have kept out of trouble. We saw it get roughed up a bit earlier, didn't we, from Picarello run into the side of the car, leaving the last corner. But yeah, Kieran Juris kind of shrugged that off and carried on. So yeah, great job from that car, and it's great to have Corvette on the field and making that 10th manufacturer in this field.
The Ziggo update, 93 now reported to the stewards for track limits. So the track limit penalties come from the judges of fact, effectively. Once you've exceeded track limits, they rack up. They're not arguable, and therefore when you get to a given number, the penalty, if you like, is automatic. But now when you've had, what did you say it was, 24 warnings, it now goes to the stewards to be looked at. 23 warnings, sorry, 23.
It was 24 though, so
yes,
they must have stayed on track for a whole lap, and then race control given them a gold star and taken one away. But it definitely was 24. And
that's right.
Yeah, maybe they're so far off the track they can just go and speak to the stewards and race control as they drive past them, and they're not on the right part of the track. But yeah, this battle rages on, doesn't it? I thought with the pace that Clark caught up, we saw one of those laps 1.1 seconds quicker. Again, it's so difficult to get the move done. Lamborghini running wide, but should still be able to be flat onto the back straight. That's the main thing there. There are a few lines you can take and still be flat. But yeah, Clark now needs to start to knuckle down, because we're getting to that point where we've got 20 minutes left of stints.
It's Charles Clark, though, and we've touched on this earlier, almost now in that situation of being hypnotised. He's behind the car, he's not been able to find a way through, and so he just ends up following. And you start to lose the creativity of where you can get by, maybe. In terms of Silver Cup top speeds, it's still David Schumacher's Mustang from early on that is the fastest in terms of an outright speed. But yeah, Charles Clark still stuck there, can't find a way by.
He's having a few too many half looks. We saw it at the last corner 3 laps ago, just then into scene. And it gets to an awkward point with the car, especially at night time. The car can only just see the lights, and it's like, well, if you keep crying wolf and looking to the inside, I'm just going to keep turning in. And if we hit each other, it's almost like both of our faults. But you've got to save it up and just do one proper send. And almost the opposite, don't show your nose, and then just fill the inside and send it. And at the moment, it doesn't look like he's able to save up enough of those half looks to generate it into a full look at the moment.
And I don't think he's just sitting there waiting to try and jump ahead on the pit stops, because any racing driver really in a battle wants to go through on merit, on pure pace. Over the timing line, they have gone then. The leader, Kelvin van der Linde, is on lap 141. And remember when I said that Niederhauser behind him in second place was not dropping away? Well, he is now. The gap's gone up to 3.6 seconds.
Yeah, and again, we've seen an ebb and flow in every single stint for every single driver, and you can't call it. There's not like a linear effect. It seems like some cars start quick, fade in the middle, and then go strong again. Some stay strong for 40 minutes and then just drop off a cliff with 20 to go. And I think that is, as Clark looks for another one, there was a bit of contact there as well. I think the way the Lamborghini rotated, there must have been some front to rear contact between those two cars. So Clark getting more desperate. He's the closest he's been onto this back straight. Has he got enough power? I expect the Lamborghini just to hold right and make Clark pop to the left. Look at the size difference of those cars. That's where BOB does such a good job to make these cars generate such a similar lap time, lap after lap.
Charles Clark then comes booming up onto the back of the Lamborghini. You could argue a more aero-friendly shape from the Italian car. Lots of grunt from the Munich BMW. Through senior they go. A little bit further back, incidentally, David Pittard has gained 8th place away from Jordan Pepper, the Valkenhorst run Aston Martin getting ahead of the VSR Lamborghini. Up the inside here goes Charles Clark. He's got his nose alongside, but the Lamborghini just squirts ahead coming out of the corner. So here, good effort being put in by Alessio De Leda then. The Lambo just about hangs on. Charles Clark certainly has served intent, but De Leda, who had a good track record up to Formula 2 before he went the GT route, fends him off for now.
And Charles Clark starting to get more aggressive with the moves, but also you see the nature of the car sliding out of the corners. Rear tyres taking a big pummeling as the cars exit onto the pit straight. Clark now not even having to use the exit curb to stay there, so he'll be feeling real bunched up. And is this giving a chance to the Corvette to start catching, only 10 seconds behind last time by? So this could become a 3-car battle as these two cars have got 20 minutes remaining of their stint. What can Charles Clark do?
They come down towards turn 5. Just going back to my David Pittard point, he is now catching Simon Gachet for 7th place. That gap coming down between them, but David's got to be careful, David Pittard, because he's now on 5 track limit warnings, so he's got to keep his nose clean. As there, Charles Clark makes a big dive on the inside, goes through, does he? He's not quite past, but he's got the inside for 2 successive corners. De Leda has to slot back in behind. The next corner would have come to him, but he couldn't stand his ground, so Charles Clark goes by, and that puts him now up into the lead of Silver. And that, barring pit stops, is really the first time the Silver Cup lead has changed for a long, long time, maybe even since the start of the race.
Yeah, pretty aggressive move. There was side-to-side contact at the apex. I saw a white flag. There's a car going slowly there. That must be a puncher. The amount of smoke going through. It's a Mark VDS Boots and Mercedes, is it? No, it's 54 Porsche Dynamic, sorry, yeah. GT Porsche.
Mattia Lorena.
You've got the hazards on. Is it a puncher? I just saw a lot of smoke as Clark and Dalgona, they came through it, but hopefully he can just limp that car back. But the marshal's on it with the white flags, warning the driver of a slow vehicle ahead.
And it's also on the timing screen, so the teams can tell their drivers that there is a slow car. Be careful, because of course in the dark, all of a sudden you come across a pair of tail lights, and the speed differential is massive. So everybody being warned. This is slightly nervy for all concerned. There is 54, and it's got a lot of lap to go. There's 5.7 kilometres to this lap. Now, talking Mustang, there is 65, which is now Finn Wiebelhaus, who was a star at the FIA Motorsport Games last year, took a gold and a silver in the 2 GT disciplines that we had there. But the Mustang has lost ground. It's going to lose a lap as well, I think, to the class rivals now.
Yeah.
We've been looking at Charles Clark's BMW into the lead of silver. Dan Harper's car leading bronze, both run by Darren Lung. He's with Alex.
I'm down here with Bronze Cup Sprint Chaps 2024 Paradigm with Darren Lung. It's turning out to be a rather nice start to the year.
Well, so far, yeah. There's still quite a bit of time left in the race, so you know we're still crossing fingers and hoping it carries on without any bad luck coming our way.
What are the changing temperatures doing to the track? And if there is any rain, how much could that throw a cat among the pigeons, so to speak?
Yeah, so when the track's cooled down and the race has gone on, then you're generally picking up front grip, so the balance moves more towards oversteer. In terms of the rain, yeah, well, let's spice things up for everyone, I think.
Make it a bit of fun, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Thank you, Darren.
A remarkable character, Darren Lung. He's not been racing for that many years, what, 4, 5 seasons, if that, and yet he's done a huge amount of racing. We've got a yellow flag in a sector there, probably because of the Porsche. He's won the British GT Championship. He's gone to the World Endurance Championship. He's won his class in this, both in sprint, endurance. Outstanding character, now running at now has started his own team, as well as driving for United Autosports in the World Endurance Championship. Great character, and takes his racing very, very seriously indeed.
That's the reason for the yellow flag, isn't it? The Porsche's pulled off. It's so far off the track. I hope that doesn't attract a full course yellow, but I thought that was going to be the same for the Kirchhoffer one at the start of the race. So it's on the exit of scene, the fastest corner of the lap. It's going to be a hard decision there, but I think he's tried to park the car to stop any damage. I would have said it was a rear left puncher looking at the body language of the car. Are we going to see a full course yellow? Who can pit and get to the end? At the moment, nobody, because the stint is 62 minutes in maximum length, and we've still got 73 minutes remaining.
If you roll the dice and get it wrong, then you really do yourself a lot of damage, but the teams will be waiting to see whether or not this does develop, and trying to second guess what the race director Niels Wittich might be doing, but the car stationary up at scene, and if the engine is off, seen but not heard, try and get that car out of harm's way. It's a long way away from the racing line, but you could argue that if anybody else goes wide there and out of control and finds a parked car, then you're in big problems. So race control will, if it's near a vehicle access point, possibly able to get it out of the way without interruption, but in the darkness, that's perhaps a bit more risky.
Yeah, there's just not a pocket of space, is there, out there? There's a slight one there, but you're talking 8 or 9 seconds, which is not enough time to do it safely. So just keeping an eye on the timing screen, on the marshal post to see if that full course yellow comes out. I don't think anyone's going to massively benefit from this because no one can stop and get to the end. So I think they're all going to stay out. Is it going to go to a safety car? If it's a longer one, the tyre pressures will drop quicker now because it is much cooler. Track temp now at 16, ambient at 13. So there's a chance if it's not a quick full course yellow, it could go safety car, which would bunch everyone up.
Yeah. And then people might be able to benefit because in the case, let's say, of Lucas Auer, instead of being 31 seconds back, he'd be Carl's lengths back. Patrick Niederhauser's Porsche, I'm afraid to say for Porsche fans, is fading because what was 10th is now up to around the 7-second mark. The leader has gone by Kelvin van der Linde. When the Porsche breaks the beam, as it does now, the gap's 7.4 seconds. So it is starting to build. And of course, as we're thinking about whether or not we might end up with a full course yellow, we're also heading towards the next round of pit stops. Only 12 more minutes before the hour. Number 60 is bit. Oh, now that's significant in silver. Alessio De Leda, second in silver, is being given a 30-second time penalty on the next pit stop for track limit offences. So having just lost the lead on the track, he's going to hemorrhage time on the pit stop.
And I think that could be more of a common theme as well now as we get into the last part of the races. 5 warnings for everyone, and they obviously just naturally get eaten up as the race goes on.
We've had a change for third place as well. Laurin Heinrich in 22 Porsche has passed Matteo Cairoli. So although they're a long way back from the top 2, they're still squabbling, and it's gone Porsche's way. So 22 is a quirky car, isn't it? We've talked about the lack of pace, and now it's overtaken the car that dominated Stint 1.
Yeah, Heinrich's a man on the move, isn't he? He's in a rich vein of form, a lot of racing in IMSA as well, and he's been very quick and impressive. So yeah, Lucas Auer just getting overtaken by an Audi as well, so that can't be for position. What car is that? That has got some serious pace. That almost feels like it's out of sequence. It must have some fresh tyres on it, trying to work out who it could possibly be from the rear, but still that yellow flag in sector 3. And we're seeing full course yellow, you see on the driver display in 20 seconds. So countdown now, look, 8, 7, 6, we've got to be 80 Ks. We need to be on the brakes, Lewis. Lucas Auer now hard on the brakes, slowing it down to 80. Bang, right on 0. Lovely timing there. Full course yellow. This is interesting. They can start to pit in around 8 minutes from now and get home on that stint time and fuel.
And we've got 70 minutes of the race remaining. It's our third full course yellow, and there, straight away, the recovery vehicle is on hand. I don't think we're going to need to go safety car on this, but I'll wait to be proved wrong again.
They're powerful little quad bikes, but if that car's got a puncher, it needs a lot of energy to move it, and I just hope that that quad bike's got enough. We'll get a shot of it as we go through scene on the outside. The Porsche talking about it. They may be talking about how much fuel do we need to get to the end. Has to be connected for 43 seconds. But do we need to put 43 seconds of fuel in? That's going to be the question for these guys at the moment.
They're not optimistic faces, those, are they? Those are faces that are resigned and might be rolling the dice, but you don't get the feeling that they've got a demon card up their sleeve.
No, unfortunately, there isn't a left field strategy at play here. You can't do more than 62 minutes on a stint, and we've got more than 62 minutes remaining. So there isn't something that's worth doing. I can't see the need to box now and then try and add another pit stop. There is only one plan, unfortunately, to the end, and everyone is in the same boat. Is this full course yellow going to last long enough? I think not, and I don't think there will be a safety car either, but let's see what happens next.
So the full course yellow slows everybody down. It gives the marshals trackside a safer working environment. They're trying to get the car out of the way as quickly as possible. Now, of course, we didn't have full course yellow to safety cars earlier on. The normal procedure, admittedly, this is a race director having his second race with SRO and maybe treating it slightly differently, but it used to be that with the tyre temperatures dropping, the safety car would be used to bring everything back up to temperature. Okay, well, it's now cooler than it was when we had the earlier full course yellows because we are at approaching 5 to 11 local time. And so it's cooler now than it was. So if there is a thought about tyre temperatures, it's perhaps more relevant now than it was when we had the full course yellows, plural, earlier on in the race. Some are choosing to bail. Joel Sturm's 92 Porsche is in, for example. And 74 Dennis Marshall has just left the pit lane. But he can't go to the end because that'll be more than a stint's worth of time. I know we've got these full course yellows that if they're a short one, don't extend the stint. If they are long full course yellows, do. But even so, at the moment, the 74 Ferrari, I would have thought, has to make another stop.
Yeah, the only thing is the regulation says that it goes to a 67-minute stint if there's a full course yellow, a long full course yellow at the end of the stint, and we've gone back to green flag, so no safety car, and off we go. So I can't see a left field strategy still working for either of those cars.
But they owe us a pit stop because 53 minutes into the stint, Van der Linde, Niederhauser, that margin was 14 seconds when they came across the line. But as Joe was explaining earlier on, it's where you are when you have to slow to the delta speed that kind of interrupts some of the gaps. And now it's also a case of who's quickly on their toes back up to temperature and back up to race pace as the cars go storming through once again. So Kelvin van der Linde still leads the way from Patrick Niederhauser, and then Laurin Heinrich in third place, but that's a rather distant third, that Porsche of Heinrich, so there's a lot of work to be done. Lucas Auer is fourth, and Mathieu Drudi into number 7 Aston, fifth, Raffaele Marciello in sixth. But the real quirk in this is that the top two are way clear of everybody else. Third and back are in a race of their own now.
Yeah, that time looks a bit more extreme with the way the full course yellow was as they went across the line. So I think that will come back down because it wasn't anywhere near a minute and a half. And you see the Niederhauser gap there go from 14 seconds to 5 because of where they were full course yellow wise and where it went back to green, more importantly, over the start finish line. So Niederhauser still in touching distance, 5 seconds. Let's see how this last stint goes. No driver changes for the first 4, 5, 6 cars. They're all going to the end with the drivers they've got in at the moment. So the only difference will be tyres. They will most probably all kept a new set. The last stint is the most important stint of the weekend, so you would keep your best tyres for that stint.
So is there anybody now, as Marciello pits, that is going to be able to do anything heroic in the last part of the race? We've got Lucas Legere and Mikael Grenier further back gaining places. We're about to get towards them, the last hour of the race. Is there a sting in the tail, or is it going to start to settle itself down? Marciello pits, as I say, that relatively early, 53 minutes that stint.
Yeah, and still got 65 remaining, so unless they get a long full course yellow, which extends the stint available to 67, I can't see. So I think they've just thrown away a potential top 10 to try and win. I love it as a roll of the dice, but if you're offering me 6th place just by going a normal strategy, I would take that. At the moment, if they don't get a long full course yellow, oh God, that was a bit of a tight moment for the 32 car there, squeezing past one of the back marking Lamborghinis, but an odd move from Rover there. I'll have to check some regulations, but I can't see how that's going to work unless they get lucky with a random long full course yellow safety car.
Or unless there was a problem and they've got no option but to pit. It's normally you try and eke it out so that you are on a schedule, but yes, with a stint being 61 minutes, that can't go to the end because we've still got just under 65 to go, and it's been in the pit lane now for 1 minute and 22 seconds, so the Rover BMW starts to drop down the order. They're going through as the race leader, and it's 5 seconds that van der Linde has over Patrick Niederhauser in second place. Third, Laurin Heinrich, who will come up across the line now, and Raffaele Marciello rejoins the race then. So in terms of the time in the pits, looks normal, but just the timing of it, abnormal.
Yeah, probably another 300 steps for Alex to go and find out what the logic is there from Rover. It'll be a great explanation, and to see what they're hoping to get out of this last part of the 64 minutes we have remaining.
Audi of Alex Arca, the Attempto car, into the pit lane as well. That's just fractionally too early to get to the end, isn't it? So now the teams are all sort of trying to make the numbers compute so that they don't have to make any sort of final pit stop. And Rutronic, they are, I'm assuming, limbering up for their last pit stop and making sure that all the limbs function and there are no aches and pains and it's a balletically smooth pit stop. Either that or they're just taking the mick.
Probably both, I think. And no, everyone's too scared to call anyone out on it looking stupid. But someone that doesn't look stupid is Kelvin van der Linde, who's just been dominant since he got in that car. It looks like he's just been able to cruise away from Niederhaus. Been a little bit sketchy maybe that last lap through here to 12. The traffic, that Lamborghini did well. And that's always what you're looking as a driver is expect the unexpected. So when that Lamborghini turned across the front of him, he had to get out of jail. He managed to slow the car down, get it on top of the apex curb, so he avoided contact. And that's the luxury that's been afforded him because of the pace that car has really shown since our onwards especially. But yeah, these guys are now getting into their last 2 laps maximum these cars can do, but they could be able to box at any point by the end of this lap and get home. I suspect the further up the field, the closer you get to your maximum stint now, just in case there's a full course yellow. The longer you go, the more chance there is of getting that full course yellow, but everyone is pitting in the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, that stop for Marciello has tumbled him a long, long way down the order, down to 17th. He will get some of those places back when others pit, but then he'll lose them again if he has to pit an extra time. So, yeah, there's got to have been something that triggered that car coming in, like he thought he had a puncture or something and they just couldn't carry on any longer, because otherwise it doesn't make sense, does it?
No, nothing. And the pit stop was normal time, so they didn't have to do any major work on it. Its pace as it pitted was strong, so unless it was a puncture 2 corners from home and it just caught it on the TPMS system, obviously the cars have live pressures so they can see exactly their tyre pressure so they can catch punctures early. Great tool for performance, but also safety, knowing as a driver you've got a puncture, you can back off before you feel it and potentially send yourself off in the barriers.
So they're through senior, they turn, and David Pittard has come into the pit lane, bang on the hour, also in Jordan Pepper. So for those cars, by the time they leave the pit lane, the stint starts and therefore they'll be good to go to the end. The big question mark still over Marciello. So in traffic is Kelvin van der Linde at the moment, trying to wriggle his way through the back markers, but he is still 6 seconds up the road from Patrick Niederhauser. More go for the pit lane this time around, including the race leader. So a crucial last stop this for WRT. But we know how well drilled they are. You can see more traffic coming into the pit lane as well. Pit lane speed limiter on, so the lights flash down the pit lane, and it's a long drive down the pit road. Comes Kelvin van der Linde, WRT at the far end. 96 Patrick Niederhauser in also. Rutronic near the top end of the pit road, so the order will be distorted a little bit, and the gaps likewise, because one's before and one is after the timing line, so it will be a slightly odd lead gap this time around. There is then Niederhauser. He stays in the car, new tyres go on, and this has got to be the stint of his life, hasn't it, to do anything about this car when they rejoin.
Yeah, exactly. And, smooth pit stop from WRT as always, and Rutronic obviously after their warm-up looking pretty flexible. Tyres done in plenty of time now, just waiting on the fuel. That large gentleman at the start, tall guy you want to be for the Porsche, because you have to lean over the bumper to get over. So 43 seconds of fuel. The BMW more in a traditional place. The 48 car, Lucas Auer, still out there, obviously on that slight offset, only 53 minutes into their stint. So I think they will go long, hoping for a full course yellow. It's going to be tight, isn't it, for the 32 to get out there. 96 leaving, so 32 should be pulling away any second now. It's going to be a quick flick round that Audi. You can see how close that was. Then that is the nature of having 59 cars in a pit lane.
But the BMW stays ahead of the Porsche, so mission accomplished there. WRT are always good on pit stops. That pit time was 1 minute 27.1, but Niederhauser stopped 125.6. So therefore, there should be a bit of a gain, Porsche to BMW. Not enough to make him fight for the lead, certainly, but the gap will be a little bit reduced as they come back onto the racetrack. Then we are into the final hour of the race. Here as you ride on board with Lucas Auer, or Lucas 59 minutes as he now is, seeing that we're into the final hour, and he will briefly take over the race lead, but of course owes us a pit stop. Mattia Drudi in number 7. Aston Martin will be next in the queue, but more and more are bailing, like Lauren Heinrich in 22, Font Pereira in 163. So give it another lap or so, all the stops will cycle through and we'll have a proper order to go to the end.
Getting held up a bit by the Barwell Lamborghini in front here, Lucas Auer. See the lollipop going down. So what most teams do is actually lollipop down means you can't leave even if you're clear on time. It's because pit lane's busy, and if it's up, then you can go. Car controller's done a great job there to slot it right in behind the bumper of the car that was holding it up. Lucas Auer into the pit lane, down to 50 kilometers an hour by now. And then cruise in, staying in the car. It's always a nice feeling as a driver when you're staying, because you just stop, take a breath, maybe take a sip of the drink, and then get ready to go. You're going to be stationary for 43 seconds, sat there, which feels like a long time. It's enough to compose yourself, race on pit lane, come to you, Aston Martin tucked up behind. That is Drudy. Could we see a change of position here? Come to you just before Winward Racing. They're going to stop within about 20 metres of each other, but then Drudy will have the advantage of being back in the fast lane first because they're closer to pit entry.
You know, you talked about a really quick Audi a little while ago. Well, Alex Arca on this lap did an absolute best in the first sector. So it may well have been him that was storming through. So now drivers still pushing. He is new into a stint, so he's got fresh tyres, Alex Arca. And the Audi, you discount at your peril, still good in the classes for competitive results, those cars. Jens Klingman has taken over treble 7 now, by the way, from Ben Tuck, the Almanar by WRT BMW. There is Lucas Auer getting ready to go. Tyres are done, fuel's gone in. Where in relation is 007, the Aston Martin. So Mercedes waits and waits and waits. And we wait for the car controller to give the signal. The hose will be disconnected. It is now. And go, go, go. Slightly hesitant, Lucas Auer, but he gets away and stays ahead. Yes, because there, 007, we've been expecting you, but not ahead. It's still behind as they leave the pit lane.
Yeah, that was close, wasn't it? And there's a great drone shot again to show there, but slightly quicker pit stop from that Winward Racing car. Just going to give him a slight advantage, 0.6 of a second quicker on the pits, and Lucas Auer will be very thankful for that because Drudy was pushing hard at the end of that previous stint.
Also making progress, Harry King, but that car I think is due another stop. Yes, it is. So that's 7th at the minute, the Verstappen.com entry. That'll drop down a little bit before the end of the race. So Mathieu Drudy, Lucas Auer carry on their battle. Simon Gachet in 111 leading in gold after the travails for Garage 59. And we got to the bottom, didn't we, of 58, the Pret Smalley car. It was a starter motor?
A master switch
cylinder,
failure.
sorry, yeah.
Master switch.
Master
So
switch.
literally just, its one purpose in life is either be off or on, and it's obviously doing off when it should be on, which is a horrible switch to have failed. It's going to be €20 part, but doesn't matter if it doesn't work. It's not good. It's been a tough day for McLaren. The only thing you could take if it was a reverse grid, then they've had a pretty good chance, but tough for a car that's shown a lot of pace.
Although the CSA car, Simon Gachet, has just, of course, inherited the class lead. He's coming to the pit lane. We've got a yellow flag in Sector 2. So there you can see the Santa Lock Audi, and it's at turn 7 that we've got this yellow. There, car stationary on the way up towards Senior. Gilles Stadsbader's Team WRT BMW lights out, so he's trying to do a reset and get going, but that's not a great place.
It was third in class as well, wasn't it? So that's a tough break for them. They've been going so well. Lights fully off at the moment. It's not near a gap in the wall either. If a full course yellow is to come out now, there'll be a few cars that could really benefit. Lucas Stoltz would be the top one at the moment, still hasn't done his final pit stop. Some guys in the pits at the moment. The other one would be Tommy Foster in the RJN McLaren. So a full course yellow could be a big shake-up here for a few cars and could really upset the order.
Harry King, you saw in the pit lane. Antonio Fuoco is in as well. And yes, car 30 stopped on track. Yellow flag is still there, so race control will give him, what, 30 seconds or so, which is round about the time that it would take to power down and power up again. If it doesn't move after that, then intervention may come. But at the same time, clerk of the course will be trying to get a recovery vehicle as close by, so the time lost is minimal.
Yeah, exactly. And the problem is it's very close to the racing line down the back straight there, and cars doing 270 kilometers an hour at that point. it does put a bit more impetus for it to happen quickly. Lights fully off. I think it's got to go full course yellow, and the race director will have in the back of his mind this will make an advantage for some cars, but that's their strategy. That's not the call of the race director. You can see a quad bike burning up the access road to the left, trying to get close. There is that gap 30-40 meters in front, but this is going to be a full course yellow. Where is Lucas Stoltz at the moment? He's in the last sector, so if a full course yellow is gone, he'll be on short alert from his team. He's just gone across the line, so a full course yellow now wouldn't be the best, because it might come back in by the time he gets to pit lane.
Exactly right. So this is the perennial gamble, and like you say, the race director isn't concerned about people's strategies. He is concerned about a safe racetrack, and if he perceives that car is in a dangerous place, he needs to shift it. And if you want people trackside, you've got to do that under a full course yellow or safety car. The race has to be neutralised, and let's see, we are not yet looking at full course yellow information on the timing screen. There is Lucas Stoltz then, and he's gone for another lap, so he's down in the first sector. He's not that far, of course, away from the incident zone. He'll have gone past it once or twice already and seen a stranded car. He'll be aware that it's there. No doubt he'll have talked to the team saying, what do you think is going to happen about this? What does that do? Full course yellow now. So we go full course yellow. Race neutralised. That's our fourth FCY of the race. Shouldn't take that long to get that out of the way.
No, and he's under full course yellow. He's still 3.5 minutes away from pit entry. So it's going to be so tight if they're going to get any benefit, if enough. But yeah, they've maximised that strategy. You bought your luck by going as long as you can and trying to wait for every full course yellow, and that's why they're in this position. The stint time will get extended, so if they do go over 62 minutes now, it's not a problem. They've got 67 minutes if they need it. But yes, Tommy Foster as well is the other one that could benefit, but he's even further behind Lucas Stoltz in that Get Speed Mercedes at the moment.
Yellow lights flash around Paul Ricard then.
I'm just thinking the ironic thing there is, why have they gone long? It's because they went one lap too long, didn't they, with dual goon on, got a drive-through penalty for it. But if this full course yellow stays out long enough, that decision might actually win them the race. I don't think it will do, because the full course yellow is going to be in either before they get to pit lane or very close as they enter.
So you can see that the recovery work is there, and that's number 17, Lucas Stoltz, then going through the Get Speed Mercedes. Accelerates as best it can under these controlled conditions on towards Le Beausset. Others are in the pit lane, in fact, at the moment, serving a stop, and amongst them ready to rejoin should shortly be the BJ Garg Barwell Lamborghini.
I was actually surprised there. Lucas Stoltz was off the racing line doing a shorter distance, but stop doing that. Under full course yellow, you're better do the shortest distance, especially as he's going to box this lap. Get a load of marbles on the tyres. If you can take 30, 40 metres out of some of these long radius corners by going a shorter distance, that's free time to have, and I'm surprised he's not optimising that.
Now that was Rutronic we saw getting ready. Now both of its cars have made the 5 pit stops that you would anticipate thus far, so why would they be getting ready for a pit stop?
I do not know whatsoever on that point, because they've got plenty of stint time to get to the end, so that's not a problem. And gone back to green just as they've entered pit lane. Look at that, the background showing the green light. So there will be no advantage whatsoever to them here. So that was unfortunate for them, but they nearly locked in on that.
They did. But nearly ain't going to win you a race. 50.5 minutes to go. Down the pit road comes Lucas Stoltz. There'll be a bit of cursing, I suspect, because this is a race that's, for strategic reasons, just got away from them.
Yeah, maybe they should have boxed the lap before while it was still green. They could have had something, but that's the dice that you roll, and it's not paid out from on this occasion. And yeah, if it wasn't for that drive-through, that could have been another car well up there in the order.
So Kelvin van der Linde, Patrick Niederhauser remain 1 and 2. Here is Lucas Auer, whose target is to get back onto terms with Laurin Heinrich, and the margin between them will be confirmed in a moment, because up towards the timing line comes the Mercedes, and Lucas Auer is 4 seconds back from the car that led the first, effectively, couple of hours, or certainly first hour rather, of the race itself.
Yeah, it's Drudy's still behind 1.5 seconds at the moment. I can see that position changing over this stint. Drudy getting past the car we're riding on board at the moment. On board working hard. The rear of this car has been very, very nervous into turn 5. The most steering lock of the lap. 210 degrees of lock to get the car round the corner there. Still holding second gear, up to third. Flat through turn number 7, fourth gear, the most common gear of the lap here at Paul Ricard. So much full throttle, such a fast flowing circuit, one of the drivers' favourites, and it's been hard work for a lot of them. This new tyre, like we said about, has been really, really difficult. We're used to seeing 1.4 seconds of tyre deg over a stint. I think now on this new tyre, that's closer to 2. This is exciting for Spa. This is a big variable factor that is affecting all teams and drivers equally, is the fair and interesting element about that.
Buy your tickets for Spa right now. It is going to be another epic race. Last year's was quite an amazing finish, and this year's CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa promises to be another absolute stunner of a GT3 race. Meanwhile, 48 minutes remain here at Paul Ricard as Kelvin van der Linde continues to hold sway over Patrick Niederhauser, and we'll see now how much damage that last pit stop does for Lukas Stolz. A 17 once it rejoins will have tumbled down the order a little more. Laurin Heinrich will be back up to third, Lucas Auer to fourth place, and there's still this question mark over 98 Raffaele Marciello, given that we think he might have to make another stop before the end of the race. 74 Dennis Marshall is back into the lead of bronze at the expense of Dan Harper. There is the Kessel blue Ferrari. So Dennis Marshall takes over the lead from Dan Harper and Robert Renau third. And after Loic Hartog's heroics, Maurice Schuring has taken back 97, and that car is now fourth in bronze.
Yeah, another class, the gold class. Looks like Jens Klingmann is a man on the move in the 777 car. He's gaining on Arthur Rouget in the CSR McLaren as well. So that potentially could be a class win for Klingmann in that car. Crossing the line now. Let's see what the gap is at. It's now down to 4.3 seconds. Klingmann's last lap looking pretty strong. 4/10 quicker than Rouget. That could be another battle forming.
Could indeed. Patrick Niederhauser's just done a personal best sector in the second place Porsche, so he's not for giving up. There you can see the battle for first in gold, where you've got Arthur Rouget being chased hard by Jens Klingmann, the winner at Monza outright last year. And coming now, there's 21 that was damaged early on in the race. The COM2 Aston, Kirby Powell's, former rallycrosser, at the wheel of that car. Third in the Gold Cup is Harry King in the Verstappen.com Aston, the 2Cs run car. See how busy a racetrack it is now. Even though we didn't go safety car to bunch them all up, we found a real big pocket of cars right now.
Yeah, I'm just looking at another battle. James Kellett leading the silver class. Hannafin in that Corvette is pretty close behind as well. Similar pace at the moment. Look at them going side to side, trying to stay in the draft as long as they can, get any advantage they possibly can get over any competitor. 2 wide all the way through, seeing good driving, but this is where it starts to get risky, trying to go 3 wide. Mercedes getting sandwiched and did well to get out of that.
Third in silver, Finlay Hutchison back at the wheel of number 60, but remember that was delayed with a time penalty on its last pit stop. So Kellett to Hannafin. It's quite a gap between the BMW and the Corvette. Just one other aspect of all of this, because we've only done full course yellows, never a safety car, that means we've never had a wave by to give the gold or the silvers or the bronze any opportunity to catch back up. Often if a safety car goes out, of course, it breaks the pack and the wave by is instigated, but under full course yellow you don't have that. So if you have, for whatever reason, dropped off the lead lap of your class, full course yellow doesn't give you the chance to buy that back.
No, it doesn't, and it's a shame, especially for some of these fast drivers in those class cars. If they could have been on the lead lap, they could have been fighting for overall honours in that regard. Just seeing a move to the inside there, had to just get out of it, didn't need any contact there, already damaged that car early on. We didn't quite see what caused that to the 31 car, but still got to keep out of it. And there are the graphics for this final podium position in the silver class,
which is at the moment Finlay Hutchison being chased hard by Lucas Leggeret and Alex Arca aboard their Audis, and they specialise in those cars. They've raced Audis for many, many seasons now, whereas Finlay Hutchison is new to the Lamborghini. Laurin Heinrich's doing personal best sector, so is Arthur Rouget. So even now, with 45 minutes to go, drivers are digging deep. The temperatures continue to drop. The temperature is 13.9 degrees outside and still dry. Track temperature 16 degrees. It's a chilly night at Paul Ricard. It's still quite windy as well, but the drivers battle on with a lead gap, 7.7 seconds. Kelvin van der Linde to Patrick Niederhauser.
Yeah, and the rain is holding off, isn't it? The radar predicted it, but it definitely hasn't come in, and maybe we're going to escape that, and it's going to be a dry finish now with what we're going to have 22, 23 more laps. Might get a record distance here in the 6 hours. 188 laps is the record, so we're on for that. Maybe one more, depending where the leader gets to. So that is down to very short full course yellows, isn't it? We've had 4 now, 5 now. So yeah, we should be on for a record distance as well here.
But you never know what else might be lurking in the system. And there's another stop-go of 5 minutes now for number 93 Ferrari, the Ziggo Sport Tempesta car. Remember, the track limit warnings had racked up. It was reported to the stewards. Well, the car now is on 25 track limit warnings, and a stop-go of 5 minutes has been applied.
Have you ever seen a longer stop-go?
I don't think I have.
I remember Spa 24, the Mercedes, after qualifying, I think had a similar one.
I think that was 5 minutes.
A technical infringement,
yeah.
But for a driving infringement, I think that's the race director lobbing the book at their head.
Yeah, 5 minutes given by the stewards. It's been referred to them. They've gone through their penalty book and worked out what might make them sit up and take notice. 5 minute stop go. Busy in the traffic here. 163 is the Lamborghini from Pereira, trying to find his way through the traffic. It's Mirko Bortolotti's car ahead. That's a battle for position. It's only for 10th, which is a bit odd in a sense, given how well Bortolotti was going at the start of the race. But the Lamborghinis have never been able to stay in the hunt.
No, they haven't. And Pereira's been pretty aggressive to Bortolotti. Bortolotti, normally the go-to fastest Lambo guy, but Pereira's trying to change that and see what he can do about it. It's a great battle they're having there. And there's a few cars not too far behind that want to join that crew as well. Pierre Guidi 1.4 behind Harry King, a 10th behind him. So potentially it's going to be a 4-car battle with some very fast back markers involved too.
Some of the teams asking for blue flags to be waved, and drivers needing to respect those. 3 wide in traffic. Harry King gets up the inside. That was a brave move.
Great move.
So in the Aston Martin, this is the battle going on for 10th place. You've got Bortolotti, Pereira, Pierre Guidi, Harry King 13th at the start of the lap, but looking to make progress as they wriggle their way up now towards Galabon.
I think Pierre Guidi's had a hard lap there.
Yeah.
At the start of the lap, he was in front of King, and now King is 3 places in front of him as we go on board with the Mustang. Lovely detail on the dash. It looks like the blue Ford oval, doesn't it? The gear indicator.
Yes, yeah.
I like that as a good touch. And then you've got the speed on a separate race logic box. That's normally a delta time. I'd be interested to know why the driver or the team are interested about speed. It's kind of a cause, not a concern of what's going on. Lots going on that dash. The rev lights a bit too busy for my liking, and the ABS lights flashing up as well. So driver's got a lot of information going on there on the dash. You can see a delta time as well, saying if they're up or down. Traction control lights, flights in your eyes. Driver looking left and right, looking slightly nervous in that regard, I would say. Quite frantic with their head movements.
At 1-1-1, Arthur Rouget has gained a place at the expense of Enrique Chavez, but has been noted for not following the race director's instructions at turn 2. In other words, how you rejoin having been off the road. So it might be that he's gained a place by being off the road at turn 2 and not rejoining as Niels Vitic wanted. So that's going to be looked at, no doubt. But Rouget on his next lap has done an absolute best within the first sector. So he is absolutely charging to try to stave off the challenge of Jens Klingmann.
Yeah, and he's been told, hasn't he, to hurry up. And is that going to hurt him towards the end of this stint? He's 14 minutes in, so it'll be a 55-minute stint on those tyres. They haven't gone short. Look at Marnie, that Mustang pulling in on the Audi. Looks to the inside, but too late. Now will compromise himself. The Audi runs slightly wide. Look how nervous he is glancing in the mirror. He needs to relax. He needs to look once and then look forward. He's going to make a mistake. Looking in the mirror in the corner is the last thing you want to be doing as a driver. You need to be focused. It should be a look in the mirror. Is he overtaking? Yes, no. Then eyes forward. He needs to get on the front foot and get past his Audi, because this car has got more pace than that Audi is allowing him.
So the Mustang growls its way up towards the completion of the lap. You can see the pit buildings. You can see the big grandstand there on the outside of the Virage du Pont. Down to first gear. Sharp right, back onto the power. Great noise. Straight line past the pits.
Really, really good. V8 still looking all around him. I'm trying to work out exactly who is behind him at the moment. It's not for position, I don't think. I'm just looking at the board. No, it is Pierre Guidi behind him in the Ferrari. So Marnie is definitely on the defensive in his mindset there. But yeah, the Mustang looking pretty complete as a car. So I think we should expect to see that higher than 13th place as the season goes on.
Definitely, and they make a great noise. There's, through the traffic, the Lamborghini fight. The top 5 in each of the classes then. Pro, and it is overall now. Van der Linde, Niederhauser, Heinrich, Auer, Drudy is the order. In gold, it is Arthur Rougier trying to get away from Jens Klingmann. Whoa. Harry King up to 3rd in the class, ahead then of Rhys Barr and Joel Sturm. Silver, James Kellett ahead of the Corvette of Lorcan Hannafin. And look at this now, 3 wide on the Mistral. Harry King on his toes.
I mean, Frank Pereira just launched it over the apex. That was what my big woe was, because the snap of oversteer, and King has gone past both and the BMW. Frank Pereira has lost 2 places and still hasn't got past that Ferrari, and Bortolotti is gone. Remember, Pereira was all over the back of this first car in shot. Now has 1, 2, 3 cars in between him, and probably the same amount of seconds as well. That's been a tough few laps for Frank Pereira.
And again, drivers getting stuck. Then going back to the other classes, gold, it's Dennis Marshall ahead from Dan Harper, then Robert Renau, then Maurice Schuring. That's the top 4 within gold. We've got now just under 40 minutes to go. We're on lap 160, and they're going through. It's the Kessel Ferrari, 74, Dennis Marshall. So after driving these cars with Dustin Blattner in Asian Le Mans, carrying on with Kessel in World Challenge Europe, and a good partnership that those two make as well. Number 42 BMW goes through. It's got Max Janssen at the wheel, the DAW livery on the side, brought by the South African driver Jared Waberski. More and more South Africans coming to European racing. Jared out of single-seaters in the UK predominantly, although his father was a Formula Renault racer in the UK in the 90s. And as the race is on lap 160, the lead gap is 7.5 seconds, but they're still over half a minute clear, the top 2, of anybody else.
Yeah, and they've been in a class of their own almost for the last 2 hours, haven't they? Some good news for the 93 car. It's nearly served its 5 minutes. It's been in the pit lane for 4.5 minutes. So they'll soon be on their merry way to go and find their 26th track limit of this 6-hour race at Paul Ricard, I'm sure.
Yeah, go storming out and then see what happens after that. But big frustration. Did Chris Froggatt not incur track limit penalties in the motorsport games as well, which had the effect of negating what could have been a good result there? So it's a real shame that it's happened to him again, but as we said, it may well be that there's some issue with the car that's caused a number of these, if not all of them.
Loosened up behind the wheel, probably.
Right, 10 seconds to Arthur Rougier on the next pit stop, but I don't think there is a next pit stop. He should be done for the end. So Arthur Rougier needs to try and build this gap over Jens Klingmann. He can't just stave him off because there's going to be a time penalty. So the Gold Cup leading McLaren gets 10 seconds to be served at the next stop, but I don't think there is one because that car should go to the checkered flag now.
Yeah, so that's going to hurt them a lot, actually, when you see how bunched up the cars are behind. That could be 3-4 places potentially by the end of it, and more importantly, the Gold Cup win. The other one still looking, I just can't see how Marciello's going to get to the end of this stint.
No, I agree.
And even if he just drives through the pit lane to reset his stint time, if they don't need any fuel, I think he's going to drop maybe to 14th or 15th position. A bizarre decision if it was a decision, or were they forced into it?
But also, just going back to the Gold Cup, apply this penalty to Rougier, Jens Klingmann then would become the class leader. Now he is 2.7 seconds up on Bortolotti, and he in turn is 0.3 up on Harry King. So King could be a Gold Cup threat in the remaining 35.5 minutes. Now, under investigation for its most recent pit stop is
93,
the Ziggo Sport Tempesta Ferrari.
Wonder what they did wrong. Looked like the pit stop was long enough. They were in total for 5 minutes and 47 seconds. So unless they crossed the white line and did track limits in pit lane, then I can't think what they possibly could have done wrong.
Or did something else other than just a stop-go, which you can't do, or you had too many people in the working area. Yes, I think there are many things they could have done, but it can be looked at. They've not copped another penalty, at least as yet. So a report goes to race control. Race control refer it to the stewards. They'll have a look, and if anything needs to come, it'll come. But yeah, gold could be coming. Jens Klingmann versus Harry King now. Treble 7 BMW versus 33 Aston Martin. That'd be quite something to savour for 34 minutes and 40 seconds or so.
Yeah, Klingmann's actually not had a great few laps pace-wise. That gap's grown quite a lot to Arthur Rougier. maybe that's their best form of defence, the triple one car, is to try and just do a few more track limits and get that gap over 10 seconds to Jens Klingmann, because at the moment it's actually grown to 12 seconds in the last 2 laps, so there's a potential there as we see a tyre change here going on.
That is the 97 Rotronic Porsche. News from Alex in the pit lane about the Rover Racing stop. Remember I said unless it was something that meant they had to pit, well it was a puncture.
Okay.
So yeah, they kind of had no option. They couldn't eke it out to coincide with a mandatory or a routine stop. It was a punctured tyre. They had to get it out of the way. So at least that explains it, even if it doesn't help the situation for them.
Yeah, harsh break there. That's yeah, a top 10 I think has gone as Harry King has got past Mikko Bortolotti there and is now chasing this 777 BMW of Jens Klingmann, 2.6 seconds up the road.
So that car that you're looking at on the message there, 111, isn't due a pit stop, so it won't be serving its 10-second penalty at the stop. If you apply it post-race, then we're looking potentially at Klingmann versus King for the category win. So it's going to be tight. At the moment, it's 13 seconds between Rougier and Klingmann, but the pace that Klingmann and King have got suggests that they might be able to get within the 10 seconds in the remaining 33 minutes. That's another one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, has King got the pace to get that gap under 10 seconds is the other question, I guess.
Yes.
And those first 3 gold cars are really clear, aren't they? Reece Barr in the RGM McLaren is down in 17th overall. He's got 6 pro cars in between as we see the 777 sweep to the outside. Got a great amount of speed over that Ferrari there. Can he get the move done? Yes, he can. And that is the 93 car back on track. And it looked quite wide out of turn 10 for track limits.
Yeah, King quicker than Klingmann last time, and they are round about the same pace as Rougier for the moment, but again, it just depends where you encounter traffic. So Rougier, Klingmann, King, top 3 in goal. There is Jens Klingmann, BMW specialist. There's Harry King going through shot in the blue and Red Bull liveried Aston Martin. First time he's raced that car, but going well. And now 163, which is from Pereira, has copped a time penalty of 30 seconds for track limits to be served at the next pit stop, if there is a next pit stop. Otherwise, it goes on at the end of the race.
Reminds me of going on holiday with my family, and your brother would say, the last one to jump in the pool's stupid, and jump in, and no one else jumps in. So as long as they don't do their next stop, how are they going to do the penalty? But you're right, it's a technicality how it's being written. It will just be added to the race time at the end. But that's going to really drop the 163 out of contention. Had a strong start to the race, didn't it, at points, but now in 12th place, and with 30 seconds added, I think that would drop it probably to our 18th position.
99 in the meantime, trying to hang on to its place here. Alex Arca, who is currently 5th in silver, fighting with Lucas Legeret, having got ahead of him on this lap. Alex Arca pressing on to good effect. To the Mistral they come once again. We're on lap 163 right now. We've got 31 minutes and change on the clock, and over the timing line has just gone Kelvin van der Linde, so he's still well clear of Patrick Niederhauser. 7.5 seconds. Patrick Niederhauser doing everything he can. His last lap fractionally faster, but just not able to respond to a BMW that we barely really noticed in that first hour.
Yeah, surprising, isn't it, where Ebden flowed from. Still just watching some of the other battles down the field. Doesn't look like Hannafin in the Corvette has got enough pace to catch James Kellett now. That gap has grown to 8.2 seconds. Still be a great result for Stella Motorsports, second in class. I just was hoping for first place for them on their debut in the series with that car.
But yeah, for a sole car, a team that doesn't have the biggest of budgets, it's a very, very commendable debut in GT World Challenge Europe for Stella Motorsport with the Corvette. Lorcan Hannafin, so many on this grid seem to be ex-Carrera Cup, but raced in Britain and in Germany in Porsches. There, Jens Klingmann up towards the line. Right, Arthur Rougier has gone through. His lap was a 1:55.4. He's turning up the wick here. He knows he's got to. Jens Klingmann will come up to the line, and when he breaks the beam, does a 56.4. He's falling away, but he is being caught fractionally by Harry King. That gap down to 1.9 seconds now, second to third on the road in gold.
That McLaren lap from Rougier, 6/10 quicker than anyone else around him.
Yeah.
Even more, that was a lap and a half from Rougier as the car looking after its tyres, and McLaren turned it to a different engine map now. The track temp and air temp are cooling off. Can they get a bit more boost out of it and stay legal, they would be always monitoring it and always staying below the maximum boost levels, but the cars are able to adjust that on the fly with the map switch on all of these turbo cars, and even the ignition timing on the naturally aspirated one. So this is one thing all the manufacturers are doing. They're always trying to stay as close as they can to the wind without capsizing.
That 165, Van der Linde, Niederhauser, 7.4 seconds this time, down fractionally. But again, if it's a serious bid, Niederhauser needs to be finding seconds, not fractions of a second per lap. Laurin Heinrich going through in third place. Actually, for Porsche 22 to be on the podium, potentially, which it's looking as though it could well do, that's quite a result, given how it seems to have been really breathless for most of the evening.
Yeah, it looked like the slowest car in the top 20 for most of the time we saw it in the daylight. I think the night time has helped it slightly, but it's never been fast, has it? And as soon as that Runic Porsche got past it, it was never almost able to respond. But yeah, Heinrich's done a mega job for the last 2 stints now, and with 30 minutes remaining, I think they would be very happy with a podium after everything they've been through.
Agree with that. Lucas Auer will be disappointed in contrast for 4th place, given that the car started on pole and looked really quick this morning. Matthew Drudy in the Aston, potentially, yeah, satisfied, because that was a long way back early on, but will be in the points. And then Raffaele Marciello, 6th on the road at the moment, but we know that's going to have to pit again. This is Arthur Rougier in replay, having a moment at turn 1 and rejoining at turn 2, and it's that sort of thing that has gained him the penalty, because that's not what the race director wants you to do by way of a rejoin.
No, and in the briefing that all the drivers must attend, they were told what happens there and what you need to do, and that was a gaining of advantage, and it just looked aggressively fast as it skipped along the runoff. The driver could have done a better job, I think, of slowing the car down, making the race director at least think he slowed it down and not just committed a bit of a Geronimo dive bomb to just try and gain some time.
Now in silver, James Kellett, Lorcan Hannafin, 8 seconds the margin. In bronze, Dennis Marshall is the best part of 20 seconds ahead of Dan Harper. And in gold, rather, we know that there's Rougier with his Dan McLeishan penalty, trying to build the gap over Jens Klingmann. And right now, I reckon he is more than 10 seconds ahead. Not by much.
If I gave you a clue of 26, what do you think I'm talking about?
Track limit warnings, 93 Ferrari.
Well, that's quite quick and easy, isn't it? Okay, next time I'll make it harder when it's 27.
All right, okay. I like the confidence that we're going to get to that. Has Marco Pulcini actually been in the car? Because we only seem to have talked about Cheever and Froggatt all evening.
He definitely did one stint. Okay. I would agree with you on that. It only seemed to be stint 3, I remember him being in. But to regulation, what they're going to get, another drive-through penalty if they go over drive time. But yeah, I'd agree with that one. I'll check the drive time stints in 2 seconds.
I'm sure he's has done what was required, or maybe the transponder's been in the wrong place and he would have done the driving anyway. But it just doesn't seem that Marco Pulcini has been featured behind the wheel. Maybe he was keeping his nose clean and didn't draw attention to himself. Harry King there going up towards the timing line. Now he's 1.3 seconds back last time from Jens Klingmann. This time, as they come across the line, the margin is 7/10. So second in gold is imminently to change. Harry King then getting himself closer and closer and closer to the back of the number 777 BMW. Jens Klingmann specialises in BMs, whereas Harry King is new to this car, this team, this championship. He raced here before, possibly in Super Cup, but there's an awful lot of new that Harry King has got. And of course thrown into racing at night. He's done that before in 24-hour races elsewhere, but it's still been quite a learning curve for Harry King. It was into Ginetta Juniors that he came and was initially championed in his cause by double British Touring Car champion Chris Hodgetts, and it was Chris that looked after his early career, got him through Ginetta Super Cup, which he won, and with Stuart Parker's team into Carrera Cup GB, which he won, and he was also the Porsche GB Junior for a couple of years, then went to Porsche Super Cup and races were won, including Monaco, which was a great result, and the story has continued from then on. He went to racing Carrera Cup Australia, went to Bathurst for the first time and won. So proper little star is Harry King, and it's good to see him doing non-Porsche things. LMP2 in Asian Le Mans in the winter, now an Aston Martin in GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup.
Yeah, he's really caught the back of Klinsmann now, hasn't he? And the car's looking good, and Yeah, 2Cs new to the Aston Martin super team, running the Mercedes obviously across the world, but I'm really impressed with how that team have got on top of a completely different car and made a very fast car for the Verstappen.com racing team.
Now 97 in second place, sorry, not 97 in second place, 97, which is the car in bronze from Rutronic, is on its last track limit warning. Up towards the timing line. Lead gap's up to 8 seconds between van der Linde and Niederhauser, but they're 35 seconds back. In third place is Laurin Heinrich. So really, it's van der Linde's race to lose now.
Yeah, and I think he's just been able to cruise now. 3 track limit warnings in the entire race. I think the car have done really well. We heard the engineer over the team radio, didn't we? It's Will McKenvey, a guy I've worked with at Barwell in the past, very calm and giving the drivers the exact information they should be getting in the right context and manner as well. So great team performance from WRT, and how many times have we said that before?
Yeah, they know how to play the long game. They know how to build a car to win races, not necessarily needing pole position. Maybe it's a little bit different in sprint, where shorter races and you've got to qualify so much better. But here they just let the race come to them and have done an excellent job. We've got a drive-through for 27 now for, track limit offences.
Talking about 27, what else has 27?
Number 93 track limit warnings.
Correct, and they're on their final warning.
Ah.
I wonder what that means. And then after the final warning, a track limit warning. I want to know what the race director's going to... Final warning what?
Final warning before the next penalty.
Or black flag.
Well, maybe. I mean, it's up to the stewards to decide, isn't it? And they've got 22 minutes in which to decide. 27 that's being given a drive-through penalty. It's the Qatari Motor Federation Audi, which has been a long way back, 49th, but it's kept out of trouble, actually, and really good experience for the drivers, this. But yes, as Joe suggests, actually, let me ask you a question. 28.
Don't say it.
Yeah, it's up already. While we've been musing, it's gone up to 28 track limit warnings. Yeah, so the stewards now will go back to their book of penalties and work out what can be done next. But in theory, it should be a 10-minute stop and go. In which case, you just turn off the lights, because you'll barely get back in the race.
I would love to know the driver excuse on that one. It's got to be an issue with the car, but you've got to drive to the issue at that point, because whatever the issue is, we've created a bigger problem there. So it's been a tough day in the office for a very fast car that I'm sure we're going to see getting class podiums throughout the season.
Eddie Cheever on duty tomorrow in GT2. He's already got a pole position to his name in the Maserati, something new for him. So he'll be back in the morning adapting to a different type of GT car. Another one on the move is Davide Rigon. We heard from his co-driver David Perel talking about how he's going to be flat out. Well, he's gained another place away from Alexei Nesov's Audi. So number 12 Ferrari continues to push on. And
also saw Alex Acker getting third place in class from Finley Hutchinson. So really good drive from Alex Acker. He's one of those drivers, when you watch the car from the outside, the body language is so aggressive and positive. He's a real hustler of a car, and he seems to be able to get that out. And I wonder if that's a positive for this pickup problem we're seeing. If the car is simply sliding around and moving around a lot more, is that a positive, as we see a 911 picking up a drive-through penalty for track limits?
Yeah, I think, is that a penalty that's in theory got to be done at the next stop? Which
30 seconds added, won't it?
Thomas Prining, that's going to have to be done at the end. 93 gets a 15-second time penalty to be served at the next pit stop. Pit stop too short. Now this is again the Ziggo Sport Tempesta car, but the last pit stop it did, I thought, was its stop-go. Anyway, it's going to be given a 15-second time penalty. It won't have to do another stop. It'll have to go on at the end of the race. Van der Linde, in the meantime, 7.4 seconds ahead of Niederhauser. That gap's come down just a little, but so much of this you can put down to traffic. Meantime, Klingman versus King is 3/10 for second in goal, and here they are.
Yeah, and they're battling hard, but Arthur Rouget's pace has been strong enough in that McLaren in 7th overall, first in class. Remember, he's got 10 seconds to get added on at the end of the race, but he's clear of that, more to the tune of the moment of 18 seconds to Jens Klingmann in that car. You can see the car still breathing a huge amount of smoke coming out every single lap of those BMWs. They must just run the oil right up high, so as it starts to get warmer and starts to expand, it just breathes out the gas element of that. But not a nice thing to follow. Even though it comes out as a vapor, it can then condense on your windscreen, and if you then start to go and you go, oh, you know what, I'm going to use the windscreen wiper to clear it, it then just smears it everywhere, and you've got to live with that until you get to the pits, and the team can either clean it or rip one of the tear-offs off. But Harry King has caught up to the back, and here is our overall race leader, 7.2 seconds to the good, and I really think Van der Linde has had a mega easy 2 stints. He's been able to just cruise round at a nice metronomic pace, and he has done a perfect job, and so far has not put a foot wrong.
Interesting the way they divvied it up, isn't it? With single, 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 double. Swapping the drivers in and out for the first 4 stints of the race. But always in the back of the mind, always the plan was to have Kelvin van der Linde in for these last 2 hours.
Yeah, and in hindsight, you'd say it worked, because Charles Wirtz struggled in that first stint, and then Durand just went for it. And I wonder if that then gave Wirtz a bit of confidence to try a different style, or just to regroup. And if maybe he had a difficult double at the start, Charles Wirtz, maybe this car wouldn't be in the lead. So, yeah, in hindsight, I think WRT have done the right thing. Not the most obvious strategy for a pro car. The double would be the preference for the drivers, just doing 2 stints in a row back-to-back for all 3. But yeah, what may have been as well for the 2 McLarens. Remember, Dean McDonald, that car was so strong, and that car was behind Marvin Kershaw,'s 59 car when that retired very early on. So, yeah, those 2 McLarens could have been definitely on the podium, if not top step.
Yeah, for many it's been a race of what-ifs, hasn't it? Meanwhile, Arthur Rouget hanging on to the lead of the Gold Cup, trying to build this lead to clear 10 seconds over the opposition. You can see there the order in the classes: in pro, in gold, in silver, in bronze. Dennis Marshall is leading in bronze still. It is James Callett leading in silver, it's Rouget leading in gold, and it's Kelvin van der Linde leading outright. We're on lap 171. We've got 17 and a half minutes to go. And I'll still find it extraordinary that we're going to get to the end of this potentially now without a safety car and without actually having had a car in an accident.
Yeah, incredible. And again, we said it, but great driving from all really respectful overtakes. Yes, it's been hard, but it's definitely been on the fair side at all times, which for the first race of the season is incredible. And it's what we want to see. We don't want to see A, lots of crashes, B, lots of safety cars disrupting it. We want to see hard and fair racing, and that's exactly what the 992's done. Kellett started this car and is going to finish that car, so another strategy, probably the more obvious one in a Pro-Am situation, that you give your strongest driver the chance to start the car, to stay out of trouble and get the car up a bit higher from its aggregated qualifying, and then to be in at the end to make sure you get as high a finishing position as possible.
James Callett, another driver that's come from the Ginetta ranks through Carrera Cup GB, and now adapting to the BMW. So he's had a slightly stop-start career because he had to miss a season or 2 with a lack of budget, but put together a good Carrera Cup campaign, now going the GT route. And James Callett looking as though silver honours are going to go his way. In bronze, Dennis Marshall heads towards the line of the blue Castle Ferrari. And that's been another really strong car all race. And the mileage done in the 6 races in the Asian Le Mans series for Dustin Blattner, for Dennis Marshall in a Castle Ferrari have certainly stood them in good stead here.
Yeah, really have. Just seen a penalty for car 23, the RGM McLaren pit stop too short. That's going to get added, and that was a shame. They're 4th place in class, and that's probably going to drop them a couple of places in class, maybe just behind the Audi of Moncini there in 21st overall.
So the car of Alex Buncombe, Tommy Foster and Reece Barr, number 23, McLaren from RJN, incurring the wrath of officialdom. 15 minutes are on the clock still, but after what has been a really interesting race with cars rising and falling through the order, it's now, I think, just finally stabilised. We've got an order, and there's nothing obvious that's going to change, with the possible exception of 4th place, because Lucas Auer and Mattia Drudi just 0.3 apart.
Yeah, and Drudy's had a good couple of stints as well in that car. As we see Jens Klingman now behind Harry King. So that move must have been done this lap, because last time across the line, and looks like King is checking out already, isn't he? He's got Grace pace. Now, can he get that gap down to under 2 seconds to Arthur Rougier? I think not, because it's going to be about 16 seconds as they cross the line, but there's going to be a chance there, and he's going to give it everything he's got.
Yeah, so Rougier's 14 ahead of Chavez, and then Harry King's a further 7. So actually, while he's been trying to get past Klingman, Harry King has net lost time to Rougier. That gap has actually gone up, so Arthur Rougier has done what was required, stretching that gap.
Yeah, 11 seconds to find in what we're going to have 7 laps possibly there. So yeah, that's a big ask. Bit of traffic and a couple of pumping laps, and you might as well send it, and the 2Cs team will be carrying Harry King exactly that. But still, 2nd place in class will be a great result for that car.
Would indeed. So there is King being given the hurry up to try and press on and bring the gap down as he hits the Mistral straight now for the 172nd time. We're on lap 172. We've also lost an attempt. Audi 66 has been notified as a retirement. That was Alexei Nesov that brought the car in 8 laps ago.
Looks like Robert Rownau has got a drive-through penalty for track limits 3rd in the bronze class. He's going to lose that to David Firminelli. He's only 1.6 seconds behind, and also to Jens there in the Mercedes. So that's a costly mistake for car 91.
Yeah, and Rownau is somebody that you would not anticipate to do that. He's another very experienced driver, but does perhaps show how tough it is racing in the dark. And here, there was so much runoff, sometimes it must be almost confusing.
Yeah, and it is hard at night as well to spot the corner exit sometimes. So you just open up the steering lock to think you're going to get a good exit, and then suddenly the exit curb pounces on you, and you just put the wheel 1 centimetre over, and that is a track limit. And yeah, all the technology and cameras now, there's just no escaping it whatsoever. And even the space that WRT have got on track here, it just looks like he's able to cruise around in that 32 car and just stroke this car home. Just still looking at this battle between Drudi and Oria for 4th place, and it's now up to half a second, but there's a chance there. I think Drudi could be trying to poach the time from that 48 Mamba Mercedes.
Yeah, Drudi certainly is pushing on. Half a second is all that it is. Van der Linde, as you rightly say, just on his own. Just nobody around. He doesn't, for the moment at least, have to think about the traffic. The gap's come down a little bit to 7 seconds, but you get the feeling it's all under control. And were Van der Linde to feel any pressure, he could just turn up the whip once more and start to pull away. 12 more minutes are on the clock. BMW goes through. So over the timing line goes Calvin van der Linde once more, and heading down towards the turn 1, 2 S de la Verrière, as he will do so. The margin is down a bit more actually to Niederhauser. It's down to 6.8 seconds. We've had 183 laps as a record number here, but there was a safety car in that race, whereas now we've had 4 short full course yellows, and in cooler conditions, a new tyre to factor in as well. We're on lap 174, 11 and a bit minutes still to go, and van der Linde clear up front.
Yeah, as we go on board, looks like a slow car there. Who is that? Trying to spot the ident on it. It looks like
Travel 3.
It's coming to a stop, isn't it? Car in 40th place. The Lamborghini of Powell there has come to a complete stop. That could be another full course yellow there. Is it going to be in time to get it back to green? I almost think we should go full course yellow immediately just to get that sorted. If we wait a couple of minutes, it's going to be a hard one. It's not going to bunch anyone up because we're not going to have time for a safety car to green anyway. But I wonder what the problem is there.
Yeah, it's come to a stop on the exit of the corner, as you can see, heading up towards Galabon. So out of turn 13 it has stopped. Maximilian Powell trying to get the car moving again, but we've got, well, yellow flag, of course, to warn of a danger ahead. But in race control, bearing in mind that it's dark and there's a car stopped, not on the run-up, but on the track, surely that's going to have to be a full course yellow again to get it out of the way. It's not for moving, is it?
No, it's really not. And I haven't even done a master on and off. The lights have been ablaze the whole time. So I wonder if it's more of a mechanical issue than electrical on that one. So just keeping an eye for any full course yellow warnings. Can be somewhere to attract a penalty. So everyone will have to be careful of that.
If it is mechanical, does that mean it's going to take longer to move? You know, if it's electrical, you can just take the car off the road. But if something's jammed, if something's seized, if it's stuck in gear, it's going to be a longer process.
Yeah, very true, especially in the Lamborghini. There isn't a conventional clutch pedal. There's a manual hand clutch that you have to pull in there. So that could be a factor in it, considering we've got less than 10 minutes remaining. I would expect a full course yellow to be out, and it is in 10 seconds. So these cars are all slowing down to 80 Ks now. And yeah, let's cruise round and let's see if we can get this back to green. Does it benefit anyone? No. Even for Rouget, it's fine. The gaps will stay the same.
Yeah.
It's better, if anything, for Rouget because it gives King less laps to close that gap.
Yeah. And nobody's going to bunch up, so it's a bit of a stalemate. And nobody, apart from Marciello in a pit stop, he's the only person that might benefit out of all of this. So Rover Racing, you would anticipate, will do this because he's about 5 minutes away from a stop, and we're 9 minutes away from the end of the race. So
he's in pit lane.
He's in pit lane right now. So that is the one team that is going to, if not strictly benefit, lose less.
Yeah, half that time now, the cars are doing half the speed they would on an average over this lap here at Paul Ricard. So that's some benefit. So maybe they would just cling on to maybe 7th or 8th place, but they're gonna have to stop and be connected to the fuel and still see. They're waving someone out the way, just resetting. So they didn't even go for the minimum pit stop time of the 3 seconds, sorry, the min fuel there. So just literally stop, reset, and off we go again. So let's see where Marciello feeds back into.
So the Rover Racing BMW down the pit lane. In fact, also in Joel Sturm and Alex Arca. So Arca from 3rd in silver is going to give up that place. So that's a quirky one because he done 54 minutes.
He was just going to be over by about 15 seconds, wasn't
Yeah.
he? Because his stint time just coming up there to 54, and we had over 8 minutes remaining, so that would have been over the 62. So, and that was an oversight. It sounds like we're back to some cars leaving pit lane as well. Yeah, you see the roar of the engine, don't you? You think we've gone back to green, but we haven't seen if that 333 car has been recovered yet.
Yeah, well, we've just seen it be pulled away. We've gone green now, so we are back racing. So again, quickly dealt with, and interesting the way that Niels Vitic has treated this. Full course yellow, back to racing. He's not been an advocate of needing a safety car for a lap or so. So just keeping the race going as best as possible and getting it back underway as quickly as possible. And I think the drivers and the teams responding well to that. Certainly those that aren't being compromised by the lack of a safety car, they'll all be in favour.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just in the night at Spa that's the hard bit for the race director, and that's why the procedure was brought in. We had a lot of full course yellows for years, and we'd cruise around up to 25 minutes, I remember, a Spa at full course yellow and just back to green. And you would look ominously down at your dash and see the tyres were at 1.1 bar, nearly half their operating pressure. And the amount of failures we got off the back of that, we had to introduce the safety car to let the drivers get the tyres back up into a safe window. So, yeah, as long as the data is supporting it, that 3 or 4 minutes at 80 Ks is fine. Let's keep going with it. It feels like a purer race in this sort of format he's running.
One or two more coming under investigation, including 92 Joel Sturm, who's just rejoined. But his Porsche being looked at. So we've got 6 minutes and change on the clock. Kelvin van der Linde only 4.4 seconds ahead on the last passing of the timing line, but that may well now go back to a sort of normal gap, if you like, now that we're up to proper pace again.
Yeah, I think it will, because the last laps were just where they were going back to full power, so I think that will grow back up to 7 or 8 seconds, and then there's a big gap behind, isn't there, to Heinrich. And then what can Drudy do? 0.8 of a second behind Lucas Auer at the moment. Got a move going on down the back straight there. Good speed for that BMW, just cruising past another lap car. Nice and easy for van der Linde, race leader there.
But he knows exactly what to do in situations like this. He knows the track, he knows the car, he knows the team. He knows how to treat the traffic, he knows how to race in the dark. So he's, as you would anticipate, doing a really impressive job. There is Arthur Rougier, who is looking ever more secure now as a gold winner, even with the application of a penalty. James Kellett likewise in silver, because Lorcan Hannafin is not really a threat in the Corvette right now. And bronze, Dennis Marshall is 4 seconds clear of Dan Harper, but they are one behind the other in the order now. There's not a car from another class between them, so that might yet have a sting in the tail.
Yeah, let's see this first flyer after the full course yellow to see where they're all at. Sector-wise, Harper has been slightly quicker, and yeah, that's a second found on that last lap for Harper. So gap down to 2.8 between Harper and Marshall, 26th, 27th overall respectively, but first and second in class. That could be a battle worth watching.
So Ferrari to BMW 1 and 2 within bronze. 4 minutes and 40 seconds still to go. They're going through is 22, the Laurin Heinrich driven Porsche that has been a bit breathless against the Rutronic car, but a podium would be quite a result given that it really does seem to have lacked grunt for the majority of the day. Lucas Auer hanging on to his 4th place. In the meantime, for bronze, it's still Dennis Marshall, Dan Harper behind. The gap is down again to 2.8 seconds. So Dennis Marshall here, former Audi factory driver, fending off BMW factory driver Dan Harper. They're going to get, what, 2 more laps out of this?
Yeah, problem for Dan is he's got 2 cars in front. He's got one of the Garage 59 cars, the McLaren there, and then a Porsche as well from Purex Racing, or Lion Speed, sorry. So, yeah, I can't see that, and that was probably the time game, was actually Marshall having to navigate past those 2 cars that now are holding Harper up.
And the Lion Speed car, don't forget, started from the pits. Patrick Cole bringing it home 38th overall, which may not sound like a mega result, but that's one of the underdog teams, and after a challenging start to the weekend and an engine change, bringing it home for a decent result.
Yeah, they've overtaken 20 cars in the race, so
yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, very, very decent. Harper has cleared both, but that gap now to Marshall in front looks much, much bigger than the 2.8 seconds it was at the start of this lap.
There you've got the race order for the top 25. Van der Linde, Niederhauser, Heinrich, the top 3 in the overall situation, and 3 minutes and change remain, and that's about to tick over into another minute as well. So for Kelvin van der Linde now, it's just a case of keeping out of trouble, and the gap is down to 4.9 seconds, but that's him backing off. He doesn't have to win by anything more than 1,000th as long as he wins.
No, but you want to keep it going. It's come down again by 0.6 of a second. I'm sure it is fine, but yeah, to be losing that rate there just kind of starts to call your bluff when you're then stuck behind traffic. You have to be a bit more decisive and aggressive, and there does look like there's a few cars that could potentially get in the way before the end of this race. You can see one of them there, the Boutsen VDS car, and yeah, there's a lot of history between those 2 Belgian teams as well, so interesting to see how that dynamic plays out.
We've just had a personal best sector from the car in 11th place, from Pereira, pressing on in 163 Lamborghini. Lucas Stoltz has gained 14th place from Alessandro Pierguidi. Stoltz and Pierguidi 14th and 15th. Those will be 2 drivers, and there are many others who feel that this has been a really disappointing result for them. I know with so many good combinations they can't all be up at the front, but you would anticipate Stoltz, Pierguidi to be higher than 14th and 15th.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some interesting debriefs either tomorrow morning here at the track or Monday morning over a Zoom call, because this new tyre, I think a lot of the teams would have hoped to understand it better and quicker, but going into Spa 24 especially, they will want to do some serious mileage on this tyre to understand it more, to be able to get the performance they were used to on the previous generation tyre.
Yeah, we've got, of course, Monza endurance before we get to Spa, but more lessons will be learnt there. Sprint Cup kicks off at Brands Hatch first weekend of May, which promises to be a really good weekend of action around the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. The drivers love it, old school circuit, and that'll be the first sprint event. 92 is being given a 20-second penalty to be added to the final results for an earlier infringement. 92 being the Rolf Ineichen, Tim Heinemann and Joel Sturm Porsche. That was a pit infringement. Right, we are into the last lap of the race. There's less than a minute to go, so Kelvin van der Linde there makes the run up through turn 2, and just fascinating to watch the way that WRT, unflustered, have just run their own race and let it come to the team.
Really, really good, and maybe that's their strategy all week long, is making a car that's fast over 6 hours and the varying conditions that throws you, rather than a car that's out and out fast for 1 lap in qualifying. They've had their focus elsewhere, and that's what's probably paid them dividends. So short-term pain for long-term gain in that sort of strategy, and that's where endurance racing is so crucial.
4 seconds, the margin. And Kelvin van der Linde just bringing it home. Now makes the run along the Mistral Straight. Patrick Niederhauser will be trying as hard as he possibly can, but even his last lap was fractionally slower once again. Laurin Heinrich is in 3rd place, clearing a McLaren with a bit of damage there, bit of bodywork look hanging off the right-hand side, bit of trim flailing on the McLaren. Van der Linde easily through, and for the last time goes through Senior, back onto the power, up towards Le Beausset, through the double apex right. Well, last year here, this car suffered punctures, damage, and a retirement. This year, just bulletproof.
Yeah, I can't really think of one major moment. Maybe a bit of traffic into turn 12 here where you had to take to the apex curb to avoid contact of a Lamborghini, but it wasn't a huge moment, was it? But yeah, faultless race. Massive kudos to WRT and all 3 drivers in that 32 car.
So, with only a couple of corners effectively to go, it's going to be a win in the first round of GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup, powered by AWS. For WRT, for Hugo de Wilde, for Charles Weerts, and Kelvin van der Linde, who brings it home second. He's going to go the way of Retronic Racing's Porsche, for Sven Muller, for Patrick Niederhauser, and for the driver that did the 3rd stint in the car, Alessio Picariello. But delight for WRT because it is a win in the opening round of the championship. 3rd ought to go to the Schumacher CLRT.
I think it's raining
Porsche.
really
and yeah,
hard.
the rain is coming right at the very end. It was predicted, but it's arrived sort of too late to save anybody. But now people are tiptoeing to the flag because they're on slicks, and all of a sudden, it's heavy rain.
That's insane, isn't it? A 6-hour race and it rains
on the last lap.
On the last lap.
After the checkered flag almost.
I'm a bit gutted about that. That would have spiced up 10 minutes earlier. You think how long this planet's been around for. 10 minutes isn't too much to ask for as a percentage, but I thought I saw it as the WRT car came into the last corner, but second guess myself. Wow, we were a few minutes away from having a very spicy ending.
So there, celebrating Hugo de Wilde and Charles Weerts. Great debut for WRT for Hugo, this. We'll get the class winners across the line as long as they don't make any mistakes. And the team will be on the radio saying we've got rain, slow down. Yeah, the tyres have been nice and warm, but whoops, off the road, that is the leading bronze Ferrari, isn't it? Isn't that Dennis Marshall who's got it wrong at Le Beausset? He's got quite a lot of lap still to go, and there you can see in the headlights how heavy this rain is.
Yeah, the team will be screaming, get the traction control turned up. Harper's 2 cars behind him there. Who's got the bravery? Harper's chucking it in, he's got less to lose. It's going to be slippy even around this easy flat corner. Normally turn 13, the car's squirreling left to right, trying to find the grip. What can they do? 1 corner to home. 1 small mistake for Marshall here could lose him the Bronze Cup win. He looks like he's got it through the last corner. Look at that rain. It isn't a shower, is it? That's a monsoon coming through.
That's proper rain. Checkered flag at the ready. As long as the car's in a straight line, he can just get it to the flag. There's a bit of debris on the road there. So bits lying on the road, but it is going to be a bronze win for Dennis Marshall. He comes across the line then now. He will celebrate that with co-drivers Dustin Blattner and Conrad Laursen. So the rain did come, but right at the last minute of the race, and that'll be a relief to some and a frustration to others. Arthur Rougier brought it home to win gold ahead of Harry King and Jens Klingman, and James Kellett, the winning silver driver across the line in 992. We'll get the top 3 in each of the classes to the podium in due course. We'll hear from some of them as well, but what a race. So many surprises, not just the weather, partly the lack of incident, the lack of damage. I mean, there's going to be a lot of happy teams that haven't got any work to do to repair a car.
Yeah, and insurance companies. That,
yeah, true enough.
Yeah, it was a good ebb and flow to it. It was hard to call at times which way it was going to go. Great performance from the BOP as well. So many cars spread around in a very tight window. So looks like all the data's there. I wish Mother Nature had played us one there 10 minutes earlier. That would have been some big decisions, whether to stay out on slicks, to come in for wets. People would have been pushing hard. That could have been a big spice. But yeah, fair play to the drivers. Even that last half a lap looked hard work.
Absolutely right. So, can you believe it now? I think it stopped. You're not seeing as much rain picked up by the headlights, so it scared everybody for the last lap of the race, if that, last corner for some. And now it's eased off again. So down the pit lane they come, rain, what rain. And the drivers that are in the top 3 in each of the classes will be required for the podium. Up in the end to 3rd in bronze, number 8, David Fumanelli, getting the Ferrari that he shared with Nicola Sciero and Nicola Rossi. That had a spin in it at the very start of the race, third in the class. So Kelvin van der Linde taking the win with Ugo de Wilde and Charles Weir. Second going to Patrick Niederhauser along with Sven Muller and Alessio Picariello. And third to Laurien Heinrich, to Aintchen Guven and to Klaus Bachler. But there, for WRT, the celebrations are underway. Kelvin van der Linde, Charles Weir, absolutely delighted with that, and a brilliant start to the season. And it's an important result in as much as there'll be another crucial race with possible rain and certainly lots of nighttime running, and that's on WRT's home soil.
Yeah, it's going to be all action there, and yeah, I can't wait for it to see where the strategy goes on that one. 992 James Kellett winning the silver class as well, so a good day for the red-coloured BMWs, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and a good start to Darren Lung's team. Of course, he drove for Century for much of last season, then it became sort of Century Paradigm. Now it's very much Paradigm, and Darren Lung, with Simon Trave's assistance, has built a team that comes away with a class win and a class second. A pretty decent start to an international campaign. James Kellett in 992 with Pedro Ibrahim and Charles Clark, who looked pretty feisty as well, as we were talking about mid-race.
Yep, definitely another good start for CSR there with their McLaren relationship. So been a tough day for McLaren, but at least that one has won its class.
Let's hear from our winners then. Alex Le Guy is down in the pit lane with three very happy drivers.
Well, here we have it, the overall winners of the first round here at Paul Ricard of the GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS. Congratulations, boys. Kelvin, talk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, a long race, honestly, I have to say. You know, we started this weekend, I told you, the underdog boys here, we were really like not expecting a win today. We were not expecting a podium today. We were maybe hoping for a top 5, but to be standing here at the end, rain came perfectly just after the race. So very proud of these guys. I think Charles did a great job this weekend. Very happy for him. And Ugo, his first race, first win. So
yeah, Charles, it wasn't an easy start, was it for you?
No, we struggled a bit with the car, to be honest, at the start with the warm conditions. I think we got the pressure slightly, not in the right window. So it was a bit tough for us. But we managed to turn this out in my second stint. So the car really came alive when the night came with the cooler conditions. So I'm extremely happy. So today was one of my first races without Dries. He's driving now in Long Beach. So, but this one is definitely thanks to him, because he really made me who I am, and he definitely helped me to develop as a driver. So I hope he has a great success in Long Beach, and this one is for him. Thanks.
Great job. Ugo, first race. When we spoke to you earlier, you were absolutely buzzing after that final stint. Well, here you are, top of the steps.
yeah, honestly, I can't believe it. I was, as you said, Kelvin, we were, I think, the underdog. No one was expecting us to be the favorites. And we just did our work. It was difficult in free practice and pre-qualifying, but we kept working. And this team and these brands are amazing. Honestly, it's, I still don't realize it, to be honest. But thanks a lot. Thanks for everyone which trusts me, and thanks to BMW to give me this opportunity to be on the top car of WRT, and dreams come true.
Great work, boys, and great for BMW as well. Well done.
Thanks.
So well done to Kelvin van der Linde, to Charles Weir, to Ugo de Wilde. Kelvin van der Linde making a great combination in this opening round of the championship. And the Skechers-backed, sure-footed BMW then comes through to take the race honours. WRT, no strangers to GT World Challenge Europe success, whether it's Endurance Cup or Sprint Cup. But just to echo what Charles Weir was saying, of course, the first time he has had a victory without Dries van Thor. Right, let's go to the silver winners. It's another BMW crew. James Kellett brought the car home.
The silver winners here at Paul Ricard of the GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS. Boys, congratulations. Where to start? What a brilliant race that was.
Wow. Emotions, I can't explain it. Incredible. The team's been absolutely on point. Charles and Pedro, can't thank these guys enough. What a team. So it didn't go our way in the first pit stop. Had a few issues with radio connections, but oh my God, I don't know what to say. It's been incredible. It was an incredible last stint. Car felt amazing. It's just amazing to be here. First GT3 race for me, so I'm absolutely in love.
Amazing job. Charles, talk us through it from your perspective.
Yeah, it's actually been a tough weekend for us from the word go, but we've worked hard on the setup. We've all done an absolutely amazing job in Paradigm, and thank you to Darren for the opportunity. But I just can't believe it. It's what we dream of. It's my first win in GT3, so soaking it all in, really.
Pedro, how tough would it be if this rain had come down a little bit earlier?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we were not expecting that at all. But I mean, yeah, it was almost perfect executed race for the team. Yeah, apart from that little issue in the first pit stop, it was mega. The pace was insane. Car felt amazing. My double stint was really nice. I made some really good positions up through the field. So yeah, these guys did an amazing job, and the team deserved the win. So yeah, I'm really happy for it, and let's keep pushing for the championship.
Great work, boys. Well done. Well deserved.
So James Kellett, as he says, first GT3 race, and you can see how much it means to him. Car looking quite shiny when the race started in the daylight. Now in the darkness, he takes the checkered flag and the rain as well. But a job well done for 992. James Kellett, Pedro Ibrahim, and Charles Clark. So two graduates of the UK motor racing scene, and Charles Clark said, and James Kellett said as well, thank you to Darren Lung for the opportunity. Darren, the man behind Paradigm, and Darren in turn, second in bronze. So there, the pit lane with the teams and interested onlookers getting ready for the podiums.
Down here with the boys of Kessel Racing, our bronze winners. Boys, congratulations. Where to start? You don't look that happy.
It was, yeah, I need to calm down a bit. It was a bit of a hectic last stint. In general, the race for us was so up and down. In the end, lucky with a good outcome, but I think in total we had 2 spins, 2 drive-through penalties, and we had quite some damage in the front in the beginning of the race, which cost us quite a bit all race. We were fighting a bit, but we did the right strategy calls, and I think this was the key today.
Just how tough was it to start here at Paul Ricard under the well, I was going to say the night lights, but the 6-hour race going into the night?
It was for sure tough, especially with the damage we had. It was very tough to stay consistent and keep the pace up. Also, like we saw here in the end, we were struggling to keep the pace up, but we fought hard, and the guys did an amazing job. So yeah, happy that we can come out with a win.
Amazing, and a great start to the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't echo the comments of these guys. They did a fabulous job, and obviously some of the calls from Kessel as well were at a huge advantage for us.
Look at the States. Nicely done. Well done, lads.
So the bronze winners, you just heard from Conrad Dawson, from Dennis Marshall, and from Dustin Blattner, who, of course, as you can see from the side of the car, brings quite a bit of the budget, but he's a very, very quick driver, a shiny bronze, as we discussed at the start of the race, and a job well done. There are quite a few post-race penalties being applied. Doesn't affect gold. Arthur Rougier still victorious there. From Pereira getting one, Reese Barr getting one. So we now have the order being established. Let's hear next from the gold winners.
And finally, let's take a moment to chat to our gold winners, Arthur Rougier. My goodness me, you worked hard, didn't you then?
Yeah, that was a good stint. That was a good race from everyone. Let's say really good job from my teammate, from the team. Let's say a flawless job from start to finish, and we are on the top step of the podium in gold, and also P6 overall in GT World Challenge for our first race for the team. For us, with Simon as McLaren factory drivers, so it's a nice start of the season.
Yeah, what a way to start, and what a difficult race it was to start as well. We spoke about it earlier, but just how difficult would it have been if this rain had come down earlier?
Yeah, Arthur tell everything. Team did an amazing job. So thanks to the team, thanks to McLaren, thanks to my teammates. Also, James did a really nice and strong stint. So yeah, it's really cool to finish on the podium and to win the first.
James, you seem to do a good job of managing those tyres, but how tricky was it?
Yeah, no, it's pretty tricky. We've got the new compound this year with the DHG. We're still learning as a team, but the CSA guys are putting their best effort in with the setup of the car and really developing, and everyone was pushing for this, and I think we repaid them with P1, and I think everyone did a great job.
Love it. What a way to start the year. Well done, boys.
Yeah, James Kell, another graduate of the British motorsport scene. Ginessa's into British GT, into just about every international GT category going, on a lot of mileage. And even raced with his dad in the GT Cup at Donington a couple of weekends ago. So there, 1-1-1. Despite the penalty, Arthur Rougier coming through to win in gold. Harry King, Thierry Vermeulen, and Chris Lallam taking second. Let's look at the result then. Calvin van der Linde, Charles Weerts and Hugo de Wilde, the winners from Sven Muller, Patrick Niederhauser and Alessio Picariello. Heinz Guven, Laurin Heinrich, Klaus Bachler third. Fourth were Lucas Auer, Matteo Caroli and Mauro Engel. Tough day for them. Equally tough, I guess, for Marco Sorensen, Nicky Thiem and Mathieu Drudi fifth. And despite that late stop, Raffaele Marciello, Jesse Krohn and Augusto Farfus rounded out the top 6. Seventh, the winners of the Gold Cup, Arthur Rougier, James Kell, Simon Gachet. 18th, the winners of silver, James Kellett, Pedro Ibrahim and Charles Clark. And to get to the bronze winners, you've got to go to 26th overall, and there you will find Dustin Blattner, Conrad Lawson and Dennis Marshall. We started with 59, and we did have a number of retirements, but very, very few with damage, even though one or two cars like the bronze-winning Ferrari picked up damage during the race. No significant accidents of any sort to speak of, none that required intervention. So a really interesting, really unusual 6-hour race, especially given just how many cars blasted off the line. You've got to feel for Garage 59, whose race started to fall apart really early with Marvin Kirchhoffer's car only getting 5 laps in before it had that sensor problem, and it just carried on deteriorating from there. But for Team WRT, for BMW, for Calvin van der Linde, Charles Weerts and Hugo de Wilde, it's victory at Paul Ricard. So the drivers from the 4 categories will make their way to the podium. Now bear in mind that we've already been talking about races here and Asia as well this weekend. So with what we've just had here and what we've had in GT World Challenge Asia earlier on in the day, or yesterday now because we've gone past midnight, and what we've had in Australia and America already this year, Mercedes-AMG 2 points up on Porsche, BMW third from Ferrari and Audi. So what we've had in BMW is the first brand to win twice across the 4 World Challenges, the first manufacturer to take 2 wins. It was 5 different winners up until the start of Europe. BMW, the first double victor, one in America, now one in Europe. So that global situation will be updated again over the course of the weekend with the second race in Asia. As we said earlier on, it was Porsche that was victorious in the first race. See what happens in race 2 later on today now, given the timing here and the time difference. And you'll be able to watch that on GT World as well. So, winning drivers go to the podiums. Teams reflect on the fact that the cars largely don't need a huge amount of repair work, and in many cases they can use them again at Brands Hatch without a huge amount of effort having to go in. But for the winning drivers, the podium awaits. And we've heard from the class winners. The top 3 in each of the 4 categories will be on the podium. The last penalty to be issued was to 92 Porsche of Joel Sturm. I think we touched on that. That put the car 20th at the end. The Paul Ricard circuit may be going quiet now, but it's going to be busy again before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning when there's another busy programme tomorrow, purely racing, with 2 GT4, 2 GT2 and 1 Lamborghini race to go through. Winning drivers then to the podium. This is the overall podium, so up will come Laurin Heinrich, Ian Guven, and also Klaus Bachler. There, Alessio Picariello, along with Sven Muller and Patrick Niederhauser for second place. So useful points for drivers, for teams, and for a brand. The winning team is represented, Team WRT, and in a moment out will step 3 delighted men. Charles Weerts, Calvin van der Linde and Hugo de Wilde for Team WRT. It's honours for BMW as Charles Weerts, with his new co-drivers, makes his way to the top step of the podium, victorious here in the first round of the championship. So congratulations to our winning drivers in the overall category. The trophies to be presented by Danielle Ruderman. from AWS. And we go in the reverse order for the third. For Guven in the middle with Klaus Bachler and Laurin Heinrich. Guven, gold medalist in the FIA Motorsport Games, winner way back in 2018 of the FIA GT Nations Cup, and a Porsche champion as well in the French series. He's been a class winner in Asian Le Mans too. WRT, though, celebrate yet another team's trophy. And then for the drivers, the trophies head their way to Charles Weert, who has been 3 times a sprint champion in GT World Challenge Europe, once an overall champion, but never the endurance. That could change this year. Great start, because, of course, we didn't touch on it during the race, but just to make the point now, that with this being a longer race, there are extra points available than there would have been for a 3-hour endurance, for example. You only get them at the end, not at the intermediates like you do at Spa, for example. But this is a worthwhile race to win in the championship, because within GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup, greater points for the 6-hour race than a 3. Sven Muller struggling to get the cork out of the bottle for the champagne here. Finally gets there and discovers that pretty much everyone else has scarpered. WRT celebrating in style, but for the BMW squad, great start to the season. And I suppose also, Joe, there's that rivalry between the BMW teams. WRT gets one over Rover Racing.
Yeah, and it's been a fair fight, hasn't it, over the years between who's been the faster one out of the two. But yeah, Marcello was quick at the end, but that puncher really hurt them, and then they were just never on the front foot as much as it felt like with WRT as the pace came towards them. But yeah, ahead of Spa, they're going to be 2 of the main protagonists, aren't they, for sure?
For sure, yeah, absolutely. There's Sven Muller in the blue fronted overalls, picking up the trophy, waiting to see what is happening at the other end of the podium, where I think, yeah, Charles Weert has decided that he's going to give up on this champagne bottle. It doesn't want to open.
Feels like a bit of an April Fool's, like they've been super glued in.
Yes.
I've never seen a bottle refuse to give up being opened as much as that. You've almost just got to smash the neck off the railing, I think.
So this is how we're going to look in the championship. 33 points for winning this race. So it means that Hugo de Wilde, Charles Weert and Kelvin van der Linde have the championship lead, of course, over Patrick Niederhauser, Alessio Picariello and Sven Muller, Klaus Bachler, Laurin Heinrich and Anchen Guven third. It's basically the result of the race that is your championship situation overall, with this being the first round for 2025. But interesting to see who is going to win and gain and fight back at Monza when it's a 3-hour race, and then of course at Spa there are points at 6 and 12 as well as the 24-hour mark. So clever strategy there to keep your car up as you score points early on. So no surprise in some respects in this championship to see Team WRT atop a leaderboard. They've done it again. And Hugo de Wilde, Charles Weert and Kelvin van der Linde making a very good combination indeed. Right, so the podium being dressed, and next it will be the drivers for gold making their way forward. So you've got Jens Klingmann, Al-Faisal Al-Zubar and Ben Tuck for the Almanar Racing by WRT team. There, Chris Lallam, along with Thierry Vermeulen and Harry King, come to the podium for second place within the Gold Cup. Really good charge by Harry King to get the car into contention towards the end, and oh so nearly taking a class win, but in the end it goes the way of the CSA Racing team to Simon Gachet, to James Kell and Arthur Rougier, who stepped forward. Simon Gachet switching from Santa-Lock Audis to CSA McLarens, and James Kell, who seems to find a seat in so many different GT championships around the globe, coming home as a class winner.
Yeah, he's obviously been in a Mercedes, hasn't he, with Get Speed more recently, but yeah, now in this very quick McLaren.
So for CSA Racing, the French national anthem played, then the trophies will come. Again, reverse order, so it'll be to the BMW drivers first. Al-Faisal Al-Zubar, along with Ben Tuck and Jens Klingmann. Go back to 2007. Jens Klingmann was Formula BMW Germany champion. He's been around the block a long, long time, but predominantly in BMWs.
Yeah, I remember him coming over for a BMW Z4 test when I was racing with 888 in British GT. So that shows you how long he's been with the brand. That car feels a long time ago. Now it races in some historic series. It really hammers home how long ago that was.
Absolutely. Verstappen.com celebrating second place. Harry King, Chris Lullum. That's not a bad debut in international sports car racing for Chris, is it? Along with Thierry Vermeulen. And then Simon Gachet, Arthur Rougier, James Kell get the winners' trophies in the Gold Cup. Champagne for the drivers, and despite that penalty that hung over CSA towards the end, that was a team, without sort of criticising others, because we know the Strive Optimum and Garage 59 was in, but that McLaren just ran like clockwork.
James Kell's got the dog bottle now. I like this. I think this should be a thing.
Well, there's always one, you mean?
Yeah, you don't know who it's going to be. He's just looking at giving up, but yeah, it's something new and definitely a good variable to have on the podium.
It's like the penalty bottle, isn't it? You get that if you've committed an offence during the race, maybe. So yes, James Kell tries to look nonchalant about it and thinks, well, I'll just sneak off the podium and get someone to open this later and then celebrate. But
I hope it's not like the garden hose thing where you look down the end of it to see what's wrong and then it goes off. That would be a painful experience.
This won't open, says Jones as he heads off the podium. Right, so in gold then, again, based on just the one race, it's the order in the class that gives you the result, gives you the championship order. But a great effort by CSA Racing. Simon Gachet, Arthur Rougier, who we've seen be very quick, not only in real world, but also in esports races in the past. Arthur Rougier, James Kell joining the squad this weekend and coming home victorious. A job well done. So overall in gold done, silver and bronze to come. Podium being made ready, and the drivers having pretty much everything thrown at them towards the end, especially the rain, then have champagne bottles that they can't open as the final sting in the tail. So for silver, it will be for third place in the class the Santalot drivers that step forward. Ivan Klimenko, Lawrence Lequetua and Lucas Legeret for Santalot, proving that the Audi R8 is still a competitive car. For second in class, up will come Lorcan Hannafin, Mathis Lismont and Kian Jewis, winner in British GT a week ago. But that's a great start for Stella Motorsport and the Chevrolet Corvette Z06 GT3R. And then for the top step of the podium, for the Paradigm competition team, it is going to be James Kellett, Pedro Ibrahim and Charles Clark, victorious in the Silver Cup in this opening round of GT World Challenge Europe powered by AWS Endurance Cup. Drivers to the podium, and for Paradigm competition, class victory in silver in the opening race of the season. James Kellett, Ginetta Junior, Ginetta Super Cup, Carrera Cup GB, Carrera Cup North America racer, Pedro Ibrahim, who's also doing double duty because he's racing in GT4 tomorrow. Mateo Braga steps forward to present the trophies. We heard from Mateo Braga during the course of the race. The third driver for the win, Charles Clark, who's come from initially a Porsche background, but racing BMWs this year. The Santalot drivers get the third place trophies. The second placed trophies go the way of the Stella Motorsport drivers. Kian Jewis there, having a good 7 days, winning British GT last week, second in silver here this weekend.
Yeah, I think third place will be the next logical one, but yeah, a mega job by all those drivers, limited seat time in that Corvette, so shows you what a good job Stella have done getting that car in a drivable position, but also how much that Corvette must just be a drivable car out the box as well, so an interesting proposition for the rest of the year, that car.
Absolutely right, and for Paradigm competition, James Kellett, Pedro Ibrahim, Charles Clark, as trophies go their way, trophies in the air, and all of them buzzing about that. But it means a lot to James Kellett. As an example, you could see when Alex spoke to him how beside himself he was. He has got to where he is in his career without much of a budget. He's had some years where he's not been able to race at all. It's a perennial problem for many, I know, but that emotion that he's back racing was clear to see. And this time, the dodgy bottle goes to Charles Clark, by the look of it, who can't get the cork out. His teammates have soaked him already, but under the "there's always one" heading, this time it's Charles Clark that suffers the ignominy of not getting the cork out of the bottle.
Even went for the teeth, didn't he?
Yeah, that's brave.
Yeah, I think you've just got to be aggressive and smash the neck off it and hope the glass doesn't get someone, because I can't believe what else gets that cork out, but maybe it's just too cold. We're not used to 14 degrees here in the south of France.
So try and get a bit of pressure in it, Charles. And it ain't for happening. Lorcan Hannafin. Oh, he's got the same problem, I think. Yeah. In the background, you can see the white and red and black overalls, and Lorcan gets soaked instead. Cian Jewis arrives on the scene, who was drafted into the squad at the 11th hour, I think. That win in Donington last week certainly helped his job prospects. This is how we look in silver then. Again, it's the result of the race that is the class order. With just the one round, Charles Clark, Pedro Ibrahim, James Kellett's championship leaders from Lorcan Hannafin, Cian Jewis and Mathis Lismont, Ivan Klimenko, Lucas Legeret and Lawrence Laquertu at third. Alex Zarka, Ezequiel Perez Compact and Alberto Di Folco fourth, ahead of Max Janssen, Will Moore up to GT3 and Jared Oberski in the Century Run BMW, and Finley Hutchison, Alessio Deleda and Michele Beretta sixth. They can feel a bit miffed about that, given the way that the race started so well, but it was that time penalty that did for them.
Yeah, it really had. Kind of took any chance of that away, didn't it? But saw strong pace on it, so going forwards they will be confident in a good result at some point, I'm sure.
Indeed so. Right, one more podium beckons then, and the drivers already stepping forward. This is for bronze, where it's the Ferrari trio from Kessel Racing, Nicola Rossi, Nicola Schiro and David Fumanelli that go to the third step. The second step awaits for Darren Lung, for Dan Harper, and for Sean Galisle. There is Darren Lung. In the middle is Dan Harper, and Sean Galisle in the background there, the Indonesian driver. Fist bumps and handshakes all round. And then for the top step in bronze, Dennis Marshall, Conrad Lawson, and Dustin Blattner. And for Ronnie Kessel's team, another excellent result. Conrad Lawson, another driver, like his teammates, who was busy in the Asian Le Mans Series in the winter. Lessons learnt to good effect. He also drove, of course, on the WEC last year. So although his background is in one-make Ferrari racing, Conrad Lawson now a very established Ferrari GT racer. So for Kessel Racing, the national anthem for the Swiss team, Dustin Blattner, the American driver, Dennis Marshall from Germany, and the third member of the team, Conrad Lawson, celebrate honours. Mateo Braga back on duty with the trophies for third. And the bronze competition becomes ever more fascinating, doesn't it? The way the regulations are, that you only have to have one bronze-graded driver. And actually, some of those bronzes, like Darren Lung, like Dustin Blattner, are very, very competent in their own right. Never mind, they've got good co-drivers.
Yeah, well, easily win a second and a half of the fastest drivers out there, if not under a second. And that just so much credit to those AMs, putting so much hard work in on and off track, there to get there. And yeah, these cars are super fast, super hard to drive. So for the performances they're putting in, they're the biggest stars of the show, in my opinion.
Yeah, Darren Lung is an example, somebody who doesn't just now have a team, but, worked so hard at his racing, has done a lot of racing, yes, a lot of mileage, yes, a lot of testing, worked hard on fitness, and he very much the real deal. But he's also a businessman during the week, so this is another business that he has, the team. But loves his motor racing, even though he's not been in it for that long, but he's achieved a great amount in a short space of time. One of the rare moments on the podium, in fact, you find Darren without his headphones around his neck, bashes the living whatnot out of the champagne. And Darren's a strong boy. Yes, he's got the cork out. Well done. Dan Harper's all right. What about Sean Galisle? It's going to take a little bit of time, I think, but the Bronze Cup drivers celebrate on the podium here at the end of round 1 of GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS Endurance Cup. Let's look at the highlights then of our opening race of the season. It began not under sunny skies necessarily, but at least in dry conditions, and a good getaway by Mauro Engel put the Mercedes into the lead as the cars dived down to turn 1. Mirko Bortolotti slotting in behind in second place. Inevitably, 1 or 2 ran wide off the racetrack and back on again, and that shuffled the order. Further back, there was a real diversity of lines, and the battle continued all the way down through the turns 3, 4, 5 section. But up front, trying to build that gap early doors was Mauro Engel. 1 or 2 cold tyres, getting sideways, getting caught out, and a few would return at the end of the opening lap with dents and damage. But largely, the first drama didn't come until really midway around the lap when 74 got turned around. That was the Ferrari that ultimately won in bronze. Miguel Ramos' McLaren was another casualty. And eventually, as the race started to settle down, there was trouble for Marvin Kirchhoff's McLaren. That was an early retirement. Mauro Engel continued to hold sway, but Dean McDonald was charging on behind in his Garage 59 McLaren. And he was one of the stars of the opening stint of the race, and would be even better in the second stint. Bit of contact lower down between cars such as Dean McDonald trying to get past Antares Au's Porsche out of the Bronze Cup. They all survived it, although 97 would lose a little bit of ground as the race wore on. Porsches were there or thereabouts, but looking a bit breathless, and it took Sven Muller a long time to get himself past the similar car of Ian Guven. Once he did, he was able to stay ahead throughout the stint, and that car stayed ahead to the end. And as we raced into the darkness, Matteo Cairoli relayed Lucas Auer in number 48, the car that led early on, ultimately falling to 4th place. The drivers had the fireworks, and there were fireworks in the pit lane as well as they ran side by side. Eventually number 3 from Get Speed giving way as Adam Smalley didn't even get into the race. He'd taken over the car, but then it had a master switch fail and stranded him at pit exit. But Charles Weerts, having relayed Ugo de Wilde and then Kelvin van der Linde, that car, now the 32 BMW, was on a mission, and with an hour and 3/4 to go, it picked up the race lead, van der Linde bringing it home to the checkered flag. It was an excellent effort by them, and it then meant that attention turned to the classes where we had a change of lead in silver. James Kellett getting the BMW up on the inside of number 60, the Lamborghini slotting in behind. So it was 4th place in the end to Auer, Engel and Matteo Cairoli. It was 3rd to Heinrich, Guven and Bachler. 2nd place to Niederhauser, to Sven Muller and to Alessio Picariello, and a win for Kelvin van der Linde, for Charles Weerts and Ugo de Wilde. After 6 hours of drama here at Paul Ricard. First weekend of May, the Sprint Cup starts at Brands Hatch. We'll see you there.